this roster. I could argue almost any other position with one more guy at that position, and then it may be a guy that never sees the field this year, but it's nice to know that you have him.
You're better off
whether it's defensive back or a linebacker. I mean, you could get to a point right now where there is good competition at linebacker. Maybe you want to keep an extra guy there.
Yeah, or what about Coda or Drummond? If you're going to I keep them around in a heartbeat just because there is an upside there potentially.
And maybe you can keep an extra Okwara.
Well,
you don't have a third-string quarterback.
If there's a guy that you like that you want to keep, but you know if you put him on waivers, if you cut him at the end of the year, that another team is going to pick him up. All right, that is an absolute risk. So would you rather risk losing Nate Sudfeld in waivers versus Dylan Drummond, or insert any other player that you're hoping to see more out of?
Yeah.
I mean, Sudfeld looks pretty close to that Nathan Peterman guy. Remember him?
Well, something with the name Nate.
Yeah.
All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. There's something with the name Caputo. He kind of roused people up a little bit in a little column on Odyssey.com. We'll check that out coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you want to get away, relax, and just simply have a good time? Well, get to the D Las Vegas for everything you need. Stoney and I are going to be heading out there in a couple of weeks for the start of the season. We'd love for you to join us. The D has taken all the necessary precautions to make sure your stay is safe, and you can enjoy all the comforts of a high-end Las Vegas hotel without missing out on any of the high gaming energy and nightlife that you want. And if you want a great steak, the best one in Vegas, it's right there at Andiamo Steakhouse. You want something a bit more casual? You don't want to take so much time? You got some options. The D Grill, American Coney Island, and for breakfast, the Bacon Nation. I can't wait to get there for that one. At the D Las Vegas, the staff can set you up with a round of golf, and you can party all night at the Long Bar. So get a group together, get to the D Las Vegas, book a room at thed.com. That's thed.com. Or if you're staying on the Strip, make sure you put the D Las Vegas in downtown Vegas on your agenda. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
The Nittany Lions will host Michigan in Happy Valley. And while It's not a night game and the whole spectacle of a whiteout at night, it is still a place that Michigan has struggled, losing 2 of the last 3 in Happy Valley. The one win was against a 7-6 Penn State team, and it came down to the wire. This is not expected to be a 7-6 Nittany Lions team. This is a preseason top 10 team who brings back 4 of 5 offensive linemen. That's a big deal, and you know that. Sure. 2 really good running backs, and a majority of the front 7 that led the Big Ten in sacks a year ago. Would I not make the case that the Big Ten goes through Michigan, Penn State through Happy Valley.
Two 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. According to Dov Kleiman, who's an NFL geek, so to speak, he works for Bro Bible, among others, Josh Jacobs will end his holdout and report to the team before week 1. Stunning.
Yeah, not surprising. I kind of saw that one coming from a mile away.
Exactly.
But
we have a couple of ticket texts. I'm going to get into something Caputo wrote about. They can just roll with 2 quarterbacks until Hooker can come off IR later in the year when the games matter more. That's Mark in Huron Township. I was always under the impression that this is going to be a year thing for him. No?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it happened earlier in the season than it did for Jameson Williams.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be an ongoing thing. It's going to be a need thing, risk, all that kind of stuff. I mean, let's face it, when they're 15-1 and the last game doesn't matter, you're going to play Hooker against the Vikings here, right?
Yeah, get him some experience.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like that.
Get him his first win.
Put Goff in the bubble wrap. Absolutely. Also, to be fair to the backups, they won't all be playing at the same time like in preseason. That's from Lou in Southfield. That's true. That's true. There's no doubt about that. All right. We have a great website here, 97.1 The Ticket. Evan Jenkins, among others, runs the whole deal. Will Birchfield, excellent writer, and former Oakland Press columnist Pat Caputo has some things in it as well. And in his latest, Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jameson Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jameson Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he doesn't pan out, it will be a colossal mistake because he says the Lions would have had 32 and 34 because of the Stafford trade and could have taken, Christian Watson with either pick. And they could have also taken Jalen Petrie, the safety, or, Kenneth Walker III, any of those guys, instead of taking Jameson Williams, not to mention Sign from Georgia, who was taken, or Seen, right?
Seen, yeah.
He was taken by Minnesota and he got hurt. But, yes, there were other people out there.
Well, I would also take it to say that even if they made the trade, the selection of Jameson Williams is, by his estimation, a failure because you could have had Jordan Davis. You could have had a number of different players.
Yes.
I'm not willing to go there yet. Am I disappointed? Sure. But I'm going to put last year as a write-off, just simply because they drafted him with an ACL.
Right.
This year, the disappointment began with his decision-making, and you could say, well, they weren't educated. It doesn't matter. He's suspended for gambling at the Lions facility. He's not going to be there for 6 weeks. And then on top of that, it was his performance of dropped passes during practice, and you could say, well, it's practice. Well, he did it in the game as well, and we only got a chance to see that one game. I was expecting him to go out there and just make guys look silly because of his speed that we hear about, his quickness, his playmaking ability. He was going against guys that are not going to be on rosters in another week.
Right.
And we didn't see any difference between him and everybody else he was playing against.
And if you want to take the role of, I didn't like his off-the-field stuff that had nothing to do with football, or at least one of them didn't. Some people don't like the firecracker video that he's, but to me that didn't bother me that much. Just stay away from social media so nobody has to know about it. And the liking the tweet that we're saying that the Lions should go get Lamar Jackson. So you had that, the whole cornucopia of stuff. It's easy to second guess now. What I would second guess, and we talked about this last week as well, maybe they could have vetted him out a little better. I mean, because it was a draft day trade, I don't know if they thought going into the draft that they had a chance to get Jameson Williams, had the thought process. I have no idea. But did he possess all the football IQ that you see with so many of these other guys in the combine interviews that they've put out? Did he have did Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell talk to Nick Saban about this guy? I mean, I have no idea.
There's just so much left to the three initials TBD. Yeah. And right now,
I'm not willing to completely label him a glaring mistake yet.
No, it's a disappointment so far. It doesn't mean that he's going to be a disappointment moving forward. I think it's just going to be his development, his growth as a player in the NFL has been stunted.
As a person, too.
Well, and I don't care so much about what is going on off the field. The gambling thing I care about because that is a detriment to him playing. He's not going to be there for 6 weeks. But in him being in Vegas, not a good look, but I don't really care. All right, he's allowed to go to Vegas. He's allowed to do whatever he wants to do. Him posting videos of shooting firecrackers or being, somewhere at 2 a.m. I don't care as long as he produces.
Right.
I just think it's premature on this a little bit because
Yes.
I want to see another season from Watson too before you say, well, you could have just stayed at 34 and taken Watson, or all that. There's a lot of things that I do. And, I think the big thing here right now is what they could have done is they could have very easily, if let's say they made this trade last year, a lot of people thought they were going to get Jordan Davis.
Right.
They could have had Davis with that pick. They could have taken Jalen Carter at 6 this year.
Yeah.
And then somebody like Jackson Smith and Jigba at 18. That, to me, is the 3 to watch. It's those 3 that I just said versus Williams, Gibbs, and Campbell.
Right. Well, Gibbs, if Gibbs comes through, then all bets are off.
That's the thing. This
If
other
Gibbs come
scenario.
through, if Jack Campbell comes through, I'm willing to be a little disappointed, but I'm also looking at what I've seen from, and I can't really say about Gibbs, but I can't say about Campbell. I'm really pleased with what I've seen from him so far through, quote unquote, 2 preseason games.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. Here's Heather with news.
Well, police are searching for a black Jeep Grand Cherokee with a Michigan license plate number of EHD1130. That's the license plate number that's tied to this Amber Alert, which is so scary. The Amber Alert involves 2 infant twins that were taken from a hotel in Livonia. These twins are 14 days old. They were taken by 2 females, and they are considered missing and endangered. The identities of the females is still unknown, but authorities say their Jeep was last seen near the Quality Inn on Plymouth Road between Merriman and Middle Belt Road. Anybody that has any information should call 911 or contact the Livonia Police Department.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a scary thought to infant brand new babies that are now not in the care of their mother, and who knows who they're in the care of, that need to be fed and taken care of. So hopefully they're found soon. An Oak Park woman is now thousands of dollars richer after a lawn company made a major mistake. So back in May of 2020, there was a landscaping company that showed up at the wrong house. And they showed up and they started spraying weed killer and fertilizer all over this woman's front yard. Like I said, that yard wasn't supposed to be treated, and this woman just so happened to spend years working on her yard. She grew all sorts of produce, berries, beans. She had clover covering her front yard instead of grass because she was this organic farmer. And even though a clover is technically a weed, she spent years growing all of this, and within days, all the clover died. The produce was sprayed with weed killer, and the lawn company never took responsibility. And that's all she says she ever wanted, was somebody to say, you know what? We made a mistake. I'm sorry. Let us help fix the problem. But instead, she found a lawyer, and ultimately a jury rewarded her with over $88,000.
Wow. Good for her.
Which is pretty incredible. Yeah. Yes. And it sounds like this woman is an amazing woman who does a lot for her community and gives back. So she's really hoping that now maybe she can get an underground water, like a sprinkler system, so she doesn't have to spend all this time outdoors actually hand watering all of her plants and her yard. So good for her. Yes, without a doubt. New Orleans Saint tight end Jimmy Graham was arrested on Friday night on suspicion of being under the influence of a controlled substance after officers saw him wandering in traffic. And witnesses say that he was exhibiting really erratic behavior at the time. And after his arrest, the Saints say that he experienced a medical episode which caused him to become disoriented. So he was taken to the hospital after his arrest, and the Saints say that he likely suffered from a seizure. And he has now been released and is already back with the team. A Florida woman was arrested last week after allegedly spiking a man's drink with bug spray. Not bug spray that you put on your body, but like bug killer, like Raid. Yes, and I don't know the reason, because this was not a man she knew for very long. It happened on Friday morning. She was arrested and charged with poisoning food or drink with insect killer. 29-year-old woman went out to the bar, met this guy at the bar, and told him, hey, let's continue having some drinks. Come back to my place. So that's what he did. Started having some drinks and then instantly started to feel sick. And that's when she told him that she added Raid to the last 2 drinks that he had.
Oh.
What?
Maybe he was bugging her.
Maybe. It sounds like he definitely was. And he got sick. He was so sick that he couldn't even call for help right away. By the time police showed up at this woman's house, she fled the scene, and she was found by a canine unit hiding in a bush outside of her house. So anyway, it sounds like the guy's going to be okay. He was taken to the hospital for treatment, and she was arrested. And speaking of a Florida woman, I've got a Florida man story as well. A Florida man was arrested after he put hundreds of dollars worth of stolen Walmart goods in his pants.
Oh.
So he was at a Walmart last week, and he put about $300 worth of goods down his pants and then just walked past the registers. Obviously, they saw him, noticed something's not right there. So a loss prevention officer tried to track him down. He just kept going, and he told him, you can't catch me. Ran out to the parking lot, jumped in his red car, drove away. Police did eventually catch up to him. And not only is he facing theft charges, but also numerous drug charges as well.
What was the product? Did they say?
Let's see. The items found in his backpack after he got in the car.
There's a beauty in
watch,
there too.
lubricant, a portable charger, and headphones, among other things, I'm guessing. But the headphones were very expensive.
Lubricant.
Yes.
Obviously, we know what the portable charger was for then.
Well, you know these things, huh? All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Two four eight 539-9797. The book, as we used to call him, Pat Caputo. The Bustin' Balls podcast wrote that the Lions drafting Jamison Williams was a glaring mistake. Yeah, it could be, but I'm not willing to go that far yet. I'm more patient. Give a guy a third year and see what happens.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no question they're going to get the third year, and I just want to see. He honestly needs to hit the ground running when he comes back.
Yes.
After these 6 games, and it's going to be he's put himself behind the 8 ball. He is at a disadvantage, but he needs to come in and be productive.
There's no doubt about it. All right, we talked a little bit about what we saw or didn't see at Ford Field on Saturday. Now, I haven't watched as much preseason football as you, John. I did watch a little bit of the Eagles and Browns on Thursday, and that was kind of
Yeah, well.
I mean, Hurts. I don't think Hurts has played yet either, right? Has he?
I don't know if he played in the first one. I don't think he did.
I don't think so. Deshaun Watson might have played the first game a little.
I believe he did.
Yeah. But anyway, the games basically are even worse than they used to be. I mean, I think it's
it's been a terrible preseason for the viewer.
Right.
And you, like I mentioned, in terms of what are the Lions going to do with this last preseason game, I think coaches right now are trying to figure out how much can we get out of the scrimmages with other teams and how much can we get out of preseason games, and trying to figure out what that combination is. Because while Dan Campbell has liked and been able to have those 2 weeks, last year it was only one against Indianapolis.
Correct.
And there are some coaches that are going to be very favorable to doing it, others that maybe don't want to do it or don't want to do it back-to-back weeks. And so there's going to be this, feeling things out, figuring things out on a yearly basis in regards to scrimmages versus preseason game and getting players ready. But this year, and maybe it's just me, but it's been a terrible preseason for viewers. Not that preseason is ever great.
No.
But even this year, like for the Lions, right? If you think, okay, well, I want to just see some of the young players play. Well, in week 1, you saw Branch, you saw Gibbs, you saw Laporta, and you saw Campbell, Broderick, Martin. But, this past weekend, all you saw was Jack Campbell.
And Martin a little bit, didn't he?
A little bit, yeah. But, I mean, it's hard to pick up on what he's doing without going back and watching it. But for around the NFL, you haven't seen anything of any substance, and I don't know if it's just this year, and maybe it's just it's felt different. But like when I watch preseason games, I want to watch guys that I think, well, maybe this guy's having a really good preseason game. Maybe he'll be released, and the Lions can pick him up. There just hasn't been really a whole lot of standouts of the backups.
Well, it's weird because when they used to have 4 preseason games, and I'm not even going to talk about when I was a kid when there were 6, but when there were 4 preseason games, the first one, a lot of times, nobody played the starters. Okay, like you see in the Hall of Fame game if you're playing in that one extra game, and then by the 3rd week, I mean, you kind of got excited because this is the dress rehearsal. You're not going to play anybody the week before because you only have a week in between, but this is the one where you're going to play your starter sometimes up to a half. Mm-hmm. And that ain't happening anymore. Now, maybe it is because of the controlled scrimmages that these coaches believe they got enough work there. That's more important. They would know. I mean, if they believe that they're getting better work in these controlled practices than the preseason, and the hell with the viewers who are, for some strange reason, watching this crap on television. Tonight we have Monday Night Football, the Ravens and the Commanders. And the other thing is, and I mentioned this briefly last week or the week before, if these preseason scrimmages, at practice facilities all over this great land are that great, which they are pretty cool. There's fights, there's, televise them instead of the preseason games. Why not? You could really, the way,
Well, because coaches are able to do things now in those scrimmages, because the only team that's seeing them for the Lions, it was the Giants and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mm-hmm. That film is not shared. It's not broadcast. When you walk in there, we hear the announcements all the time when you're leaving. Hey, when practice is going on, no pictures, no video. Nothing is able to be broadcast from that practice.
Right.
And I think if that's going to happen where the NFL says, well, we're going to broadcast some of these now, it removes some of the value that the coaches are finding in these scrimmages.
But the Jags and the Giants, they know some things the Lions are going to do in games that other teams don't. That's the motivation.
They have the film on it,
right? But that's why
there are the coaches, NFL coaches, football coaches are some of the most paranoid coaches there are. By the time they've played 1 or 2 games, all secrets are out.
Right.
All right. So. But I'm telling you,
play. They're saving it, Stoney.
Yes,
they're not going to do things in the preseason in those scrimmages that they want to do to test out. Maybe they want to test out Jahmyr Gibbs at wide receiver or at all of these different positions. Now people can report on that, but there's no video on it. And I know you're going to say, well, what's the difference? I agree with you. I'm just talking about a group of individuals
that are
going to fight that as tooth and nail.
I don't, we always know preseason sucks, all right? But I got to say that they're going to have a problem here in about 5 years. If this is where we're going? I think for now, people are kind of stomaching it a little bit. You know, Lions fans are fired up right now. They've been noisy at these games and stuff. But man, you keep eating this for 3 more years, and people will go to the Stoney thing. Why am I paying for this?
Right.
You're not giving me anything.
Right. It's legalized extortion that you have a choice of getting because you know the rules, but it is.
And I also think the joint practice thing is a money-making opportunity.
Absolutely.
Because you're going to show the combine.
Technically, they could do it where all these teams have 2 fields. You could go and the coaches agree. You time it where, all right, we're going to show, let's say it was last week, Jacksonville's offense against the Lions defense. They run a play. Boom, we go to the other field for the opposite and go back and back. It'd be really compelling, actually.
And you could do it every single night of the week because you put these in the middle of the week.
I'm not going to argue the value. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the fact that there are a group of 32 coaches that don't want any part of that.
Okay, how about an 18-game regular season, no preseason games, and 3 weeks of joint practices?
Again, I think there's great value in that. Yeah.
I think what you're going to have, you mentioned the 18. Eventually, you're going to have 18 games and only 2 preseason games is what you're going to have.
And so you get the 18th regular season gate, but you are losing 2 gates still from preseason games, but you charge for the joint practices to make up a little of that. But then you're making that money up from the TV of
but where are you going to charge? I mean, like if it's here, they only can hold like 2,500. So the money is
$25. That's
right.
some money.
And then all of a sudden, okay, well, instead of having it in Allen Park, you're going to have it at Ford Field.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, you've made a preseason game out of it.
Right.
You don't have to have the 2-field thing.
I think you kind of do. That's for the coaches. You do. That's the whole purpose of it. They can work.
Yeah, you get more reps in. You get more opportunity, more time.
I mean, like they'll sit there. Campbell will say to Doug Peterson, all right, let's just we're going to work on our 2 minutes, and you work on your 2-minute defense. You know,
right.
that type.
And there's going to be times where it's 1s-on-1s on one field, 2s-on-2s on another field.
Right, yeah.
And then you're going to swap 1s-on-2s, 2s-on-1s. And it's the way it's going to go at a practice because you want to be able to get a number of reps in, and then boom, you're done with that drill, you move to the next drill. If you move it down to Ford Field and there's only one field, now it becomes a setup issue. It's a real estate issue, and coaches are just going to, well, why don't we just play a preseason game?
The other thing about your film that the coaches don't want the film of these, or tape as they say right now, video release. But there are players who are going to get cut from these teams that are going to go to other teams, and they have the video. I mean,
yeah, they have the video, but they're also going to have the video of the preseason games, and that's where these guys are showing what they can do.
Right.
And
no,
so
but I'm saying they have the intel to tell. Let's say hypothetically somebody from Jacksonville gets cut, okay, and ends up on the Chiefs. Well, he's got all this information on the Lions because he played against them for two straight days anyway. So the paranoia may not even be that real.
Come on, if they want to get it, they can get it. Like Belichick could use one of those Chinese spy balloons.
Yes.
That's not going to be a Russian one because the Russian one crashed into the moon. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Is there anything we can do to make preseason football
more palatable?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I was going to use that word too. Beautiful. On the same page, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when was the last time you enjoyed a game of tennis, pickleball, or golf? Or how about taking an evening hike or walk, but you were able to do all of those things pain-free? If arthritis or old sports injuries or joint pain is preventing you from the activities that you love, you need to call Straith Orthopedics. Dr. Fleischman at Straith Orthopedics specializes in hip and knee joint pain. He provides affordable, minimally invasive treatments for joint pain, along with robotic hip and knee replacement. Listen to what Neil, a Straith Orthopedic patient, shared about his experience. Neil writes, prior to surgery, I was very limited. Standing or walking caused pain, and I had total knee replacements by Dr. Fleischman using the robot-assisted procedure. Today, I am back to my daily 2-mile walk without pain. Dr. Fleischman took the time to explain options and provided answers and recommendations to all my questions. Neil, thanks for sharing your story, and you can start living your life pain-free, and there's still time this year to do it so that you can get back to enjoying all your favorite activities, whether it's walking, playing golf, running, or just pickleball, whatever it is, go see Dr. Fleischman. Call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or go online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
248-539-9797 on tomorrow's broadcast. It'll be the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, and then we'll be joined by former Lion legend. Actually, he is a Lion legend, not a former legend. He is a legend. Robert Porcher will join us.
Good.
See what's up with number 91. He was really, really good.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, made a few Pro Bowls. Definitely not Hall of Fame worthy, but definitely a real good player.
Is he your opposite, the opposite side of the ball? Very good player for a good 10-year run.
Yeah, very well could be. I mean, it's for him. I mean, I can only talk about the guys that I played against, and for my 11 years, he was definitely one of the top, I would say, 3 hardest players to play against.
Who are the other
That's
2?
you.
It was Strahan.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, who would be number 2? No, I'd probably say he's top 2. It was him and Porcher, and I didn't play against Porcher. I think I played against him twice. It might have been the same. The only time I played against him was my rookie season. Was in the Silverdome. I think it was my second game, and then it was
Playoff game.
In the playoff game. And trust me, if I had a chance to play against him, I would always decide to play on grass. Coming off the edge in the Silverdome, he was a different player. He was still really good on grass. I'm not going to discount that, but that was a game changer.
And you didn't get to play against Reggie White in his prime.
Not in his prime, no.
We have some ticket techs on the preseason deal. Preseason is now more about giving the announcers and TV radio production teams practice for the season more than for the starters to get game ready. That's from Stephen West Bloomfield. Well, you know what? It's true because if TJ Lang proved that more than anyone, right?
Oh yeah, you got to get up to speed on guys' names.
You need preseason to when you're interviewing the coach, you have to know who his players are.
And we're nitpicking a little bit.
Yeah.
But yes, Nate Sudfeld.
If he's listening.
Yeah, he's probably laying in bed right now, not doing anything.
Guards don't get up until like 9, 10 o'clock.
No, yeah, he's probably waiting for breakfast in bed. Yes. Please turn on my Odyssey app for me.
Oh. Siri, let me listen to Jansen.
Yeah.
What I think that is total garbage is that fans are charged the same price for a preseason ticket as they are a regular season ticket. They should allow fans that don't have season tickets to buy preseason tickets for like $5. I think the Lions actually changed it. They tiered their game price. You're paying the same overall, but I believe the regular season games.
They just push the cost to the regular season.
Yes, and they might even have a higher premium for like Thanksgiving and things like that. And the actual game ticket for preseason for the Lions, I believe, is cheaper than regular. I think. I'm 100% because I gave up my season tickets a few years ago. But yeah, it used to be like that. And most teams still do that. That's, to me, is the disgrace.
Just waiting for Sheila Ford Hamp to come in studio, and then you're going to put your name on the wait list.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is this preseason ticket thing like ticket malfeasance?
No, it's ticket extortion. Malfeasance is hopefully.
So you'd be okay if they just pushed all of the cost to the regular season and made each ticket, I don't know, $10 more, $20 more, whatever it is, and said, hey, you can come for free for the preseason games.
Yes, exactly. It's just because it's just the principle of it.
Fuddy-duddy things are amazing.
Yeah, it's the principle of it.
You know what? I can't believe that the Lions do that, and I can't believe Major League Baseball is taking away a home game for the Detroit Tigers next year to play the Yankees at the Little League World Series. Stoney, can you believe that?
I think it's a really cool thing that they're going to be on national TV and playing in Williamsport.
But you can't believe they're giving up a home game.
The only thing that bugs me is that they would they have the Yankees give up a home game if they were playing the Tigers?
Does it bug you, though? It really bugs you.
It does.
Well, it bugs me for like this.
It doesn't bug me. I'm saying that for those that didn't hear us at 6 o'clock, I am playing the part of Stoney.
I didn't toss and turn overnight saying, oh my God, they took away a home game. It was just something that crossed my mind.
It just amazes me, though.
Well, I have weird thought. My first thought, I told him,
weird thought. I don't want to go down that road.
My first thought when I heard about this was, oh God, Gov's gonna have to deal with getting an engineer for Williamsport.
That'll take care of itself.
I understand that, but
Now, this whole pricing thing, though, with the regular season, so if they shove all the preseason pricing into 8 or 9 regular season games,
Right.
Yes.
and you could go to the preseason game for free,
Yeah.
if you wanted, that would, even though the same amount of money, you'd be fine
Yeah,
with it. So this
because-
is kind of like if the restaurant
This
would
blows
just put
my
the
mind.
onion rings on the menu, like
Right,
so if you
and
got-
just
if you-
include it in the price.
Yeah,
It's
so
just
so
like
you have
the-
a hamburger with French fries, $8.99.
It's like when you-
hamburger with onion rings.
it's like Ticketmaster fees.
$9.99, and he'd
Yeah.
buy it then.
It's
Right.
like Ticketmaster.
Yes.
It's Ticketmaster.
As long as there's a cherry on top.
It's Ticketmaster fees is what it is. It's like when you go and purchase a ticket, you just tell me what it's going to cost. Don't tell me it's going to be this. Oh, but we're going to charge you for this, for this. Just give me the whole cost. That's why I feel about a season ticket package. Season ticket package is $1,000. Tell me it's $1,000, and then just give me my tickets.
They do tell you.
Yes, but they put the prices of the games that it's all bogus. It's bogus. And it's not just believe me, they do it in the Red Wings do it, the
unbelievable.
Pistons do it. It's because you don't pay for tickets. You never paid for tickets.
But if I'm spending $1,000 to go see the Lions play all year long,
Right.
season tickets are
Right.
$1,000.
Right.
And they say you can come for free for the preseason games. But if they say, oh, it's $1,000, but we're going to charge you the same amount for the preseason games as we do the regular season games, but your price is still $1,000.
I'd rather
you're
pay-
going to bitch about it.
I'd rather pay $1,000 for 8 home games.
Doug, can you imagine this guy? We hear the great news yesterday. I don't know how you feel about the Tigers playing in the Little League World Series. I think I can imagine that you would be somewhat excited about it.
I think it's cool.
I think it's cool
as
too.
hell.
He found
And
a negative.
Yeah.
What's the negative?
Tigers have to give up a home game. A 30,000 seat gate that they usually don't get, but because they play the Yankees in the summer, they would get that.
Does that money go to you?
No. Does this salary cap money go to me?
Are
No.
we really that worried about one home gate?
I'm that worried about it? No, I'm not losing sleep over it. It's just worth a mention. And then my weird, odd mentions, as you know,
there,
get
right there.
blown out
Right
of
there.
proportion
No,
by
no.
these
No.
guys.
Right there.
Yeah.
Weird, odd. I mean, I got it too. I can't get over it. You can't play quarterback wearing the number 50. You just can't. I'm fully convinced it affected his performance.
If he
It
was
makes
wearing
no
8,
sense.
he would have performed better.
Yes, it makes zero sense. It
we all
makes
have-
no sense at all. I got it.
Yeah.
I don't want to see a hockey goalie wearing the number 7. Like there's certain things that just
Marcus Stroman pitching wearing number 6 or whatever his number is.
Bo Brisky in the number 4. Like how are you attempting to perform with the number 50 on playing quarterback?
I know. It must have really weighted him down.
It's so dumb. But I mean.
You guys asked Goff what he would change it to, and he said
That was-
99.
yeah.
That was
Then
fun.
he danced around with some other answers.
Yes,
But at the
which
end
was
of the
very
day,
funny.
yeah, we all have stupid, quirky things, and I'm included in that.
Yeah.
And if Stoney doesn't do something a little weird, a little off center,
Yeah,
wouldn't you be worried?
I know.
Yes,
I know. Just
exactly.
imagine how mad he would
It's
be if
authentic.
they played the Field of Dreams.
It's authentic. The same season, give up 2 home games.
Oh my God. Yeah. Instead of 81, you're going to have 79?
So the last time they did something like this, they gave up a road game when they played the Royals in Omaha when were the home of the College World Series.
Is that right?
Who was the pitcher?
I don't remember.
Mike Maroth.
I don't remember the year, but I remember they did
I
it.
have no idea.
What do you have on your show? Hopefully some civility. You have nobody.
That's what we're featuring today, is civility. Yes.
Civility, yes.
Civility is what it's going to be all about.
All right. Carson Anderson, the Civility Hour. Next, 97.1 The Ticket.
the Nittany Lions will host Michigan in Happy Valley. And while
Correct.
it's not a night game in the whole spectacle of a whiteout at night, it is still a place that Michigan has struggled, losing 2 of the last 3 in Happy Valley. The one win was against a 7-6 Penn State team, and it came down to the wire. This is not expected to be a 7-6 Nittany Lions team. This is a preseason top 10 team who brings back 4 of 5 offensive linemen. That's a big deal, and you know that.
Sure.
2 really good running backs, and a majority of the front 7 that led the Big Ten in sacks a year ago. Would I not make the case that the Big Ten goes through Michigan, Penn State through Happy Valley?
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. New studio. Looks good in here. It's all clean and stuff. Everything looks brand new.
Does it have that new studio smell?
It's got that new studio smell, yeah.
Like that new car scent, right?
Like that new car scent, yeah. Love it. Very well done, engineers. They got this done in a hurry. The guys that were in here, the contractors.
Is it done?
It's not done, but it's mostly done. There's going to be a wall of TVs over there, which I look forward to. But looks great. Looks great. And bravo to the guys that got it done. We talked about it off the air a little bit. We're like, are they going to get this thing done in time? They got it done in time. So thank you. It means the video feed's back up. So check it out. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. You can see inside our new studio. Just a little bit of like trim work, and the media center over there needs to get mounted. But bottom line is it's up and running. It's functional. So anyway, you can check it out for yourself by going to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket. You can also go to yahoo.com, and on Yahoo, or not Yahoo, YouTube, sorry, youtube.com. You search up 971 The Ticket, and bang, there we are. I apologize. I'm going to screw up a lot today, all right? I'm just sin licensing right out of the gate. I do this about once a year, and today was the day I did it. I woke up this morning up north.
So when you woke up this morning, you were up north.
I was up north, and it feels like you're squeezing an extra day out of your trip up north when you go to bed on Sunday night up north. But then you got to wake up, and the hour that I got up today was obscene. But you get up in the middle of the night and you drive back. And it just feels like you get an extra day. If I'm driving home on Sunday, mentally, I don't enjoy Sunday. Sunday then seems like it's all about leaving. And is it a problem? It might be a Doug problem, sure. But about once a year, I do this. And this was that time.
And once a year, Gator thinks you're an idiot.
Yep. And Gator's out today, which probably doubles down on this being a stupid move. Being fatigued on a show with no Gator.
And he's always looking at you like,
yeah, like what the hell's wrong with you?
Why?
So this one was a little different, right? Because we did the Dream Cruise show on Saturday, which is an annual event, but my family went up north Friday night, and we actually went to we didn't go to our normal place. We went to we have some friends that got a place on Bear Lake, which is Arcadia Bluffs, Frankfort, Crystal Mountain area, right? Which we'd never been there. And I got my first look at Arcadia Bluffs, so that's a whole nother topic. And it was totally worth just driving in and looking around. It completely changed my appreciation for the place. But anyway, so I didn't get up there till Saturday night. It felt like, all right, if I'm getting up there Saturday night, I don't want to turn around and drive home on Sunday. So we made the call that we were driving back today. I got up at 2:30. We were on the road at 3:15. I dropped my son at soccer practice at 7 a.m. I got home, showered, and came into the office. I'm a little bit tired. And we will debate later in the show, because I think anybody that's ever, you know, if you make regular trips up north, or your cottage or your vacation home, wherever it is, from west side of the state, wherever it is, there's the choice that probably most logical people make, which is they just milk Sunday to the last minute and hop in the car at 9 o'clock. Or they do what I do, which is milk Sunday until you go to bed and you wake up in the middle of the night to come home. And we will debate. Which choice makes more sense. But thank you to the folks at Buick GMC dealers, Metro Detroit area Buick GMC dealers, and John Cooper, our good friend, who had us out there on Saturday. And in fact, we were on the air from 10 till noon, and then we went cruising up and down Woodward in their Hummer EV with the crab walk capability.
Did you use it?
Yeah, we did.
And?
It feels like you're on ice.
Were you driving or just a passenger?
I was like, you know what? This seems like a bad idea to have me drive this vehicle for the first time with the crab walk capability in the traffic jam that is the Dream Cruise. So we opted not. I thought that was a bad call, so I did not. I was offered the opportunity, turned it down.
Did Gator?
Gator did not also. Which also I thought, now Coop had never used the crab walk.
So 3 guys who'd have never used it before.
Yeah. At the Dream Cruise. This all in all, it was probably not the wisest of plans, but we have fun with it. And, Dream Cruise is great. And honestly, I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but you should get out there and experience at least once. And, you know, for people who live out there, I get it. It can be probably a nuisance after a while, but it's just a great thing. And you know what? One of the best parts about it is if you want it to be, it's free. It's a free event. And, you know, celebrating Detroit's car culture and the number of people with coolers and lawn chairs, packing their own lunch, bringing their own drinks, bringing their own seats. It's great. It's really, really cool. So I had a good time.
I'm sure Gator did too, because he's not an expert. He'll tell you that, but he just loves the classic cars.
Well, that's the thing is there was also the bonus of where we broadcast from. You can see the cars go by, and he's just loving that because he is a car guy. There was a taco truck to our immediate right.
You lost him.
Yep.
You lost him. There was a taco truck?
There was a taco truck. And I was just waiting for somebody to show up with like a rolling guitar shop or something. And that would have been we would have lost Gator completely. But he's off today. There's plenty to talk about, including Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Your Champ and Chump at a weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Who you got for Champ and Chump at a weekend? You've obviously heard Kang behind the glass. Kang will give us his Champ and Chump. I'll have mine today at 10:35. We want yours at 248-539-9797. And we got a Lions game to digest. Oh, do we ever? We'll get to that today at 10:18. Here on Carson Anderson. Here on 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, need a refreshing cocktail with a vodka that has unparalleled purity and unmistakable taste? Stoli Vodka, it's the right choice. Whether you're mixing up classic cocktails or savoring it on the rocks, Stoli Vodka delivers an experience like no other. So, if you're in the mood for a premium vodka that stands above the rest, Stoli Vodka is the one for you. Make your moments memorable. Raise your glass and let the spirit of Stoli ignite your senses. Remember, folks, life is all about embracing the extraordinary, and Stoli Vodka is here to elevate your every celebration. Grab a bottle today and experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka, it's the taste of excellence. Cheers. Well, that was not a game to behold. Not a thing of beauty by any stretch of the imagination. It's kind of like the Ark of the Covenant. Just don't look directly at it and you'll be fine. So, look, we all think we act appropriately at all times or react appropriately to what we see from our teams at times. I'm going to tell you how I process what happened on Saturday afternoon at Ford Field. And then you can decide either A, yeah, Doug, that's how I process it, or maybe that'll help you process it, A, or B, maybe you say I'm a fool for looking at it this way. 14 offensive regulars did not play. 9 defensive regulars did not play. Trying to look at that game, which was ugly, and draw any long-term conclusion from it in terms of what it means for the Lions season, if I were to do that, I would feel like I am being foolish. There is individual performance is fine. That's one thing. But it's clear that the Lions have approached the preseason in such a way that trying to extrapolate that performance in Ford Field with the uniforms on, playing another team with officials and everything, trying to extrapolate anything out of that into what it means for the regular season, I personally think is foolish. So I'm not going to try to do that. Now, will I judge individual performances and whether or not guys, how it impacts their future? I think we can talk about that. But the Lions are doing it differently. For Dan Campbell and for Brad Holmes and his staff, given where this team and this organization is right now, the Lions are using the preseason games for depth on the roster for those guys, for that to sort itself out. The get you prepared part are the joint practices. The Lions put the ones on the field against the Giants once, twice, fully padded, and once fully padded against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The second time against the Jags was just in shells, helmets and shoulder pads and shorts. They use those to get ready for the season. That's where your starters play. That's where the ones play. That's where those guys get ready for the season. The rest, what we see in the games, those are battles for roster spots. Now, there's a couple of players that are doing more than battling for roster spots, but for the most part, it's virtually impossible to judge the players that might be counted on given who they're playing with. Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater and Nate Sudfeld struggled against an offensive line that will not once this year be used. That combination won't be used in a game. And we can sit here and we can say the backup offensive line looks terrible. But if you're only playing Matt Nelson with 4 regulars, or you're only playing Cody Sorsdahl with 4 regulars, I bet they do a lot better when they're all out there together. Right? I mean, I'm that's why I'm not panicked over the way the offensive line played. I'm not particularly panicked about the offense basically looking inept for most of the day, because those combinations that were on the field aren't going to be used in the regular season. Now, we'll get into some of the position battles and some of the battles on the depth chart. But I mean, 14 offensive regulars didn't play. Defensively, 9. 9 didn't play. And it was interesting who did, and that Jack Campbell played as much as he did. But all the first 4 rookies that were taken in the first 2 rounds, those guys all sat out. Talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. Talking about Brian Branch. Oh, Brian Branch played, did he? No, he didn't play. My bad. Brian Branch didn't play. and Sam Laporta didn't play. Now, we can debate whether this is the right or wrong thing to do, because you've got Andy Reid over there in Kansas City, who's at this point in his career, he's like a coaching yogi, and he played Patrick Mahomes 3 series. In Buffalo, Josh Allen played 3 series. Russell Wilson played in Denver. Is it smart what they're doing? Is this the new model? Is this model only being used because it applies to this team? Like, I'm thinking this through. Is this going to be Dan Campbell's philosophy when it comes to preseason? Joint practices to work the starters, games to work the depth and to make cuts? Or is it just because, hey, I got a team that I know what I have for the most part, and I know what I'm going to get out of them for the most part, and I'm not going to risk them in game situations. We'll get our work done in the joint practices. Is this going to cost them? Because if they hold this core group of players out, and we don't know that they will or they won't, but they got one more preseason game coming up Friday at Carolina, and if they don't play, then they jump right in with the defending Super Bowl champions 2 weeks from Thursday without having played any preseason games. And the question becomes, is the joint practice work, which we've watched, and you know what it looks like? It looks like football's being played, starter on starter. It's just a little weird because, there's coaches standing on the field and there's players on the field, and it's a practice, but they're just not doing it in front of the fans. And I think this is where you can question a little bit what's going on. Because you know what I never heard? Sam Laporta dropped the pass. Didn't hear that. Didn't see that. Now, I'm sure he probably did at some point in training camp. But the first pass thrown to him in a stadium with fans, he dropped. Now, this isn't the end of Sam Laporta, but just think about that, right? Getting used to live game action is a part of being a rookie. And some of these rookies are basically having their live game snaps in the preseason. They're not getting many of them. Now, maybe that changes Friday. But we're talking about the preseason is there to prepare for the regular season, to get yourself ready to be at peak performance level when we go live. And when this thing goes live 2 weeks from Thursday with the expectations they have, the question is, will they be ready?
This is, Doug, where I want people to call their shot now. Do not call Friday after the Chiefs game and say, see, I told you one way or the other.
Right.
Because they should have played more. They shouldn't. It's a good thing they didn't play at all. No, now's the time to say it. We know everyone's going to have something to say after week 1 or after Thursday night versus Kansas City. But right now, how do people feel about this?
Well,
because that's happening in real time. We don't know what's going to happen yet, but you have a feeling on it. I know people listening have a feeling of how Dan Campbell's treating the preseason and the joint practices. Tell us, because I think, Doug, you're right. This is the future, at least for Dan Campbell. When they have these joint practices, that's where they get to work in with the ones. Those guys aren't going to play in the preseason games. They're getting their work against ones in joint practices. That's why actually, I don't know if we're going to see Goff. I think they know what they have in the veterans, and they get their work in hitting other teams, players, other guys that aren't wearing lines blue in practice.
Well, I think we can see the value of having some of the young guys get out there and perform, but
that's where I might play it, though, because you mentioned Laporta gets out there for his first time and he drops a pass, right? For the new guys, the real young guys, I do think they need to kind of suit up and get at least a series or two in, because it's a different animal from practice to the bright lights to a stadium. And if you haven't experienced that before, you need to get that in now.
So you're calling the shot that they need to play some guys Friday.
The younger guys.
Okay.
Not the veterans. Like I was surprised Laporta did not suit up. But what is that? What does that say about the tight end room? What does that say about how they feel about him? I think a guy like that needs to suit up in preseason games, just because, like I said, it's it's just a different animal than college. You know, the lights come on. Some guys are good practice players. Some guys, come Sunday, aren't the same players.
All right, 248-539-9797. Yeah, we call it first guessing, right? We're first guessing. Do you first guess this approach to the preseason? Because seriously, I cannot believe how much Patrick Mahomes played. I don't know if there's a player in the NFL that needs preseason less than Patrick Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes was out there for 3 full series. Look, I didn't watch the game, but I saw a highlight where he gets flushed out of the pocket. He's scrambling to the sideline. I'm like, he's about to take a hit. Patrick Mahomes, the most valuable player, an asset you can have in this league, is about to take a preseason hit. Now, he avoided it. But if I were a Chiefs fan, I'd be like, our guy doesn't need this. But here in Detroit, I mean, our guys aren't going live at all. Because even in those joint practices, you don't hit the quarterback. You don't hit the quarterback. In preseason games, you do. So call a shot now. Do they need to play get the starters some playing time Friday night? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson, Gator out today. We'll get to our Champ and Chump today at 10:35 and read some of your nominations coming in. Champ and Chump of the weekend. We do it every Monday. Post on our website on Tuesday. Who do people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend? A lot of champs to choose from. Chump's going to be interesting. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Guy made a case. We'll talk about the 53-man roster today. We also got to get into some Tiger talk. You got to pay attention to what's going on over there, because they might be establishing a core for the future. But we will get to that. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Gator is out. Doug Karsh, Kang, the producer behind the glass. And again, those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube, you're seeing the new upgraded 97.1 The Ticket studios. If you haven't checked them out, go to twitch.tv, search bar 97.1 The Ticket. Bam, there we are. The new studios, which look great. Engineers did a great job. Also, the stream on YouTube. Go to YouTube and search up 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Look, I mean, you can handle it however you want, and you can second guess all you want. In our line of work, in our business, we always try very hard to first guess things. And the question is, are the Lions, with this approach to the preseason, is it going to lead to a slow start? Or are they getting everything they need out of those joint practices, which really feels to me like that's the clear message being sent by Dan Campbell. Ones-on-ones, joint practices. They've had 3 fully padded and 1 in shells against 2 different teams, and that's where you see the starters and maybe a few backups. But the games, that's mostly for depth chart guys and who's going to make the roster and who isn't. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, because whenever we hear and read the practice reports that are coming out of the joint practices, who's it about? It's about the ones. It's about the guys who are going to, play every single week. The 2s and 3s, their work apparently is for, the Friday, Saturday night game. I think it's weird because Kansas City, you just mentioned, Patrick Mahomes is playing. And the Lions starters, Jared Goff has not played. It's almost like who's going to win? Which way is going to be the better way? We'll decide on Thursday, September 7th, right?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, and I'm not here to spend a whole lot of time second-guessing Andy Reid. He's a pretty damn good coach. But I saw that before the game started. We talked about it Saturday morning. Like, why are they doing that? And then he played. It did Mahomes and played, but Josh Allen played a bunch. So, these are some of the most valued commodities in the league, in sports. Like the potential of the franchise quarterback who doesn't. I mean, I can't think of anybody that needs a preseason less than Patrick Mahomes. Maybe a kicker. But
yeah, I don't want to question Andy Reid, Super Bowl winning coach or anything, but if up to me, I don't care. Like Patrick Mahomes does not need to play in the preseason. Mm-hmm. But a lot of times these players, they want to suit up and they want to get out there and get some action. It's not worth it, in my opinion, especially if you're getting good work in with these joint practices. A lot of times the guys used to play in the preseason because they were sick of hitting each other. But joint practices has become such a common thing now, where everyone, now you finally do get to hit somebody that's not your teammate. Obviously, I mentioned it in my football questions, the tempers are flaring throughout all across football field, practice fields across America because they finally get to hit another team. And yeah, they're emotional. They're getting, they're letting some anger out finally. But yeah, I don't need to see the veterans play.
248-539-9797. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. My champ of the weekend is Spencer Torkelson from the Tigers. Homered again yesterday. He had 4 in the last week. Tork is finishing this season on a high. Great to see the former 1-1 start to maybe show that he's going to be worth it. The power stroke is coming along. He hit 4 home runs the first 2 months of the season. He's hit 18 the last 2.5 months. Spencer Torkelson, my champ of the weekend. Kang?
My champ of the weekend is going to be from the UFC 292 new bantamweight champion Sugar Sean O'Malley. He beat TKO, knocked out Aljamain Sterling, who was considered and still might be considered the best bantamweight of all time. New and upcomer Sugar Sean O'Malley. I'm going to make him my champ of the weekend. Great performance by him.
My champ of the weekend, and I'm going to enjoy this because it's funny, but I'm going with the New York Yankees. The Yankees, who have lost 7 in a row. They got swept by Boston. They held a team meeting Friday night, promptly got pounded on Saturday night. Fangraphs has the Yankees' chances of making the playoffs at 0.4%. The Tigers' chance of making the playoffs is 1.3%. Think about that for a second. The Yankees and Red Sox played a series this weekend for the first time in history, according to ESPN, that these two teams were playing a series while one occupied last place in the American League East and the other occupied next to last place in the American League East. So I may as well champ the Red Sox while I'm at it, or chump the Red Sox while I'm at it too. Yankees, my chump of the weekend.
Doug, you had me at Yankees. You didn't explain why they were your chump of the weekend.
Fair enough.
You can do that every weekend if you want. My chump of the weekend is going to be the Tuohys and Michael Orr, both of them, because I don't have enough information who messed up more in this situation where now Michael Orr is suing them because he thought he was adopted and there were conservatorship issues and all this stuff. So till the full story comes out, I just can't believe it got to this point. You know, I mean, they've known him since he was in high school, and we all thought this was it was a Disney movie. You know, we thought this was a storybook movie or storybook tale, but apparently there's a lot of other stuff going on we don't know about, some chump in both of them. I don't like how this thing ended up the way it is, but here we are.
All right, so get your champ and chump votes in, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Darren, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Darren?
Hey, what's up, guys? Champ, I got to steal your thunder there, Doug. It's got to be Torque the way he's been hitting the ball. Chump, Wander Franco, for obvious reasons. Don't need to get into that.
Yeah.
As far as the Lions, I think as far as playing ones, that ship has sailed. You can't do it on a Friday night before a Thursday game. But the way I look at it, I mean, look at in the past, in the very recent past, you've injured Ragnow in the preseason. You've injured Swift in the preseason, Taylor Decker in the preseason. I think they're just taking a different tack this year, and they're going to see if it helps out. You know, go in fresh, go in healthy. And, I mean, I know I've been awfully angry in the past when we've lost starters due to injury in the preseason. It seems so senseless. So, you know, I see the logic.
Okay, I mean, look, for people who couldn't understand him, he basically said they've lost guys in the past in the preseason to injury, and I get it. I mean, obviously you are protecting players. I'll tell you what was curious, though. Why was Jack Campbell out there so much? And there's nothing wrong. Like, I'm okay with it, but it seems kind of inconsistent, doesn't it? You know, he's a guy that's going to be relied on. They sat Anzalone. Rodrigo and Derek Barnes played. And Jack Campbell played. All the rest of the rookies. Now, maybe Campbell needs it more in their estimation. And that's possible. But they just look at Jack Campbell and say, no, you know what? That guy's got to play. That guy's got to play. And, okay. But they drew the line somewhere, like at which players aren't playing and which ones are playing. And it's really interesting to me that Campbell was the rookie that was taken in the first two rounds. He was the only one who played.
Yeah, before the game happened, Coach Campbell said that we're going to sit veterans and even some rookies. And so that left us to debate, which rookies is he going to sit? And now that we found out, you know, he sat Gibbs, sat Laporta, sat Branch, played Campbell a ton. Does that say that, hey, we love our linebacking room and this is a great time to get Campbell reps? Because if he does for some reason get a little dinged up, we love Rodrigo, we love Derek Barnes. Anzalone, of course, is already a locked-in starter. And then what does that say about the tight end room, for example?
Yeah.
Hey, we can't afford to lose this second-round rookie because our tight end room is they already lost one tight end for the year. And now they have, Brock Wright and Mitchell as the other two guys? I'm a guy who I want to see the young guys play a little bit in the preseason because they've never done it before. The veterans are one thing, but the young guys, Laporta, I would have liked to see him out there.
248-539-9797. Do you approve of the way the Lions are preparing for the season? Are you starting to get uneasy in this new world order with the 3 preseason games and the 17th regular season game and a team with an expectation? Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and the Lions brain trust has decided to go this direction. Joint practices, that's where your ones play. And that's where, but I mean, there were 23 regulars that didn't take a snap on Saturday afternoon against the Jags. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, champ and chump votes. Hey, Hall Financial, the lender that saved Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their exclusive no-fee home loan. God, everybody hates fees, right? You look at it, it's just an additional overcharge, as Putty once said. Hall Financial is proud to announce Michigan's first no-fee home loan exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better, with the no-fee loan, you'll stay locked into the no-fee program, ensuring you don't pay fees to Hall Financial when it's time to refi. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to both new purchases and refis. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online. CallHallFirst.com. That's CallHallFirst.com.
The Nittany Lions will host Michigan in Happy Valley. And while
Correct.
it's not a night game in the whole spectacle of a whiteout at night, it is still a place that Michigan has struggled, losing 2 of the last 3 in Happy Valley. The one win was against a 7-6 Penn State team, and it came down to the wire. This is not expected to be a 7-6 Nittany Lions team. This is a preseason top 10 team who brings back 4 of 5 offensive linemen. That's a big deal, and you know that.
Sure.
2 really good running backs, and a majority of the front 7 that led the Big Ten in sacks a year ago. Would I not make the case that the Big Ten goes through Michigan, Penn State, through Happy Valley?
We'll talk some Tigers before the show is done because they're worth talking about today, and maybe a core establishing themselves for the future. But I'm enjoying this late season surge, even though it has little to do with like a real playoff chase or anything like that. We're trying to find out what they got, and some of what we hope they got starting to stand out. There's a bit of a warning sign in there as well, but we'll get to that before the show is over. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. First, let's get back to your phone calls. Tony is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tony?
Not much. You were asking the question about why was Campbell playing so much. And on the Lions team, isn't one of the linebackers the guy who calls the defensive plays?
Correct. Green dot.
Okay. So I think they were trying to give him better experience at that, because it would be hard to replicate that. You'd have to have a game situation, because you got to quickly determine what's the offense presenting, and and especially if the quarterback is changing the play on the offense, in real time. So Campbell would have to do the same thing, and I think that's the reason why. It's more of a compliment to him and elevating him more to a stronger position as the linebacker who calls the plays.
You might be right. Because that's a guy that has a lot riding on his shoulders. I would argue that virtually every rookie at every position needs to see things and needs to experience them, but only one of them is going to be serving as like potentially the on-field captain, and that would be Jack Campbell.
And also, especially because you need a real-time situation. You can't just, replicate that any other way.
Yep. No, I think you could be onto something there. And that makes some sense, because a lot of the things I've seen come in, you could apply to everybody. Like, he just needs the experience. Well, so does Laporta, so does Jahmyr Gibbs, so does Brian Branch. But that's what's different about Campbell's situation than everybody else. So you very well might be right. Thank you for the phone call, Tony. 248-539-9797. Otis is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Otis?
Doug, I absolutely love it. I have learned over the last few years to really trust this coaching staff, trust this head coach and what he's doing. And the more I see of him and more every year I see what they're doing, I'm loving it. And I think Campbell's doing the right thing, because it's really about the other guys that need to make this team that you need to see the most of. What they're doing at practice and scrimmages, I think, is enough to give these guys some work. Their sets and their schemes and all that stuff that they got to work on. I think they get enough in practice and hit somebody in these scrimmage games that they have. I think it's more about the young kids that are coming in that don't have a pathway in the NFL right now. They're not sure. So I think they're getting a really good look at them and letting the other guys just rest and stay healthy. I think that's a great, logical thing to do.
So, yeah, the way we've talked about it, laid it out, and the way you just put it, it does make a lot of sense. It doesn't come without potential downsides, right? We've talked about how when the lights are on and a team is going, in front of fans, everything speeds up, and suddenly you do something uncharacteristic like drop a pass. That you need those reps in those situations to get comfortable in those situations, and that could come back and haunt them 2 weeks from Thursday. Now, it's not the end of the world. They're not expected to win that game. If you look at the Vegas point spread, I'm sure they're not thinking of it that way, and it's a wonderful opportunity to right out of the gate measure up against the best in the league. But you don't want it to come down to somebody's inexperience costs them in a close football game. So that's the potential downside here. The other potential downside, and something that, are you really getting a fair look at Nate Sudfeld and Teddy Bridgewater? Are you really getting a fair look at those guys? Because they're both running for their lives. They've got receivers that don't seem interested in making contested catches, or at least capable. Like, that's the thing, is the NFL, you have to be able to make a contested catch. And are they always running the right routes? I know that that's not been the case this preseason. So are we getting a fair assessment of what Sudfeld and Bridgewater can do? And are we giving them a chance to ramp up for the season only playing with backups? And I guess the answer is probably that they already know what Sudfeld and Bridgewater are capable of. But for a guy that probably is going to make the team, but there's no guarantee Sudfeld's going to make the team, I'd be getting a little irritated, like, hey, I could use a little bit of help in trying to make this team.
Yeah, because the common theme I'm getting from the feedback right now is what happened to the depth we were sold, right? The depth that everyone's talking about. Oh, this team's deeper. They got more guys. If a guy goes down, hey, not too big of a drop-off like it was in years past. But how many times are you going to lose your entire offensive starting line in a game?
That's
yeah. If that happens, you're screwed. I'm sorry to tell you, it ain't going to be pretty. I don't care what team it is in the NFL. If you lose your entire receiving core, you're probably screwed. So, although I do understand some of the concerns because we were kind of told and kind of reading about and hearing about like, hey, they're deeper this year. I also know they're not going to start an entire, front of backup guys, an entire, back of backup guys. It's not going to be like this. And yeah, although I don't think Nate Sudfeld's that good, I understand what you're saying. It's a great point. I mean, he's working with lesser talent out there.
Yeah, and I mean, I used the example earlier of Cody Sorsdahl, the freshman, the rookie offense. I'm tired, man.
Man, you're in college football mode already. All right. You got to get ready.
I think I've called YouTube Yahoo twice. I'm Doug Karsch. That's Scott Anderson. I haven't messed that up. Gator's out today. I'm the one that's here, but I got up at 2:30 today.
What's Goff, like an 8th-year senior? I mean, what's he working on?
Yeah,
is he a doctor yet?
He's using the COVID shirt. What the hell was I talking? Oh, Sorsdahl. Yeah, the reason. Yeah, he didn't. Some guys are going to struggle, but if let's just say we plug him in for an injured Jonah Jackson or whatever, is he going to look as bad playing next to Penei Sewell? No. Between Ragnow and Sewell? No. So, you're finding examples of one-on-one battles, but collectively, the group as a whole, yeah, it's going to struggle. Now, to be fair, they're going up against a lot of backups too. Like I was looking up guys making plays for Jacksonville, and I'm like, depth chart guy, depth chart guy, depth chart guy. So there's also a little bit of, hey, the guys we're about to cut aren't as good as the guys that you're about to cut. There could be some of that going on. But, I mean, let's face it. I said at the beginning of the show, and not everybody heard the very beginning, I am extrapolating nothing from the preseason games in terms of what it means for the season. There's some individual battle stuff that matters, but for our own mental health, I think it's foolish given that 14 offensive regulars and 9 defensive regulars didn't play in this game. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get some feedback coming in and a bunch of champ and chump votes. From an unnamed texter, my controversial chump of the weekend is Dan Campbell. I am not on board with the starters not taking a single preseason rep. It could cause a massive blow-up in Kansas City. Champ of the weekend is Jack Campbell. The more I see of him, the more I'm convinced a few seasons from now he'll be the best linebacker in the league. Well, welcome on board the Jack Campbell bandwagon. There's plenty of room for everyone. You're going to go so far as to chump Dan Campbell. I have my questions. And when you say the starter's not taking a single preseason rep, I guess I would question and ask, do the preseason reps in joint practices count? The veterans especially don't need to get used to the speed and the fans and the stands and the lights and et cetera, et cetera. But that's what they seem to be banking. They seem to be banking reps in joint practices, which aren't televised, which are in front of some fans, but not a ton. But I think that's what they're counting on. Does that, in your estimation, not count as a preseason rep? And this guy apparently not.
Yeah, but at least he's calling a shot now.
He is calling a shot now, yeah.
I mean, yeah, we asked for it, right?
We did. We did ask for people to call their shot.
He wants them to play.
He's calling a shot. Champ is the Lions for signing Bridgewater. Oh, I'm sorry. My chump is the Lions for signing Bridgewater. It looks like a waste of money. Do you think, first of all, last week, I did not see Bridgewater take one rep. So I was actually a little surprised they started him. Now, I didn't see every moment of every practice. We were out there one day, and I read that on Wednesday, he took a few reps. On Thursday, we were on the air, but I'm almost sure he didn't take any reps in the live scrimmage stuff with the Jags. So the fact that he struggled doesn't surprise me. Also, given who he was on the field with. I mean, look, some of those plays, it was snap, run for your life. My chump is the Lions for signing Bridgewater. Looks like a waste of money. My champ is Torkelson. He may turn out to be the next Mickey Mantle. Well, this guy's a man of extremes right there. Champ Torkelson, Chump Nate Sudfeld. God, I'm not encouraged by Sudfeld either, but I really don't think he's been given much of a chance. But then again, he does run with they do put him in the joint practices, so they're probably getting a read on him there.
Yeah, and those reports don't seem that promising, though.
No, they don't. That's true. Brian in Waterford said, my champ is Sugar Shane O'Malley. My chump is the Lions' second-string offensive line.
We only need a couple of them to be good, right? Because we need a guy who's versatile, who can play inside and out, and we probably need a good backup tackle.
Yep, they've got Glasgow as the guy on the shelf, so that's 6. And then they're looking for 7 and 8. Champ Victor Hovland, clutch shots in the back 9, course record, Chump Sudfeld. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. We'll get to some Tiger talk next hour. Hey, might be something going on down there, and a bit of a warning sign as well. In the 11 o'clock hour, we'll do that. Plus, mix in your phone calls, feedback, tweets, and texts here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers and Yankees will be in Williamsport, Pennsylvania a year from now, selected to play in the Little League World Series Classic for 2024, and manager A.J. Hinch is already excited for it. And that game will take place on August 18th, 2024. As for the Tigers on the field, they get the Cubs next after winning their road trip. It's the only time they'll play this season. 3 games at Comerica Park. Tonight will begin at 6:40. Same time tomorrow, then an afternoon matchup on Wednesday downtown. All right here on 97.1 The Ticket with Dan Dickerson on the call. Following their second preseason game, the Lions players have a day off before the preparations begin for a third exhibition. They'll be at Carolina on Friday for one last chance at earning roster spots. And there is one more preseason game for this past week, which will play tonight. The Commanders versus the Ravens on Monday Night Football. And for those who really like sports betting, Baltimore favored by 1.5 on the road. And by the way, the Ravens haven't lost a preseason game since 2015. They've won 24 straight. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Got a studio renovation here at 97.1. Everything in here is brand new. Looks great. Great job by the engineers and the contractors that came in and got it done. Well done, boys. Cameras are back up and running, so you can see it on twitch.tv or go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket. And bam, there we are in the new studios. Gators out today, 248-539-9797. Got a lot to discuss. Monday's Mean Champ and Chump, of course, and just took a host of Champ and Chump votes via the ticket text. Take them via phone call as well. Who you got? Had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Want to champ a lot of the people out there at the Dream Cruise. Had a lot of fun there Saturday, and met a lot of listeners. Then I headed up north right afterwards and stayed until 2:30 this morning. I was on the road at 3:15. I'm a little fatigued today. That's why I do it about once a year, and I'm wondering if I can continue doing it.
I feel like you regret it more and more every year, Doug.
Maybe, but I don't. The last day up there, like the Sunday, if we're leaving, it feels like the whole day is about preparing to leave. It's all centered around leaving, and I feel like you get robbed of a day. So I took the day. Had a great time. Pulled the ripcord about 10 p.m. last night. Was up at 2:30 on the road at 3:15, and well,
I mean, we're going to get more into it later, but right there, you told me 45 minutes is all it took for you to get going. So I don't know about preparing all night to leave.
Yeah,
you just told me 45 minutes, like you're on the road.
Yeah,
from when you woke up.
Yep.
You can do it.
Yeah, we'll get into the debate a little bit later on. But we'll talk some Tigers, too, coming up today at 11:18. 248-539-9797. DJ is next here on 97.1. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, man? How you been? You been all right?
I'm good. I'm just fatigued.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, here's what I call to say, man. I am more excited to be a Lions fan than I ever have been in my 44 years on the planet. I love the fact that Dan Campbell is not playing veterans and that sort of thing in the preseason, because you know what that shows us? For the first time, we got some real talent. We got some real battles going on against each other and amongst each other. You understand what I'm saying? Like, Penei Sewell going against Hutch every day. Our safety group going against our wide receivers. He's looking at it like, I know that my guys are going against each other, and they're going to get more work going against each other than these meaningless preseason games. That's what that's really saying. He's just sitting back saying, I'm ready. We loaded. Let's do it. So I love it. I love everything that they're doing.
It's an interesting conclusion that you've drawn from this. I haven't heard them talk about that, and I don't know that our secondary benefits going against this group of wide receivers, because I don't think it's a huge strength of this team, although probably underrated in a lot of regards considering what they did last year through the air. I mean, maybe we should just look at it as the defense going against this passing offense, which was top 5 in the NFL a year ago. So, yeah, I don't see it the way you see it necessarily, DJ, because I think they're emphasizing and valuing the joint practices. But your point is every rep you take against a credible Lions team, a good Lions team, helps the other side of the ball, whether you play offense or defense.
Absolutely. And have we ever seen that from this organization? And I don't want to get the horn blown on me if it was Mike and them, but so yesterday I got a chance to go to my good friend Rob Parker's journalism Hall of Fame thing at 24 Seconds. I asked you guys Terry Foster. I met him for the first time. And I said, man, just give me your thoughts on the Lions. He told me, he said, man, they're an organization. Like, they're real. I'm buying it. He said, it's the first time that they're a real organization with a real team. That's where I'm at. I think we have talent. We got players. And I just think from top to bottom, yeah, there are some weak points. Like, the receiver room is not that strong. But I just think that it said that he knows we got players and we ready to play. So they ain't really got to be bothered with preseason for real. That's what it shows. We ready to rock and roll. That's what it's telling me.
Interesting, DJ. Thank you for the phone call. And I spent years and years being told by Terry Foster, referring to me as young Douglas, because he thinks I get too excited at times. And so it's interesting hearing Terry's take. Grizzled veteran of the Detroit media. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Champ and Chump every Monday. More votes and feedback coming in. Champ is the Tigers, taking 3 of 4 from Cleveland. Chump is the Lions backups. So much for the Lions have depth narrative that you guys push. That's from Mike. Well, we've addressed it already. I'm not blown away, but you got to remember these depth guys all won't be on the field together, right? They won't all be on the field together.
Yeah, like I said, you can't, if your entire starting line goes down, offensive line, yeah, you're in trouble.
Yep.
I don't
They
care
don't
what
have that
team.
much depth.
Yeah, what team in the NFL you are. If your entire secondary goes down, you're going to be in trouble. Your entire receiving core goes down, you're going to be in trouble.
Let's call it what it is, too. The strength of their team is the offensive line. When they're parading out one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, it gives everyone around them chance to be successful. Quarterbacks, the running backs, the wide receivers. Now, they are playing all backups up front, and the quarterbacks, the running backs, and the wide receivers don't have that opportunity, and they're all trying to establish themselves. I'm not surprised they struggled. Maybe I'm a little surprised at how much they've struggled, how much they struggled in that game. But I'm not worried that guys who are about to get cut, how they play. It's the guys that they are going to rely on. Like somewhere in that mix, somebody's going to be the fifth wide receiver. Those guys were all running around the field trying to be that fifth wide receiver. Somewhere in that mix, somebody's got to grab that third running back spot. And the guys that were carrying the ball on Saturday are trying to be that third running back. I'm not losing a ton of sleep over who the fifth wide receiver is and the third running back. But I'll tell you what group does look deep. Secondary. Starling Thomas and Stephen Gilmore. I mean, are these two undrafted free agents going to make this team? They might. More feedback coming in. Glad they aren't playing the starters. There's an element of surprise going into Arrowhead. How Ben Johnson's going to deploy Gibbs, Demo, and Laporta is an unknown, as well as AG with the secondary. Defensively, I think they will be able to do much more in coverage and games with blitzes with the personnel we now have. Let the O-line go into week 1 completely healthy. Unnamed texter, Kansas City is playing all their players. That will make them sharper going into the first game. The Lions are not, and I think we'll have to shake some rust off. There you go. There's someone who doesn't approve. I'm fine with the way the Lions are doing the preseason. Cuts down on injuries. Veterans ready. Veterans should be ready. Let the 2s and 3s fight it out. Injuries are a regular season killer. Some people like it. Some people don't. And we never know. There has been no official announcement as to what they are going to do Friday night. So maybe the plan all along is to play some of the starters Friday night. Could be in play. 248-539-9797. Okay. Let's talk some Tigers. Bit of a warning sign. Something happened over the weekend. We will get to that today at 11:20. But also some good stuff going on, right? That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. a very important part of the discussion as it pertains to the Lions is Teddy Bridgewater wearing number 50. That might be the core of his struggles, is wearing the number 50. I could not get used to it, man. I know it doesn't mean anything, but it made me borderline uncomfortable. Quarterbacks should not be wearing the number 50. And every once in a while, I have to take a stand. I am taking a stand. Quarterbacks cannot wear numbers higher than 19. That's it. No more of this. How's he expected to play with the extra digit there? I mean, every time Sean Smith, the lead referee, announced the quarterback is number 50 because he had to report as eligible as the quarterback, I cracked up. What are we doing?
Did the jersey look heavier to you, Doug?
It did. It looked wrong.
This jersey just feels heavier.
Did it? I mean, seriously, didn't it look wrong?
It doesn't look natural.
No.
You know, we're not used to this, of course.
Yep. Goalies, it's like the number one. Who was it that wore 20? Was it Belfour wore 20?
The Eagle?
Yeah, and then everybody else in the 30s, right? All right, you can get up there in 29, but I don't want to see a goalie wearing a number 5. You know? Just doesn't look right.
You know what? We see it in basketball, Doug.
I know.
Positionless basketball. Are we going positionless football where you can just wear any number?
You can wear any number, play any position. I don't. I got to tell you, I'm not sure I want to be in that world. I think we got to draw a line.
Because I think basketball, of course, you could pick, other than college, numbers above 5, right?
Right.
When you get to the NBA, I feel like even they had numbers they had stuck to. Like the bigger guys wore bigger digits, 40s, 50s.
Yep.
But then at some point, I don't even know if we knew when, big guys started wearing 11.
Yeah. And the point guards wore anything between 1 and 5, 10, 11, or 12, but nothing higher than 12.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's just, but I still don't like it when somebody goes parading out there in an NBA jersey, number 78. I just like, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, in their eyes, it looks cool. And I'm like, I can't relate to that. This is a weird thing, a weird way to feel, but I'm like, you can't play quarterback with a number 50. Cut it out. All right, so the Tigers. What's going on with the Tigers? Are we seeing the young core develop that's going to be here for a while? 3 guys that might be your 2, 3, 4 hitters, your 3, 4, 5 hitters in Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and Kerry Carpenter. It's been awfully encouraging. I mean, Carpenter has 6 home runs in the last 9 games. And he's healthy, and he's playing the field respectably. Torque, finding that power stroke has been awesome. And I don't know if he stands taller at the plate or just stands more confidently at the plate, but it feels like he's catching up to this. And the theory that he got hurt by the lack of minor league at bats, I mean, maybe this is what it looks like, is that we just have to witness the struggling at the major league level, which had some people calling him a bust. And you know who you are out there. But he's really, really started to perform. And yeah, we took a lot of calls calling him a bust. I'm like, man, and I don't even think even yet I sound like it, but I'm really not taking a victory lap. This story is yet to be told. Riley Green, might be developing in one of the best young hitters in the American League right before our eyes. And it's tough to find guys that are good. The question is, are they really good? Like, are they just scraping the surface of what they can be? Is this who they actually are? Or is even this misleading? I mean, what you got to remember about one of the old metrics used to measure how effective you are as a hitter, there are only 4 American League position players that are qualified that are hitting above 298. 4. Right? Riley Green isn't qualified. But, I mean, somebody pointed out last week, it might have been the Birchie kid from our website, he's got an outside shot to win the American League batting crown if he can get himself eligible and get hot. But with that being the state of hitting for average, which isn't the only thing. I mean, like OPS is now deemed far more important, and the wins above replacement stat. There are a lot of guys that like Torque, but at his age, you can't help but let your mind wander as to what he might be trending towards. I mean, it feels like he's got a legitimate shot to hit 30 home runs here. And will that be a baseline expectation moving forward? That he'll be 30 plus? Could he push for 40? I mean, what's the next logical step if he is indeed just scraping the surface of what he can be? Kerry Carpenter is interesting, okay? I want to be on board. We all know Gator's on board, who's out today. And, you know, we've talked about his story and, you know, didn't really get recruited out of high school, went the junior college route, ended up Virginia Tech, showed some promise, got into the Tigers organization, and here he is blossoming. But you can't help but notice the same weekend that these guys have, the weekend that they did and the week that they did, that Eric Haas gets released. Because Eric Haas was kind of an out-of-the-blue success story, who in Detroit went from a 22 home run season to a 14 home run season to gone. And we all rooted for him, right? Local guy, wanted to see Eric Haas be successful here. And I often talk about not everybody on your championship caliber team is going to be a star. So who are the guys that survive the rebuild and are useful role players on a championship caliber team? We were rooting for Eric Haas. We were rooting for him. But this season was a struggle. Is Kerry Carpenter going to prove to be more than just the next Eric Haas? Is there sustainability here? God, it would be helpful. I mean, it would be really helpful. And in the midst of all this, here comes the next wave as Parker Meadows will likely make his debut tonight as he gets called up.
You have positives to look to, which is a good thing. Because I always say, even whether it's preseason, regular season, or you're out of a race, it's always better to look good than bad. Yep. And those, you know, the three young guys you mentioned, which could be possible cores of this team, they're looking good right now. And I don't completely dismiss that at all. Torque was 1-1, first round, first pick overall. So we expect things from him. Well, Riley Green was like 6th overall pick or something. So we expect things from him. From Torque, this is exactly what I want to see. I want to see power numbers. We heard all about the exit velo.
Yep.
And he was just getting unlucky. But at some point, you're like, I need results, not just, you know, analytics that says you're going to be good. I need to see that you can be good, that you are good. And these, what is it, 18 homers or 17 homers since June 1st or whatever? Mm-hmm. This is exactly what I want from Torque. I'm not really concerned about the batting average. It's going to be low when you're swinging for the fences a lot. But as long as he's connecting more than times than other guys, then I'll take it. Riley Green seems like the best all-around player that the Tigers have right now. And those two guys you're looking to build for. I can get behind those two guys. Kerry Carpenter. I'm not fully on board with Kerry Carpenter. He's having a great year. But you mentioned the Eric Haas's of the world. You mentioned other guys. Kerry Carpenter was the 19th round pick, I think. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that was a while ago. You can't, you don't just lock a guy into where he was drafted, but that just tells me this might be a flash. This might be out of nowhere. Did they actually find something? Because every time, was Akil Baddoo supposed to be something? In baseball, it's so much different than other sports, in my opinion, because it's so hard to hitting a baseball is so hard to consistently do it every year is asking a lot.
Yep. And in Carpenter's case, like, I want to be clear. I think neither you nor I are saying he's not going to be the answer. It's just wanting to see him keep it up, because guys out of the blue, sometimes, unfortunately, the career arc turns into Eric Haas, who the reality is he's a success story. Guy made it in the majors and had some really good seasons. Unfortunately, he's not going to be here, it doesn't look like, for the rebuild coming to fruition. So I hear where you're coming from. The thing about Torque is, if you look at everything, he's got 100 more at-bats so far than he had a year ago. But the numbers have jumped. He's got almost twice as many doubles that he had a year ago. He's got 3 times as many home runs as he hit a year ago. He's got about 3 times as many RBIs as a year ago. Almost twice as many walks as he had a year ago. His batting average is up 30 points over 1 year ago. His on-base percentage is up 30 points over 1 year ago. And his slugging percentage is up 120 points over a year ago. So that's 22 to 23. This is a very talented player. Much was expected with all those significant jumps, right? So, if you're still not satisfied, you think the strikeouts are too many or the batting average isn't high enough, got it. Yep. But guess what? What has he become between the age of 23 and the age of 24? Well, he turns 24 in a few days, actually. But what does he become next year and the year after? Because this feels like it's really trending in the right direction.
Yeah, next year is very important to see whether Torque's the real deal or not, in my mind. I get the question to me is like this hot streak since June 1st for all these guys. What does it mean? What does it really mean for next year? Is there any carryover? I don't think there is. That doesn't mean they're not good players, but like I said earlier, you'd rather be doing good than bad, but more so with the Kerry Carpenter thing, I'm more concerned about. The other two, Torque and Green, I feel more confident that they will continue that rise that you're talking about. The Carpenter thing, also defensively with Kerry Carpenter, he still has some learning to do there. What position is he going to play?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is it right field? I know he's still learning. Are they going to find a spot for him?
Might be a DH.
Yeah.
Might be. 248-539-9797. I'll make another prediction about the Tigers offseason. We'll get to that today at 11:35. Plus your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. It's a Monday here on Carson Anderson. Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket.
The Nittany Lions will host Michigan in Happy Valley. And while
Correct.
it's not a night game in the whole spectacle of a whiteout at night, it is still a place that Michigan has struggled, losing 2 of the last 3 in Happy Valley. The one win was against a 7-6 Penn State team, and it came down to the wire. This is not expected to be a 7-6 Nittany Lions team. This is a preseason top 10 team who brings back 4 of 5 offensive linemen. That's a big deal, and you know that. Sure. 2 really good running backs, and a majority of the front 7 that led the Big Ten in sacks a year ago. Would I not make the case that the Big Ten goes through Michigan, Penn State, through Happy Valley?
Next hour, we'll get into some interesting 53-man roster projections for the Lions. Talking Tigers right now, but of course, anything on your mind, fair game. It's open lines. And Mondays mean champ and chump. My champ of the weekend was Spencer Torkelson. Kang's champ of the weekend was Sugar Shane O'Malley. Sugar Sean, my bad, yeah. I went with the Yankees because it's funny, and you went with Tui and Orr blindside case. Who you got champ and chump of the weekend? Get them in 248-539-9797. Continue taking your open line calls. Gators out today here on Carson Anderson. We go to Joe. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Anyways, so you guys are talking about the core of the Tigers with Carpenter and Green and Torkelson.
Yep.
A guy that I like a lot that is still relatively young is Matt Vierling.
Yeah, interesting case with Matt Vierling. I'm trying to figure out if I see Matt Vierling as that fourth outfielder long term and the extra third baseman, or do I see Matt Vierling as an answer? And he could be an answer.
Hit. I mean, he was in the 3-hole the other day. The guy can hit.
Yep. He's having a nice season, and he's kind of settled in here a little bit, and we'll see. We're giving them more.
I'm making a case for him. I don't want to see him go, man. We don't have a lot to grab onto, but I'm grabbing onto him.
You're hanging on to Matt Vierling, huh?
Yes, I am.
He could be right. I mean, he very well could be an everyday player for a good team. I mean, he was a contributor for sure on a championship caliber team in Philly there for a minute. So, I don't see why.
And I still feel like his best years are ahead of him. He's only like 26 years old last I looked.
Yep. They could be. So, hey, Joe, you're on the record. You're back in Matt Vierling. Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about the future and why I'm giving up on a line of thinking. Eduardo Rodriguez, when he said no to the trade to the Dodgers, it started a bit of, and including in my own head, I started thinking about, does he like it here so much that he might stay? Does he like it here so much that he might not exercise his opt-out and stay in Detroit and just be a Tiger for the next 3 years? And then the report came out that, I can't remember who it was, but one of the baseball insiders got a hold of the intel, and I got to confirm that, yeah, he turned down the trade to L.A. because his agent basically said, we want another $20 million in a year added onto the contract. And when the Dodgers said no, he said no. Or the Eduardo Rodriguez camp said no. So why would we believe that he would not choose free agency? Like that, he would have left Detroit if the money was right. If he essentially got his free agency anyway. The Dodgers probably wanted some assurances that he was going to opt in. He then said, I'll opt in if you add to the contract, right? I mean, so why would we believe that he will pass on free agency when essentially he tried to create a free agent market through the trade, right? He basically tried to create a free agent contract, something that might be similar to what he's going to be seeking if he opts out. Now, he could opt out, and Detroit could be the team that bids for his services and gets him. That is a possibility. But it just, I personally am done with the thinking that he likes it here so much. That's why he turned it down. That's a big part of why he turned it down, that he may just choose not to opt out. I wish that were the case. I just don't see that being the case.
Yeah, I think that was really, really wishful thinking by a lot of people, whether they wanted to admit it or not, because we love it. We rarely get to hear it so many times when an athlete chooses to stay here, right? It doesn't even matter what sport it is. I want to be a Piston. I want to be, except for maybe the Red Wings, because they were so, the history of the Red Wings was so great, but I want to stay here and be a Lion. I want to be a Tiger. No, we don't hear that often. So when a guy turns down an offer, which you think is, hey, It's L.A. I can play for a World Series and then still opt out and be a free agent. But he says, you know what? I like it here. I don't want to leave. And then you find out, hey, maybe he wanted more money. Yeah, he's going to opt out. It's just the best thing for him to do. That doesn't mean he doesn't like it here. But financially, it would make zero sense for him to just be like, I'm good with my contract the way it is. I think we had John Paul Morosi on a few weeks ago, and he said, this is before the trade deadline, is there an outside chance the Tigers can bring him back? Yes, but he said with the caveat that they're going to have to rework his deal. They're going to have to either give him more money, maybe add more teams to his no trade clause, whatever it is. Erod is in a position of power, so he's definitely going to opt out, Doug. It wouldn't make any other sense for him not to.
The only, I guess, thing that could happen here is the Tigers can exclusively negotiate him right now with him right now, and try and get that done. But I've been holding on to this hope, and I am now in retrospect, I'm like, why was I thinking that? He tried to create a free agent market essentially with that trade. It's like, okay, if I go to the Dodgers, how do I get my free agent big contract? Or his agent said that. That was how. And when they said no, he said, well, forget it then. I'm not going to pass on free agent. I got a chance at free agency. I got a chance to take my resume to the open market and hope that a bidding war ensues. So I guess I gave up on that. The more I started thinking about it. Those two things aren't congruent. Like he may love it here, but not so much that I expect him to even really consider not opting out.
The strange part about the whole trade deadline thing was because we finally had to hear from him about it, right? Yep. When Erod spoke after it didn't happen, he kept referring to as, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't have any control. You have all the control, Erod. You can opt. Either you're going to opt out or you're going to stay with the contract you have.
Yep.
You have that control.
Yeah, that was kind of strange because I couldn't think of who had more control. 248-539-9797. All right, look, predictions are coming in that this guy's going to be a star, and I think we need to talk about it. We'll get to that today at 11:48. Let's get back to your phone calls. Dwayne is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dwayne.
Hey, boys. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you.
Calling in Champ and Chump. Champ and Chump for me is the same guy. It's Eric Haas. He's a champ because of what he did and where he came from and how well he, you just pull for the guy because he was right from our own backyard. But also Chump because he got cut and he's about ready, was almost going to be ready for arbitration years. And now he's probably going to be hopefully not out of baseball because I hope he gets a second chance. But he's my champ and my chump. So, anyways, that's all I got for you.
I hear you. I mean, I was rooting like hell for the guy. Great local story. Help out the local team. Was really hoping it would work out. We'll see what the next chapter is for Eric Haas. But bottom line is it was cool while it lasted. It goes to show how tough it is at the big league level. To go from 22 home runs to 14 home runs to being cut that's tough. God, I thought they'd found one. I thought they'd just grab one right when a guy was coming into his prime. And it's tough. It's why there's a bit of hesitation to fully embrace the surprising Kerry Carpenter story. Can he keep it up? So thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. All right, we got to talk about this. Predictions coming in that this guy is going to be a star. I'll tell you who it is, talk about what it means at 11:48. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karskater out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Looking at Twitter from Ryan. Champ is Victor Hovland. His back nine with Chicago was absolutely incredible. Chump Dan Campbell for not playing the starters at all in the preseason. This is why we will stink out of the gate. These guys haven't played a meaningful snap in 9 months. Paulie writes in, DC explained that Jack got more time because he was repping with the twos in the joint practices, so he didn't get as many reps with the rest of the first team defense. Well, look, I mean, I am not as worried about it in terms of them playing as much. Kansas City isn't doing joint practices, so the fact that they've got Patrick Mahomes out there running around for 3 series, and the Lions are protecting Jared Goff and not playing him, I kind of get the difference. Look, we're getting used to this new world order of football. 3 preseason games. It's changed the preseason. Joint practices becoming more common. Changed the preseason. We were out there. It was ones versus ones for 30, 40 plays. I can't remember what it was, but Dan Campbell used the term, we're banking reps, meaning there's your starters. They're getting live in-game reps. The only thing that's not live is you don't hit the quarterback. They got the red jersey on. So the teams show respect for the other team's quarterback and don't hit him. And in the preseason games, you do hit the quarterback. But they're using the games to sort out who gets cut, who the depth guys are. So anyway. So there might be something going on. There might be something going on that I'm not sure how I'd handle this. I think it would test an undercurrent of rage that I'm capable of. And it would test my coping skills a little bit. This morning on ESPN, Mike Greenberg predicted that Jordan Love is going to be a star. The Green Bay heir apparent at quarterback threw a touchdown pass to Jaden Reed, Michigan State. He got 3 series. Dan Orlovsky did a full breakdown of what he loved about Jordan Love. And I'll just state, I really don't want that to be the case. Now, the Detroit Lions, to compete at the highest level, you do have to earn it. Like, the Lions couldn't, we kind of went through an offseason where we felt like an average Lions team could win this division because Minnesota smoked and mirrored it and lost a lot in the offseason. Smoked and mirrored it a year ago with all the close wins. They lost a lot in the offseason. Aaron Rodgers' era was over in Green Bay, and the Bears were, the worst team in football record-wise. And so, hey, damn it, this is gonna work out great for the Lions because they were ready to go. And yet, they now there's some rumblings. You look at the Bears, and the Bears have looked pretty good in the addition of DJ Moore and all the changes that they made. That start to take Chicago a little bit more seriously. And now the possibility that Jordan Love might actually be good. If Green Bay has done it again, it'll be the second time. Let's be clear here. They went and got Brett Favre, which ended their drought in searching for a quarterback. Then they drafted the heir apparent, stashed him, and kind of handed it off to somebody who was simply better. And that guy ran the division. He didn't always torture the Lions. The Lions had success against Aaron Rodgers, specifically in the end, but he ran the division. Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers ran the division for the better part of a decade. If they do it for a second time, that they hand it off to a guy that I'm not even going to say is better, but is great, it'll be impressive. But I do find it interesting that, and I have kind of discounted him. Honestly, I have. I'll admit it. I'm like, there's no way they're going to do it again. But there's a lot of positive reviews coming out of Green Bay. I don't like it. Now, I want the Lions to earn it. I want the Lions to be the best team in the NFC North, not because the rest of the North stinks, but because they're a damn fine football team, that they're really good. They've earned it. They've earned the title of championship caliber team. But it doesn't need to be any harder than it needs to be. You know? I mean, the truth is, if the Lions are damn good and the rest of the division stinks and they can bank 5 or 6 in-division wins, that helps with playoff seeding. Right? So I'm not calling for them by any stretch of the imagination to back into the playoffs because the rest of the division stinks. It just felt like the Lions were poised to take advantage of the end of the Rodgers era. And we're probably coming to the end of the Cousins era in Minnesota, and maybe Minnesota will do it again. Maybe they've got that little engine that could, big heart football team that's always going to find a way to win close football games. But I'm not really, I think, ready to deal with the idea that they've handed it off to another great quarterback. I don't want to deal
No one
with
in
that.
Detroit wants to hear, that the Packers have found their next quarterback for the next 12 years, next decade again.
You heard the hype this morning.
Yeah. And listen, this is football preseason talk. They're going to be hyped about every little thing. They're going to overreact about everything that goes bad. But if Jordan Love were to become a Pro Bowl quarterback already, the Lions should still win this division. I think the Lions team is that much better overall than the Packers. Now, would there be more resistance than I thought?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. You mentioned already, the Vikings, can they do that again? Probably not, as far as winning one-score games, going undefeated in one-score games. The Bears definitely got better on paper. But how much better? From worst to first? Highly unlikely. And I'm talking about fell, okay?
Yep.
And the Packers, it's all on Jordan Love. Did they actually get better by moving on from Rodgers and going with this younger quarterback? Unlikely. Now, it's possible. He was a first-round pick. They obviously saw stuff in him and made him trade up to get him, and they thought he was going to be the heir apparent at some point. But I just have so much confidence in the Lions and what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell has built this year that I still expect him to take this division. Not that you don't either, but I just still feel ultra confident that even if you say Jordan Love is going to be a really good quarterback, even if Justin Fields and the Bears team
turned it around.
Yeah, it's turned around. And somehow the Vikings find a way to win a few close games or decent games. The Lions are the class of the division. They're 5-1. What was it? 5-1, 6-1 in the division last year?
I think they were 5-1.
5-1, right?
Yeah.
They just got to take care of business outside the division. And it's going to be tough because going on the road, Kansas City to start that. But other than that, they should win the majority of their games outside the division as well.
Well, the other thing that was happening in that game that, after watching the Lions play this weekend and seeing what Jordan Love was getting, he was getting help. He was throwing the ball to his starting wide receivers. I mean, Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs were playing into that second quarter with Jordan Love. And you know what they were doing? They were making contested catches. He was throwing the ball in a place where his receiver could get it, but had to win a battle to catch the football. And so it wasn't like he was dropping dimes where guys were covered and he, fit the ball into this tight window. These were contested catches. He had a long pass down the sideline. I think it was to Doubs that Dan Orlovsky was raving about. And I'm like, yeah, but it was kind of a jump ball. And then he over the middle to Watson, and Watson made a really good play on the ball. His touchdown pass to Reed was probably my favorite throw that he had of the game, and the best throw. And I didn't watch. I mean, I'm just watching highlight packages and trying to see as much as I can see. I'm not ready to accept that Jordan Love is going to be great. I wasn't even willing to accept that he was going to be good. And now, maybe he will be. Maybe he will be. And look, you don't back into stuff in the NFL, right? You got to go out and you got to earn it. And this division is expected to be the most tightly contested. If you look at the over-under totals in Vegas, the NFC North, between the favorite and the last place team, the difference in win totals is 2 games. The Lions are over under at 9.5, And I think it's Chicago and Green Bay are both 7.5. I think that's what it is. But that I do know that it's from first to worst, it's the closest of any division. And so, it's not expected to be a cakewalk in Vegas. And yeah, Detroit's 9.5. Chicago and Green Bay are 7.5. Minnesota's 8.5. A couple other divisions, it's a 3-game difference from first to worst. The AFC East, the AFC North, and the NFC South. Some of these divisions, like the NFC West, is expected to be San Francisco and a bunch of has-beens. But
not even Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle's 3 games behind San Francisco's win total.
But the Niners are a Super Bowl, one of the Super Bowl favorites.
So. Yep. So anyway, am I concerned about Jordan Love? I would describe it as it's a growing concern. But whatever. You got to beat good teams. That's all there is to it, right?
Yeah, and even if he's good, so be it. You still take it from him, right?
Yep. You go.
But it would just be annoying as hell if he was good.
It would be annoying as hell. Yeah, exactly.
Because, seriously, you guys found another quarterback for the next decade? There's no transition period for you guys, huh?
Yeah, I won't be stoked. All right, interesting 53-man roster prediction for the Lions. Some close battles. Who wins them? Predictions. We'll get to that today in the noon hour. Also, is there anybody in Camp Doug, or am I by myself? We'll explain at 12:05. 97.1 The Ticket. 1 week from right now, we'll be talking about college football with Michigan usually holds the Monday press conference, Michigan State the Tuesday press conference. And we'll be getting into game week. Spartans might hold a Monday press conference because they play on Friday. So that might change things up, right? Central Michigan opens the season for Michigan State Friday night, Spartan Stadium, a week from this Friday. Then Michigan takes on East Carolina on Saturday, the following Saturday. Week 0 this coming week, as it's been dubbed, where there's like a handful of college games that are played. We just made it through week 0-0, which is the last one without college football. Navy and Notre Dame could be interesting. Feels like once every 3 or 4 years, that group of midshipmen could give Notre Dame a hard time. Unfortunately, it was last year. Was it 38-35? I think it was the final of that game. Navy's got a new coach. As Ken, that guy has moved on with the last name, and they bumped up their defensive coordinator. Navy says they're actually going to throw the ball more.
I don't believe that. Come on.
You believe it when you see it?
Throw the ball.
Navy threatened to throw the ball more. So that's.
Do you believe it?
Yeah.
So they'll throw the ball once?
Was that convincing? Yeah. Do I believe it? Yeah. I can be led to believe it. Yeah, I'll believe it. I mean, they say
college football really is changing then, dude. I can't. Listen, all the other stuff, fine. But if Navy starts throwing the ball, I'm out. All right? College football is dead.
That's the bridge too far.
Yes.
I got to draw the line somewhere.
You have to. Navy throwing the ball.
Navy can't be out there throwing the ball.
We've lost our game, Doug.
Yeah, it's off. It's gone off the rails. Last year, Navy threw the ball in 12 games. They threw it 126 times. So roughly 10 times a game. They are apparently committed to throwing the ball more. So they play Notre Dame. Sam Hartman, the transfer quarterback from Wake Forest, kid's good. He takes over in South Bend for Marcus Freeman. And, of course, Notre Dame to get tuned up for that Ohio State game. Ohio State goes into South Bend this year. So should be interesting. College football right around the corner. Okay. I talked about this earlier in the show. Gators out today. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. Saturday, we were at the Dream Cruise. Thanks to the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers for having us out there again, and love the Dream Cruise. And afterwards, our guy Coop took us for a ride in the Hummer EV up and down Woodward, part of the Dream Cruise, and put the crawl feature on and all 4 tires turning. It was just wild. It felt like you're on skates. But anyway, met a lot of listeners. Do appreciate people stopping to say hello. And the little Lions pregame show, kind of getting ready for the Lions game against Jacksonville. We'll get back to the Lions a little bit later on. But we have plans that weekend to head up north to our friends, Steve and Laura's place. And they got a Bear Lake, which I had never been to Bear Lake, which is, if you're wondering where it is in Michigan, it's Arcadia Bluffs, Frankfort, Crystal Mountain. It's right in the middle there of all those 3 things. And I got my first chance of seeing Arcadia Bluffs. And I'm like, I sent Gator a picture of me standing there, and I said, overrated, which it is clearly not. It is. I didn't play it. Just walked up and looked around. I'm like, oh, my God, this place is – TV never does justice to the undulations and it's just carved out of the dunes and overlooking Lake Michigan. The sun was setting, and it was just beautiful. I mean, anybody who's been there is going, yeah, and those of you who haven't gone, I know I've heard about it, but it's incredible. But because we did the show Saturday, my family went up to Bear Lake on Friday night, and I wrapped up on the air, hung out the Dream Cruise a little bit, and then got up there about 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock on Saturday night. So thinking about coming back, and I'm like, I have a mental block in that if we are leaving on Sunday, I don't really enjoy the day because it feels like so much is about the launch and getting back home on Sunday at some point because you work on Monday. So about once a year, I feel like I'm going to steal an extra day up north and get up early and drive back. And that's what I did. We stole the day Sunday, had a great time, got out on the boat, went into Frankfurt, met some listeners there, hung out on the beach in Frankfurt and went to a brew pub there. We had a really good time. Went back, crashed at the cabin. It's about 10 o'clock. I woke up at 2:30. We launched at 3:15, made it back in time for the show. Am I tired today? Yes. Have I screwed stuff up today on the air? Yes. For that, I apologize. But who's with me? Who steals that extra day and goes home way early the next day? Or do you prefer to just basically load up the car at night and come back? Are you more of a come back late at night or come back early in the morning? The work week starts, it's a bit of a struggle today, but powering through, getting the job done, hopefully, and dealing with fatigue. Anybody in Camp Doug? Anybody else do it this way? 248-539-9797. Kang, every time I do this, you scoff.
I scoff. Gator scoffs.
Yep.
Most of Metro Detroit scoffs. It just seems like you're... I hope you can put this, how you feel right now, how tired you are, into a jar, and you can open it again next year when this decision comes up again.
And remind myself?
Yes, because it took you 45 minutes from getting up to leaving the cabin or up north house, okay?
Yeah.
Do it last night, man. You should have done it last night. You still have a lot of time and fun, and you can squeeze as much day out of that day you can, and then you get to sleep.
So part of it is, you did hear what I said we did last night. We went to the brew pub, and I was like, probably. It would be a lot of kid driving. And I'm like, I don't need them driving us back at that time. And I mean, I wasn't like smashed, but I'm like, after a couple beers, that's the other thing, is it put me to sleep. So, but still, like I enjoyed Sunday way more than I would have if I'd known at the end of the day we had to drive back. But I get that not everybody's wired like this, or maybe they're just mentally stronger, and I'll admit that could be it. They're mentally strong enough that it doesn't ruin their day if they know they have the drive at the end of the day. Whereas for me, I'm like, I gotta leave. And that's always like hanging over me.
Well, how do you feel at like 2, 3 in the morning or whenever it is you wake up and you're like...
I feel like absolute dog crap.
Like regret.
I feel terrible. Yes.
It's like...
I feel terrible. But, the question is anybody else roll like this? Or is Doug just an idiot? 248-539-9797. Monday's main champ and chump. Get those votes in. We'll go back and take a look at the interesting decisions that Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes have to make at the bottom of the roster at 12:30. Let's go to Howard. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Howard.
Hi. I go the opposite way. I spend some time in the winter in Scottsdale, and to get an extra day, I will, when I'm coming back, I'll take the red eye, leave at 11 p.m. and get in at 5 or 6 a.m. just so I don't have to get up in the morning and take an early flight. And I'll be tired, but I get re-energized during the day, and I got a whole extra day out of it. I think it's a no-brainer.
So for you, it's kind of similar, but you don't want to waste time during the day flying. You'd rather do it overnight.
Absolutely. And, it all comes out in the wash. You you sleep the next night, you're good as new, and you're back on schedule.
Well, we'll see how I feel tomorrow. But yes, it's funny because today happens to be one of those days. A, Gator's out. B, we got a bunch of records I got to do after the show. There's a press conference I got to be at. So it was going to be a long work day anyway. And I felt like I just made it longer and harder than it needed to be. Don writes on Twitch, makes much more sense leaving at night and getting home at 2:30 than leaving at 2:30. Reese says, live your life, Doug. No need to apologize, but I myself can't do the early morning thing. I can do late at night. Mike says, Doug, you have somewhat of a luxury of your show starting at 10 a.m. too. Well, that is true. The workday doesn't start at 10 a.m., but the show's starting at 10 a.m., and I got quite a bit done watching the Lions game preparing. So 248-539-9797. Andrew's next. What's up, Andrew?
What's going on, Doug? How you doing today?
Doing good. Tired.
Yeah, I feel you, man. So I actually have the reverse of your story. Probably 4 years ago, I was working during the day doing a sales job, and then I would bartend at night. So I got the green light to work remote on a Friday. I worked all day, went and bartended on Thursday night, and got done about 1 o'clock. So I was feeling like you usually do at about 2:30 in the morning. So I grabbed my girlfriend. I was like, all right, let's head up. We're just outside of Alpena. So it's about 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm on 2 hours of sleep and 18 hours of work. And we get to Rose City in the most dense fog I've ever experienced in my entire life.
Oh, no.
And we're still about an hour and a half away. And she wakes up because she's sleeping the whole way, obviously, because that's the luxury they have.
Yep.
And she wakes up. I was like, just go back to sleep. Don't worry about it. Like, you couldn't see 2 feet in front of you.
So you were driving super slow.
Super slow on 65. We made it there. I got about 2 hours of sleep in the little cabin next to our main cabin. Worked from the cabin because we have Wi-Fi up there, and then shut my laptop at about 3 o'clock and dove in the lake.
So were you able to then stay up and enjoy the day, or did you want to just go to sleep?
I forced myself to enjoy it, but I probably passed out after dinner.
Yeah.
But I mean, Saturday was worth it, so it was worth it.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. How do you steal that day? Do you stay late and drive back late at night on Sunday night, or do you do what I do about once a year and did it today, up at 2:30 in the morning, on the road at 3:15. I'm running on fumes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we got 2.5 weeks remaining until the start of the NFL season. Have you heard? Fantasy football draft parties at Twin Peaks, outstanding place to have them. If you're a league commissioner, do the right thing, buy your players, and book your draft party at Twin Peaks today. Assemble the crew and mount up at your favorite location for the best draft party experience possible. First of all, your favorite Twin Peaks girls are waiting to serve you the coldest 29-degree drafts and the best wings in the state while you draft your winning team. Book the party and receive a $50 bounce back to enjoy once the season starts, as well as a $5 bounce back for all league members. Draft boards and stickers, they're available, as well as power setups and free Wi-Fi. Call your favorite lodge and make your reservation today. To find the location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Spots are filling up fast, so don't miss out. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Now, if you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks. They'll remind you when fantasy football season's coming, so you can get in early. You can score free stuff as well. Signing up is easy. Just visit TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today.
the Nittany Lions will host Michigan in Happy Valley. And while it's not a night game in the whole spectacle of a whiteout at night, it is still a place that Michigan has struggled, losing 2 of the last 3 in Happy Valley. The one win was against a 7-6 Penn State team, and it came down to the wire. This is not expected to be a 7-6 Nittany Lions team. This is a preseason top.
Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Got some Lions stuff I want to get to. Interesting position battles going on right now. Who wins them? One insider predicts. It's kind of interesting. We'll get to that today at 12:30. In the meantime, Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We talk some Tigers. Are you feeling good about the future with the surge from Spencer Torkelson and Kerry Carpenter lately? Oh, every time we bring this up, the truth is we do get Matt Vierling love too. And talked about how I made the decision to get up at 2:30 this morning, on the road at 3:15. Made it in the office, doing the show. We were up north. And I do this about once a year. And my sanity gets called into question, but, you do a couple of those Sunday night drive homes, and you can either you leave when everybody else leaves and you get stuck in traffic, which sucks, or you stay late and just drive home and get home late. I chose to get up early the next day. Now, am I hitting a wall? You betcha. It's probably not great for my health, but squeeze that extra day out of a trip up north. 248-539-9797. Sully, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Sully? Sully, are you there? Sounds like we lost Sully. 248-539-9797. So how do you handle it? Feedback coming in. Champ Jaden Reed for his first career touchdown. Chump the Lions backups. They do not instill any sort of confidence that the depth is actually good. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't judge them all in that they will never all be on the field together, in theory, come the regular season, right? So that's something to keep in mind. I don't want to impugn them all. Another one here. Torkelson is looking great, but seriously, his home road splits for his career. But seriously, look at his home road splits for his career. Don't want to call it alarming, but it's something. Yeah, I mean, look, there's the idea that he could, he's got a lot of growing to do. I earlier in the show, we did the career arc of how 1 year from last year to this year, how much better it's gotten. And at his age, is it logical to believe that he will continue to grow and get better? It will. I mean, it is for me. And he'll start, because I don't like the strikeout numbers. The strikeout numbers are up, and I think in part because he tries to get too fine. And what I mean by that is, he lets hittable pitches go. So, his power surge, 16 of his 22 home runs have been on the road. Now, fences have come in at Comerica Park. We'll see if it continues to be. I mean, if that's the trend, that kind of sucks, but we'll see. If back in March someone would have told us that Torkelson was going to have his ups and downs, but would finish with 30 homers and 95 to 100 RBIs, I think we'd all been thrilled. That's from an unnamed texter. Here we go again. What about Vierling? He's solid. Can be in my starting lineup any day. 248-539-9797. Sully, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Sully?
Hey, Crash, can you hear me?
I got you. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, we had something going on. I had a idea for you since you were talking about, doing the red eye on your way into work.
Mm-hmm.
Crash?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought I lost you again. Hey, you know what I do is I always, you got time to take off. If I'm going north of West Branch, I take Monday off because I hate traffic. I don't like driving up on Friday afternoon and coming home on Sunday night. I leave early Saturday morning, get a whole day in, and you get a hotel for Saturday and Sunday night, and you get up Monday, do your thing, and even stay down there up there for dinner, for a nice dinner someplace. then you just get in. I don't care if it's 10, 11 o'clock. Everybody grab your bags, walk in, throw them on the ground, jump in bed, go to work on Tuesday.
So it's an interesting idea because it's the crux of what you're choosing to do is you take Monday off work. I think most people take Friday off work, but if you take Monday off, drive up Saturday morning, light on traffic because most people go up Friday, come back Monday night, most people come back Sunday. You've straddled the peak traffic areas, peak traffic times. It's smart. It's definitely smart. I still like taking the Friday off. It's my preferred way of doing it. But I see what you're doing there. Max writes in, I absolutely love Doug's mindset. He could coach my kids any day. Doug is simply getting the extra possession before halftime. Kudos to him. That's right. Clock management.
Yeah, but what if you start the second half completely like ass because of what you did in the end of the first half?
So what you've just implied, and I'm going to ask, and I need you to be honest, has this show been ass?
Let's put it this way. I'm not going to say the show has been bad or ass, but how's your energy level feel?
It's pretty low.
Okay. Just saying. Maybe we're getting through the possessions here.
Yeah, we are. We're moving the chains a little bit,
Yeah.
but
there's no explosive plays.
Yeah, kicking a lot of field goals today, Doug.
Right.
Not getting the ball in the end zone.
It's kind of a grinded out half
Your
here.
takes have been okay. Unnamed texter, I'm more of a take Monday off guy, enjoy the trip guy. Absolutely, Doug. We always take the red-eye flight back home from Vegas to Detroit, puts us at work somewhat hungover by 9 a.m.
See, I used to do that, Doug. There were times when I was in, because Vegas is my home and I just come here and work. Yeah. But when I come back from Vegas, there were a couple times where I took the red eye, left the airport, and just came right to work. And I regretted it every time. Now I don't do it anymore. I just cannot. Other than the fact I have a family as well. But
I did that once.
It's
I flew
rough.
back. From Vegas, I did it once. We did a red eye back from a family trip from Portland, where we landed, and I did like a 5 a.m. flight, 5:30 flight back from a bowl game. So I've done two of those, a few of those where you land at the airport and go straight to work. In some ways, that's rougher than what I'm trying to pull off today. I tend to wake up on Sunday morning, have some breakfast, and then just hit the road. If I stay up at the lake all day Sunday, I feel like I want to drink beer, and I can't drink beer. I have to drive home Sunday night. That's just the way I do it. Unnamed texter, Doug, Frankfurt's one of my favorite small towns. Stormcloud is a great brewery. Go there in the winter. They have curling leagues. Like they have curling on site? Stormcloud is where we were last night. And they had a... what was it? The soft pretzel with this spicy mustard that it was so good. I rationed it and then used it on my chicken sandwich. Oh, so good. 248-539-9797. Okay. Lions got to get down to 53, roster down to 53 next Tuesday, 1 week from tomorrow. An insider with some interesting cuts. Do you agree with him? Do you think this is how it's going to go down? We'll get to that today at 12:32 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Is there a bug back there, Kang? What was that about?
Yeah, some kind of like little fruit fly or something back here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, is it who did the reno? Did they leave some stuff behind?
Some fruit? Now we got a little fruit flies flying
Sandwich? I don't know.
No, they did a great job. It's fantastic. They got it done in a week, so much appreciated, the studio renovation. If you can see it for yourself. You stream on Twitch, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, or go to YouTube, search up 971 The Ticket. There we are, and you can see. Really nice. Really nice. Not done. Got some trim work to do. The entertainment center needs to go in, but for the most part, it's pretty much done. Way better than it was. Let's get back to your phone calls. Greg is next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Doug, don't listen to King, man. I think you're doing a great job today anyway. But
stop lying to him.
No. So I got some boots on the ground for you, though, that proves that you made the right moves.
Yeah.
I was out there the same place. I was camping with 2 kids and a dog. Kill me. But we were at Point Betsy Lighthouse up there, and but we had a great time. But the traffic on coming back, like the 127 or 115 or whatever that is through Cadillac.
Yeah,
like Cadillac was backed up for like 6 minutes at that light where you can go to Manistee or get onto to 115, and then 96 was horrible. We decided not even to do that and went way out of the way for our house. So I think you made the right move based on the traffic, and I'm guessing you did this by yourself, right?
No, I had my buddy and 2 kids in the back of the car. So.
Oh, okay. So you didn't. Okay, because I was thinking you did it by yourself. So if you were to do that by yourself, then you get out of the whole packing fiasco and get to ride in the car by yourself without the kids. So that's just another thing.
Well, that's true. We didn't have to do much cleanup. But yeah, I drove to basically Zilwaukee, and he brought it home, and I was doing show prep. But yeah, it's that's the thing about coming back from up north. I don't do well in traffic, so I typically want to leave either early in the day on Sunday or Monday morning. I don't want to leave at like noon or 11 o'clock when it feels like everybody else does, and you get down to like Pinconning and you're just stuck in bumper to bumper traffic. But it is what it is. It's great to live in the state because up north is beautiful. And every time I go back, I'm like, I should come up more. But all right. So Lions played. They played a football game on Saturday that if you watched, I mean, we all experienced it together, right? We should have like a support group. It was not a work of art. They could burn the tape. Specifically offensively, defense wasn't bad. They were put in some bad positions, and some guys made plays on defense. And, it was good to see Tracy Walker, who was one of the few, veteran, talented players running around the field and making plays and looking like what he should look like, which was one of the best and most talented and one of the better players on the field. That was good to see. And I'm really starting to have good feelings and get good vibes about this defense. But some interesting stuff with position battles. So, we're trying to figure out some of the marquee spots that are up for grabs. The skill positions always draw people's attention. Who's going to be the third running back? So Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press. Kang, have you seen this by chance?
I did not. Once you told me you were going to bring it up, I said, no, I'm not going to look.
Okay. So on the roster right now, running backs, you've got 2 guys are going to make it, David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Kabinda's going to make it as a fullback. One more running back makes it. Between Jamar Jefferson, Craig Reynolds, Devine Ozigbo, and Benny Snell. Your first gut instinct, who's the third running back?
I'm going with Craig Reynolds. Wasn't he called Netflix last year?
Yes.
I'm going with Netflix.
Okay. Here's what Dave writes. The number 3 running back job remains up for grabs, and it's possible the Lions hit the waiver wire next week to fortify the room. Reynolds and Jefferson got the bulk of work Saturday after sitting out last week's game against the Giants with injuries and combined for 29 yards rushing on 14 carries. Snell was a core special teams player in his 4 seasons with Pittsburgh. Unless someone has a big day in Friday's final preseason game against Carolina, that could be the deciding factor. The Lions keep David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jason Kabinda, and Benny Snell. I was surprised by it.
You would think he'd have the long shot because he just got here.
Yep.
And they only signed him, you would think, because Justin Jackson just retired. And I don't know if they knew that was even a possibility inside Allen Park, but outside Allen Park, that was kind of surprising to everybody, right?
Yeah, I was a little surprised. And we talked about Snell because he had the spinner mouth guard down at Kentucky when he played in college. And I remember him from his time there. So he goes to Pittsburgh, and special teams is such... Like the roster is so constricted. Like is it 45 that you can have on the roster on game day that are eligible to play? You need guys to run down and cover kicks. And you don't necessarily want it to be players off your two deep. It's more challenging than people realize. And it's why a guy like Jalen Reeves-Maybin has been here an eternity, but he's a quality special teams guy.
Yeah, and then maybe I was not giving Benny Snell enough of a chance because he was actually a decent player with the Steelers. Mm-hmm. But I just thought the timing made it seem almost impossible he would make this team. Because you still need bodies for preseason, right?
Yep.
And so I thought he was a body. Hey, we lost a running back. Go get a running back. Who's available? But maybe if he does make the team, I don't know what that says about what Craig Reynolds and Jamar Jefferson are doing in practice.
Okay, next up, wide receiver. Now, with Jameson Williams out, it's kind of a given who the top four are going to be. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Khalif Raymond, Josh Reynolds, Marvin Jones. Who's going to be the fifth wide receiver? The names to choose from are Antoine Green, 7th-round pick, out of North Carolina, deep threat, billed as a deep threat. Maurice Alexander, who took one back on special teams to the house. Trinity Benson, the Lions gave up, was it a 3rd or 4th-round pick for?
I think it was 5th, to be honest with you. I have to check.
Okay. Chase Cota, who scored the touchdown this weekend, almost had that spectacular grab on the sidelines that got overturned. Dylan Drummond, who was the talk of camp. Avery Davis, Jason Moore, who they just signed. If you had to pick right now, which of those guys do you think is the fifth receiver?
I'm going to go Mo Alexander.
Okay.
If I had to pick from this group.
Here's what Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press Lions Insider wrote. I had 6 receivers on my first roster prediction last week, but the reality is none of the Lions' backups has done enough for another NFL team to claim them off waivers. Drummond has had the most consistent training camp. Coda's played the best in preseason games. Green is a 7th-round pick, and Alexander has return ability. I'm sticking with Dylan Drummond as the number 5 for now in a coin flip with Coda because of how the Lions have used him as a blocker. But I fully expect the Lions to pursue upgrades for the unit between now and the NFL trade deadline.
That's what I would go with. Someone not named anyone that you just named. But if you made me pick, I was picking Alexander. Because the return thing, though, the thing that hurts, though, is Khalif Raymond's a really good returner.
Yeah, that's kind of taken care of.
But if you're down, if you want to keep him healthy, and I don't think, Dan Campbell doesn't play scared. He's going to put him out there for kick returns and punt returns. But if you do want to kind of keep him safer, just, give that to Maurice Alexander, and you keep Khalif Raymond just on the receiving duties.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about Khalif Raymond a little bit more. I brought it up on Saturday, but yeah, I was a little surprised by this. Dylan Drummond, some catchable passes that he didn't make, and maybe that's where we get a little bit wrapped up in the preseason games when the truth is it's essentially one data point along with everything else that they do in practice and the joint practices. But make a contested catch. That's what I wanted to see some of the Lions receivers do in that game against Jacksonville, and it really didn't happen. And Coda, I feel like Coda is becoming a bit of a fan favorite, and people want to see, if he can get the job done. But, Dylan Drummond should be a fan. I think he's a fan favorite too, given he's from Eastern Michigan. So, it could be one of the 2 fan favorites get the nod here. But Dave Burkett, in his projected 53, goes with Dylan Drummond. Next up, defensive line. So, I will tell you that Dave Burkett keeps 10 defensive linemen, 6 edge rushers, and or is it 6 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Keeps 11 defensive linemen. There's 6 edge rushers and 5 defensive tackles. And I will tell you, it seems to come down to a numbers game. Do they keep Julian Okwara or do they keep Levi Onwuzurike? Who do you think they keep if it comes down to those two? Kang, who do you think they would keep?
They love Levi, right?
They did.
But has he fallen out of favor already?
He might have. I mean, Okwara keeps making plays in the preseason games.
I'm going to say they keep Levi.
The Lions have more depth across the board defensively than they've had in years, and that's particularly true with the edge rush defensive line group. I had 11 linemen making my roster last week. I didn't think there's even more worthy candidates, but putting a roster together is a numbers game in many ways that may be too many bigs to keep. Martin is a third-round pick, and that makes Jones the fifth defensive tackle. And as much as I think he's deserving of a spot, I'm not sure there's room for 5 interior linemen, given how much Kaminsky will play inside a sub package. Julian Okwara could be the odd edge rusher out, though maybe general manager Brad Holmes has a trade up his sleeve. In Hutchinson, Kaminsky, Pascal, Harris, Houston, Romeo Okwara, McNeil, Buggs, Martin, and Onwuzurike. So they keep Onwuzurike and not Julian Okwara.
For me, that would be very surprising because I personally had written off Levi Onwuzurike because of just he's never available. He's been hurt almost since day one.
Yep.
And I just think they love him so much. They're giving him every possible opportunity to earn a spot on this team. And if he shows he is healthy, they're going to keep him. So that was my deciding factor.
Well, 248-539-9797. Who's the fringe roster guy you want them to keep? You hope makes this team. And if you took issue with any of those cuts, let us know. It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump on the weekend. It's 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be, like our family did, with a new Kinetico system that removes 99% of contaminants. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico Premier Softener. Again, 855-339-4242. Your water will taste great. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. So get your champ and chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Heavy voting today. And we do post on the website on Tuesday who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. There's some favorites emerging, but exercise your right to vote. Champ and chump of the weekend. Who you got? 248-539-9797. Okay. So I think it was Peter King who did a column years ago, Things I Think. And I got a couple things as it pertains to the Lions. One, I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes in 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year, he caught 47 passes and 64 targets. Now, he didn't get into the end zone. 616 yards, a career high. I look at Khalif Raymond and think about, they just re-signed him. They just signed him to a 2-year contract. He's carved a spot in this league. Dan Campbell talks about Leaf all the time. And when I talk about my concerns for the wide receiver position, I think it's in part because I don't give enough love and respect to Khalif Raymond. And I'm done with that. I think we need to love Khalif Raymond a little bit more. I think he's a great story. And, more will be expected of him. And I think he might be up to it. We were at practice last week, and he made a catch in the field to our left when they were doing red zone 7-on-7s, where he skied. Got up and just, you could see him. We didn't have the greatest view, but I could see him emerge above the shoulders of all the people that were in front of us and make this catch. And I could tell it was a contested catch in traffic. So I'm at a point where I'm done overlooking Khalif Raymond. I want to give him some love.
I think he's a pro. He's solid. He's reliable. Clearly the coaches love him. They just gave him the extension, so Brad Holmes loves him. The thing I think with him is, he's quick, he's twitchy. That's why he's really good at punt returns. Mm-hmm. But he won't stretch the field, which DJ Chark was here for, which Jameson Williams is supposed to be here for.
Yep.
He's kind of like St. Brown light, probably a little quicker than St. Brown, but he's reliable, man. And he gets open. He finds a way to get open. And he's not, you said he had 0 touchdowns, but decent amount of yardage for the catches he has. And he was the second leading receiver on this team, and no one even brings that up ever.
Nobody ever talks about him.
Ever.
Including us. And I'm like, why are we doing this? Khalif Raymond, it's time to give him his just due. So I think I brought up with Gator on Saturday, and we want to make 10-2 a little bit more of a Khalif Raymond friendly show, because I don't think he gets enough attention. The other thing I think this defense is going to be pretty good. Tracy Walker did what he was supposed to do on Saturday, and that was run around and make plays. And he made quite a few. And, you give the context of when he was on the field and who he was on the field with, he should look like the best player on the field. And he might be a second-string safety on this team. I love the linebacking rotation. I think they've got just the right mix where they went from, I thought that was a shaky position. I feel like they have 2 sets of starters right now. and there's a ton of potential up front. It's unknown. Got to see who emerges, who can hold down the position. But I am really starting to feel good about the defense. And I will be more than a little bit surprised if this defense, like we asked for it to be average. I actually think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good.
Well, they revamped the entire secondary, and they only play 2 linebackers anyway, so it's going to be Anzalone and most likely Campbell at some point. I don't know if he actually gets the week 1 start, but probably, either it's going to be Barnes, Rodrigo, or Campbell, right?
Yep.
The secondary is where the big improvement we think is going to be made because, like I said, they revamped it. Now, Tracy Walker, they can play 3 safeties because they play 5 defensive backs. It's either a nickel back or an extra safety. That's where C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes in.
Yep.
If they feel like they want to wait on Tracy Walker a little bit because he is coming off a big injury, I know he's been playing the preseason, but if they want to wait, they can start Kirby Joseph, C.J. Gardner-Johnson at the safeties. Brian Branch, the rookie, comes in as that nickel other safety guy. The 2 corners are going to be Sutton, we know, is going to be one of the corners. I'm curious as who gets the start opposite. Is it going to be Jerry Jacobs? Is Sterling Thomas a guy that we're sleeping on? That I know you were kind of high on from the beginning. Hey, just look out for this guy. He's made plays. He's been a name we hear from the coaches throughout practice all week.
Yep. 248-539-9797. You want to comment on that stuff? I think. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to James next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, James.
How you doing, guys?
We're good.
I have a championship for you guys. This is off the beat here. My champ is going to be the coach from Spain, that Diva guy, because he knew what it took to win the World Cup. And my chump is going to be those 12 divas that was the 12 of the best female players in Spain that set the World Cup out because the training camp was too rough for them. The coach was too mean. The coach is not there to be your friend, ladies. You know what? He knew what it took. He kind of reminds me of Herb Brooks when he ran his training camp in the 80 Olympics. He wasn't there to be a friend. He was there to win the Olympics.
So I don't know much about the details of why these players sat out. I just heard that many of the best players in Spain had an issue with the coach. And I'm going to go with what you said it was, James, because I don't know any better. But I would say I had the thought that there can't be any worse feeling in the world than to voluntarily take that stand, sit out, and then watch the people replace you go and steal the World Cup. And right out from under what could have been yours. This could have been yours.
I agree with you 100%. And you know what? I love it because it shows, you know what? These prima donnas don't run the show, and they got a coach that knew exactly what he had to do to get the best out of his players.
And they kept the coach, right? They kept the coach?
Yep, they kept the coach.
Interesting.
So I loved it.
All right. Hey, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Yeah, Spain kind of did it with, I guess, essentially backups, which is just kind of crazy. But, hey, man, good for them. They won the World Cup. I know it doesn't particularly move the needle a whole ton, but think about that. Many of the best players decide to sit out over some conflict with the coach. They went out and won the World Cup anyway. Champ and Chub, get your votes in. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karskater out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Hope you're doing well. So we got Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Back in our refurbished studio. If you want to check it out, go to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket. The cameras are back up and running. You can also watch the show and participate in the streaming chat there. YouTube as well. Search up 971 The Ticket there. Reminder also, the Odyssey app is a great way to take in the show no matter where you are in these United States. AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. It's free and everything is archived up to 24 hours. I saw this prediction for the coming season. I'm interested. This is ESPN. One of their writers, I think it's Sam Waiter, has a model that he uses to predict sack totals. All right, for the third year in a row, we're using a statistical model to predict the number of sacks the league's best pass rushers will record based on past performance and their 2023 situation. We used the same model last year. We include the following: sack totals and rates over the past 2 seasons, projected snaps for the coming season, pass rush win rate, how often a player's defensive coordinator / head coach has blitzed in the past, how often opposing quarterbacks on each player's upcoming schedule gets sacked, a player's team win total, which matters because a winning team forces opponents to take greater risks and pass more, how often a player rushes from the edge as opposed to the interior. Okay, so they use this model to predict sack totals. They go on to write, to be included, players have to be a defensive lineman or linebacker. They also have to have rushed the passer at least 150 times in one of the past 2 seasons, rushed the passer on at least 25% of their snaps last season, and be projected to play at least 250 snaps this season. Rookies are excluded. One notable exclusion as a result of the criteria is Lions pass rusher James Houston, who recorded 8 sacks on just 87 pass rushes as a rookie 6-rounder last season. So that's kind of interesting because this is done for the entire league. So last year, Aiden Hutchinson from the Lions recorded 9.5 sacks. Think of a total in your head right now that you would think would be reasonable sack total for Aiden Hutchinson this coming season. All right, you got a number? 9.5 sacks as a rookie. What would you consider a reasonable total for Aiden Hutchinson in year 2? Kang, I turn to you. I assume you haven't seen this.
I've not seen it, and I have a number in my head.
Okay, and that number is?
I'm going to go with 11.5. I want to say 12, but I'm just going 11.5 with a lot of pressures.
Mm-hmm.
The final sack total will be 11.5.
Here's what is written. Projected sacks in 2023 for Aiden Hutchinson, 7.4. And he writes, the model is skeptical of Hutchinson after his strong rookie season. Part of it is sample size. Even though Hutchinson played well, the model prefers players that have produced in consecutive years.
Well, he doesn't have that chance.
No, he literally doesn't have that chance.
He's only played 1 year.
Yeah. Kind of weird.
So anyone with only 1 year is at a complete disadvantage, according to this model.
Yeah, I want to look and see other second-year guys, if any of them rank ahead of Aiden Hutchinson, and I think the answer...
Like, what's Trayvon Walker and Kayvon Thibodeau? They have to be lower than what they were, right? Because they're skeptical of what they've done.
Kayvon Thibodeau is scheduled at 6.5 sacks. And I don't see Walker in the top 50, which go down to actually the guy at 50 has 5.9 projected sacks. And obviously you can't have 0.9, but that's the way it averages it out.
You can't have 0.4 either.
No, you can't. This is just weird. I'm not sure what to make of this. Look, it has no impact on reality. Let's keep that in mind. Like lose sleep over stuff like this. But it does make you wonder, okay, ask yourself the question. Are we expecting too much from Aiden Hutchinson in year 2?
No. Like that I don't even I feel like Gator would be pissed off at this maybe because it's math too, but whatever these analytics, this model, this whatever they use, the criteria, you're already at a disadvantage if you don't have a bigger sample size than 1 year. So does that mean no one can improve? We all understand it's 1 year.
Yep.
So like a guy like James Houston, yeah, man, that might have been just really like, that one peak that, that doesn't exist. It just happened. He had 8 sacks, very limited amount of snaps, limited amount of playing time. So that's why I don't like this projection.
See, here's the thing. Thibodeau had 4 sacks last year, and they project him at 6.5.
Why?
And I don't know.
See?
It says, also, was Hutchinson really that good of a pass rusher? While the sacks were there, the win rate was not. His 12% win rate was below average and only 2 percentage points higher than number 1 overall pick Trayvon Walker in his wildly disappointing rookie season. To be fair, Hutchinson was double-teamed at the second highest rate amongst edge rushers. The model also doesn't consider draft position, so it might slightly underrate former top prospects early in their careers. So,
this model sucks. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, if it punishes you for not having a track record in year 2 and Hutchinson's total goes down, I mean, I guess Kayvon Thibodeau's got a higher win rate. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, I'm just reading an analysis of Thibodeau, and it says, got off to a slow start, but finished with an 18% pass rush win rate, an above average rate, which was good for 15th amongst edge defenders. So look, I don't like to do this in general. I do think a lot of effort in sports is an effort to quantify everything. So we end up with convoluted stats that can be useful, but I almost feel like they're an excuse used by people that can't judge intangibles and things that are instinctive. Football players aren't chess pieces. They don't move the same way every time. And in an attempt to quantify everything like pass rush win rate, I think there's a lot of times if you watch an edge rusher go against a tackle and the edge rusher wins the battle, but the quarterback gets the ball out quick and he doesn't come anywhere close to sacking the quarterback. I mean, when do you determine what's a win and what isn't? And a lot of times it strikes me that you can't really tell who won, but they get graded on everything. And I'm not getting completely eye-rolly over here. And I swear to God, I don't really care because it has no impact on the player that Aiden Hutchinson is or will be. But stuff like this, sometimes I go, okay.
You're right about the chess piece thing. Like, they're actual human beings playing, there's instincts involved, and there's win rate. What if the play was designed for the quarterback to roll out the other way? I mean, what does the win rate mean at that point? Nothing, right?
Yep.
This almost seems like a baseball stat. Is this like exit velo or something? Hey, he's got real good exit velo, so eventually he's going to hit a bunch of home runs. He has high win rate.
Yeah, I don't like, I mean, if you ever try to determine who wins a face-off in hockey, and sometimes the puck kind of goes sideways and then there's 2 other players battling for it, and I'm like, how do they determine who wins that face-off, for instance? And you're right. Without direct knowledge of a blocking scheme.
Yeah.
Because sometimes players are supposed to let you go, in certain plays, that's not, you just kind of chip a guy and move on to the next level. And so, yeah, I'm not losing any sleep over this. Seems really odd, doesn't it?
Like, what's Vegas's line for his sack over under sack total?
I haven't seen one yet. I can see if I can.
I think, did we do this already? I'm not sure. If it's like 7.5, I'm going over, or 7.4.
Yeah.
I know they're not going to use that in Vegas, but that's the number this model projects, right?
Yeah, I will go over gladly if that's the case. But the Action Network. This was before last.
I wonder if do they take account to like unknown variables? Like, yeah, we know sometimes a player doesn't beat a tackle or the guy in front of him, and he still gets a sack somehow, right? Whether it's quarterback scrambling around or he steps in the pocket,
Right.
Even though he was considered blocked on the play.
Yeah, it's an attempt to quantify everything and make football more mathematical and try make it more predictable that way. But every once in a while, I just go, you know what? I'm not paying attention to that. 248-539-9797. It's open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. All right, so earlier in the show, we talked about the Detroit Lions' approach to the preseason. There's been a point of emphasis, it appears, made by the Lions organization on getting guys to the regular season healthy and doing it with relying heavily on joint practices. I noticed that Dan Campbell started talking about the starters banking reps in the press conferences that followed the joint practices. In watching those things and seeing two of them now, noticing it's good on good. It's your starters versus their starters. The only difference really being that the quarterback is in the red jersey and you don't hit the opposing team's quarterback. You just kind of tag him. It's clear that through 2 preseason games, it's been a shift from what used to be standard operating procedure in the preseason. Starters would play a little bit. And by the time the regular season rolled around, you definitely would have seen your starters play. I don't know if it's all Dan Campbell's philosophy or if it's just a product of where this team's at right now. But they haven't played a core group of players at all in the preseason games. They've played them in practice, in joint practices, which is full contact. Well, 3 of the 4 joint practices were. The 4th one against Jacksonville last Thursday was just shells, and they didn't take people to the ground. But this is going to mean that if the starters don't play, and these core players don't play Friday night at Carolina, they'll be off to Kansas City with no pregame reps for some of these guys and very few for others. Like the core players that sat out game 2 of the preseason was bigger than game 1. 14 offensive regulars did not play in the Jacksonville game. 9 defensive regulars did not play in the Jacksonville game. Do they need to play Friday night? Do they need to play? Or are you perfectly comfortable with them doing the way they've been doing, which is relying heavily on the practice reps, the joint practice reps they're getting, and going light in the preseason games? Because the starters are playing in the joint practices. It's the depth guys at the bottom of the roster fighting for roster spots that are playing in the games.
I don't need to see these guys at all. There's no point at this point. What's a series or 2 going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Except for potentially get someone hurt. I think they've been using the joint practices as their real game time live reps. The only person that doesn't get hit is the quarterback, which is, by the way, good. I'm cool with that. You know, obviously the other teams are good with that too. But everyone else gets the hit. Everyone else gets the chirp. Everyone else, they get to run their plays. They get to do their 11-on-11s. I'm cool with it. I understand that Kansas City is trotting out Mahomes in preseason games, which I find alarming a little bit. Andy Reid, I don't want to question the guy. He's a Super Bowl winning coach, but also don't really, as a fan, I would feel kind of, uneasy about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to see Jared Goff out there, and definitely I don't need to see him out there if the offensive line isn't out there, because I don't want him looking like Nate Sudfeld or number 50 under fire, when they drop back and pass to some guy that's going to get cut.
Right. Yeah, the Patrick Mahomes thing, I'm not totally comfortable with. If I'm a Kansas City fan, he played 3 series. Is there a player in the league that needs preseason less than Patrick Mahomes?
I don't know what he's getting out of it personally, unless some guys are just gamers, right? Hey, coach, put me in. I want some reps. I want live bullets, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
But are the Chiefs? I know a lot of teams do joint practices, but are the Chiefs? Do they have joint practices?
I don't think they do.
If they don't, then it makes more sense why they put them out there.
Well, I'll tell you this. We're going to hear about this. If the starters don't play and a bunch of guys have not played at all in a preseason game, and the Lions go out and get absolutely jackhammered against the Kansas City Chiefs, people are going to circle back to this. Now, we like to call our shots ahead of time. I don't think it's a huge deal because I think when I hear Dan Campbell talk, he really likes joint practices. And that's good on good. That's where you know what you're getting. You're putting guys in predictable positions, and they're making plays and having forced to make plays against another team's starters. The only thing that I can think of here where this hurts is a guy like Sam Laporta who dropped that fourth down pass that everybody keeps bringing up. And it's one pass, and there's nothing but glowing reports of Sam Laporta. But why did he drop that pass? Was it at all because in front of the fans, lights are on, in a packed stadium, it's not the same as running around the practice field? And so those reps become more valuable.
Yeah, nerves play a factor for the younger guys who've never been there. There's absolutely a difference. I mean, it's always, can you get it done when it matters? Mm-hmm. And when it matters is the regular season, when it's a packed stadium, like you said, when the lights are on or when all the cameras are there. I just looked at the joint practice schedule. The Chiefs don't have any joint practices.
Yeah.
So it makes a little bit more sense why they put them out there. But for the Lions, we all know they've had joint practices. I think Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are very comfortable as that's their live reps, live bullets. Preseason, hey, boys, everyone sit. We're making cuts. These are the guys that we're finding out who the depth guys are.
Yeah, and what's weird to get used to? Do you ever remember sitting rookies? Do you ever remember rookies being sat? Now, we can interpret that a few ways. One is that it's the rookies are already making that much of an impact that they're preserving them. But Jack Campbell played a bunch. He played 30-something snaps. And it sounds like Jack Campbell's expected to be a regular, but he's probably the only one of the rookies that's going to have any kind of leadership role because he's going to wear the green dot, and he's at times going to be the player that has to call in.
Make the calls.
The calls, yeah.
So maybe he does need those more reps than Jahmyr Gibbs because It's more like, hey, see hole, hit hole, right?
Exactly. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, there's something that's kind of percolating, and now I see that Chris Ballas of the Wolverine has reported that that Michigan may self-impose a 3-game suspension on Jim Harbaugh over the investigation into the Level 2 violations in which he is denied that he misled NCAA investigators, but the NCAA, after negotiating their infractions committee, in negotiating a 4-game suspension. Well, that's what was reported. Nobody knows for sure because Michigan hasn't said it. It's believed that maybe it's leaked out on the NCAA side. But Michigan, this rumor is out there now, and again, Chris Ballas of the Wolverines reporting that a 3-game self-imposed Michigan suspension might be coming for Jim Harbaugh, which is a way of probably banking some stuff because there's likely to be a hearing after this year. But that might be part of the resolution. It was kind of surprising last week, to be honest with you, because the NCAA had never had a negotiated settlement get rejected. But it's the investigative committee that negotiates the settlement, and I think it's the infractions committee that has always accepted, just rubber stamped it, but they didn't this time. And so Michigan is going to at least apparently impose, according to the Wolverine, where I'm seeing this, a 3-game suspension on Jim Harbaugh, which, I mean, look, Harbaugh has been adamant he didn't lie. And I'd like to give him his day and be able to hear what he has to say, where the disconnect between the NCAA and Jim Harbaugh is, but certainly always want to give him a chance to say what he needs to say. But until this thing gets resolved, I'd like to hear Jim Harbaugh's side of this story. But I also am a believer that if you did something, and I'm not saying anybody did, but if you did something here, take your medicine and move on. And this is a step towards that. I'm always in favor of that. So 248-539-9797. In the meantime, let's see what I can find out. But I know that there was some surprise that the NCAA's internal procedure didn't produce closure with this. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Next, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Skater out today. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lots on the table today. Michigan fans, you want to react to the possibility here? It's being reported that Jim Harbaugh self-imposed sit out the first 3 games of the season. See what happens with the NCAA after that. I'm a big fan of getting to closure as quickly as possible when things like this arise. In the meantime, we got the Lions going about the preseason the way they are, with starters not taking in-game reps. Do you want to see him play Friday night? Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your votes in at 248-539-9797 for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We had some Tiger talk a little bit earlier in the show, which we discussed a potential of a core 3 bat, young bats emerging. Do they have the staying power? We're talking about Green, Torque, and Kerry Carpenter. So all that is out there. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jeff. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jeff? Jeff, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, actually, it's Joe, not Jeff.
Oh, okay. What's up, Joe?
Hey, good show, Doug. Good show, Kang. Real quick, maybe you can answer a question for me as I make my point. Do they get to practice in Ford Field in any of these combined practices or anything like that?
No, they did it all at the the practice facility
at Allen Park. Yeah, because last year about halfway through when DJ Shark came back and wasn't very productive, he made a point of saying that he couldn't pick up the ball coming out of Jared Goff's hand in Ford Field, and I wonder if some of the drops from the last game are because it's the first time they're turning around and looking into that backdrop behind them. Wonder if they wouldn't benefit from being able to see something in Ford Field.
I don't know.
Just a question.
Yeah, you got to get used to your environment, whatever it is, wherever you're playing. Right. I go back to Jamar Chase dropping 5 of the first 6 passes thrown to him. I think it was 5 of the first 6 passes thrown to him last year in Cincinnati as a rookie, and him coming back and have a pretty good year. So.
Yeah. I keep thinking back to that DJ Shark comment, but the other thing that I've always thought when they wear those gray uniforms, when I watch the film afterwards, I can't pick our guys out downfield, and that's why I like the reds and the blacks and the standout uniforms, because one of those lights, I can't find our own guys, and I'm thinking, how's Goff seeing these guys break free when you can't even pick them up in the gray?
But you're talking about when they're wearing the Color Rush uniforms.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yep. It just I can't pick them out on film. I just wonder how you can do it in real time. But anyway, good show. Glad you're back. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for calling, Jeff. 248-539-9797. Look, I don't know. I think if the Color Rush uniforms are giving them any problems, they would not wear them. And
as far as catching a ball or being in a stadium environment, or, like you said, you have to be familiar with surroundings a little bit. I think that's why it's important for the young guys to kind of get out there just to see what it's like in an NFL game. I don't even care if you came from a big program, Ohio State, Michigan, wherever, where you had, a lot of people in the stands, but it is different when you put on an NFL jersey. There are different nerves and all that. I'd like to get that out of the way personally, But as far as the veteran guys, they get out there early, they get their reps in, and I think, they've been here before. They're NFL players. I'm just more concerned, like Laporta. That's a guy I would like to see just kind of.
Yeah, I feel like that drop has echoed in Detroit for the last few weeks, and it seems that it got a lot of reaction, but it's one of probably 100 passes he's been thrown in training camp, et cetera. But it's gotten a lot of discussion, hasn't it?
Well, it also shows you too, maybe that they don't see, hey, he's going to be fine, right? Mm-hmm. If they're not going to suit him up in any preseason games. And also maybe they're kind of concerned about that room and they can't afford really any injuries already. They already had one, and now they're down to, Laporta, Mitchell, and Brock Wright.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it plays itself out. Their next game is Friday, and then cuts are a week from Tuesday. So I'm thinking about this in real time as the story is breaking while we're on the air about the Jim Harbaugh self-imposed suspension. Kang, I find it very interesting that they landed on 3 games.
So I was going to ask you about that. Now, this is quote unquote supposed to be, if it's true, self-imposed.
Yep.
So are they thinking, since the NCAA didn't accept the first 4-game suspension, we're going to try to get, if we're going to go through this process, we're going to try to get a lighter suspension, and at worst we'll do 3, and that's going to be credited to them if, once they go through this?
Again, I'm trying to figure out how they land on 3. If indeed, like you said, it's accurate and they've landed on 3. I'm going to speculate that they felt like 3 was appropriate. The NCAA investigation committee and them had agreed upon 4, again, what was reported. And then the committee on infractions, or the higher ups there, said no. And it's going to go to a hearing. So does Michigan, did they land on 3 because they're going back to what they thought the punishment should be and say, we'll just go with the 3 and then hope that they win the hearing when that comes up? Because, of course, the cynical people are going to say, look at the schedule. It's because it's East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green. But the next game is Rutgers, right? So if they were trying to appease the committee, I mean, they could pretty safely add Rutgers to that too, right? And make it a 4-game. If they were doing it based solely on the schedule, they could have added the 4th game at no risk too. If we're gonna go with the cynical, they just did for the non-conference. They just did it for these easy games. There was a 4th easy game right there as well that they could have added. So I'm trying to figure out what made them land on 3, because if the NCAA wants more and gets more, and they add a 4th this year, and let's say the NCAA wants 5, and that's determined in the hearing, and he has to sit out next year's, because next year they open with Fresno, and then they play Texas. Now, you don't always get to choose when you serve your punishments, okay? So let me make that clear. But if it was an attempt to manipulate when they would serve their punishment, do you hear what I'm saying? Wouldn't it make sense to add Rutgers if you were trying to protect a big game like Texas next year?
That would probably make the most sense for worst case scenario. Like if you're playing for worst case scenario, because the NCAA rejected this because obviously they don't think that's enough, right? They don't think 4 games is enough.
One would imagine, yes.
But you said this has never happened before?
I talked to Dan Wetzel about it because he wrote a column about this. There's a whole bunch that's never happened before. Like that, 1, and 2, the NCAA commenting publicly about a case that's ongoing.
Because if we have no frame of reference that this has never happened before, maybe Michigan's thinking, okay, you didn't think 4 was enough. Maybe we can win this and we get less than 4. We're just going to take 3 right now, And maybe they do win their case, and that's it. They've already self-imposed the 3. We're done here. If it goes more, of course, they just add on because we've already done 3, right?
Yep.
That maybe I'm just trying to think of why did they go on 3?
Why did they land on 3?
Because why do it 4 when we think we can actually do better than 4? We can get less than 4.
Yeah, we felt we negotiate
this was a negotiation. Yeah. We don't even feel we deserve 4, but we'll take 4.
They were willing to take the 4, but now they're going back to maybe what they were considering.
And then we're like, all right, well, all bets are off. Then we're trying to try to do better than that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Because there's going to be cynical reaction. Oh, look at the games, and that's fine. But if they were trying to protect the biggest games with their own self-imposed sanctions, I think they would have added Rutgers. If you buy into the cynical line of thinking, right?
Well,
which I'm sure we have a fan base out there that does.
Well, yeah, because if it comes back 5 games, you're like, well, at least, hey, let's get Rutgers in there, and then the first game next year.
Yep.
And that's our 5. That's planning for a worst case scenario.
Yep.
If it's more than 4, because you were thinking they don't think 4 is enough, but maybe they're like, hey, screw this. I didn't even want to agree.
We're going back to what we originally wanted to do, and you negotiated 4, but we'll just do the 3 because we thought that was appropriate.
Yeah, and didn't it take forever for Harbaugh to even get to this point?
What do you mean?
Or the 4-game suspension, to agree to? Wasn't that part of the whole deal?
Harbaugh is adamant that he didn't lie, and I want to hear his side of the story because he was adamant. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, some feedback coming in here. Here's one. The reason they wouldn't want to add Rutgers this year is because they have such a great team, and losing to Rutgers would be disastrous for their conference title aspirations. It's from an unnamed texter. If they can't beat Rutgers without Jim Harbaugh as their head coach, then they don't have legitimate title aspirations. Phil in Northville says, let's say the NCAA goes more than 3 games. Michigan might be hedging their bet and lose those additional games in 2024's non-conference schedule. Hearing isn't likely to happen in 2023. That's from Phil. Yeah, if they didn't accept 4, though, they'll be going for more than that. Michigan might be hedging their bet a little bit here, but, I also wonder how much Michigan says, well, screw it. We can win this hearing. Robin Redford says the NCAA is not required to count these 3 games self-imposed games, are they? It'd be funny if he sits out these games and then has to sit out 4 or more next year. It's from Rob in Redford. I don't know if they're required to do anything. Rutgers is still a Big Ten game, not risking it. They wanted a 4th game. The first game next year is easy. Well, again, I don't want to be completely dismissive of any opponent, but I don't think that they're, even if it is a Big Ten game, if they were going to if you take the cynical approach and say they only want to suspend them for games that they could win, you could add Rutgers to that list. All right. This is on the Aiden Hutchinson sack prediction put together by ESPN statistical model that he will have 7.4 sacks. From an unnamed texter, this model is what is wrong with going purely off analytics. If the model doesn't favor second-year players, maybe don't put them on it. Another one here. Doug, you're onto something saying regulars, but I counted 31 players that are probably going to be on the 53-man roster that did not play on Saturday. Another one here. This is Phil from Southfield. Yes, the starters need to play. They need to get their timing down. Goff needs to get his timing down with the receivers and running backs in the line. They need to step up and protect him. Next one. Preseason is meaningless, especially for the starters and stars. I have no issue with them getting 0 playing time during the entire preseason. So I don't think it's meaningless. I think the outcomes of games are meaningless. I think getting the repetitions, getting used to anything new, I don't think that's meaningless. From Nick and Westland, I think the point of preseason, now that there are only 1 round of cuts, is to give the guys on the bubble every chance to show what they have. Well, that's who's getting the majority of the snaps. That's what's getting, those are the guys that are getting the most playing time in this preseason. So, yeah, if you're battling for a roster spot. Now, there's some guys who aren't. I'm thinking Romeo Okwara and John Kaminsky aren't battling for roster spots. James Houston isn't battling for a roster spot. But James Houston's trying to prove he's more than just a third down specialist. By the way, he looked pretty good. That play he made in the open field on Tank Bigsby, pretty impressive. Pretty impressive.
Well, guys like Teddy Bridgewater are going to make the team. He's going to make the team, but he still needs reps.
Yep.
And so, a lot of the guys that don't get the reps during joint practices or get a lot less, I guess Jack Campbell was getting 50% reps in the practices because they're so deep at linebacker. One of the reasons, other than needing to be ready because he will wear the green dot helmet at some point, be able to call out plays, is just getting more reps.
Mm-hmm.
So James Houston, guys there's going to be guys out there that we know are making a team, but they need to get reps. And then there are guys that are fighting to make the team. So it's a mix of those kind of guys.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I see what they're doing, but if you haven't seen the joint practices and don't know what's going on, I could see how it would make you uncomfortable. They're going full speed in those, with the exception of hitting the quarterback. And so you can sit here and you can talk about, Goff needs to get used to be getting hit, but the reality is that those joint practices, it's live. It's live. Tony Garcia, who covers Michigan football for the Free Press. Again, this story is breaking as continue on the air. Source, Harbaugh informed the team before practice this morning that he will serve the 3-game suspension. Michigan's plan was to notify the NCAA first, but football had a morning practice, so the players were told early. The NCAA has since been informed of the decision. And again, if you're just joining us, Michigan football coach Jim Harbaugh will serve a 3-game self-imposed suspension beginning the 2023 season. Sources have confirmed to now a variety of media outlets.
Is it written, is it guaranteed that if, they finally do have the hearing at some point and they come on the number of, let's say, 4 or 5 games, something above 3 games, that Michigan gets credited for these 3 games, these self-imposed 3 games?
I think that's what the effort is here to do this, is if they lose their hearing, yeah.
But there's no guarantee, though.
There's no guarantee. There's no
It's
guarantee.
kind of like a good faith thing.
So I just, during the commercial break, was reading what Angelique was writing about that. And Angelique Shingelis covers the team for the Detroit News. This is a goodwill effort by Michigan. Hopes the NCAA won't add further penalties. I think it depends on what Harbaugh has to say at the hearing.
But they will add more, right? Because they didn't think 4 was enough.
They didn't think 4 was enough. So
why would 3 be enough?
The only way 3 is enough is basically if Michigan wins the hearing or if Harbaugh wins the hearing. I don't really know how this works, because whether it's Harbaugh that goes to the hearing or whether it's Michigan that goes to the hearing, well, I guess they both are. But
And for the people that are like conspiracy theorists that are saying like, hey, they're picking their 3 games because they're easy, okay?
Yep.
That these are easily winnable games. What if the NCAA, I don't think they've ever done this, but I'm just thinking out loud here, go, yeah, that was cool that you did those 3 games, but we're picking new games. We get to pick when you get suspended, and you're getting suspended 4 games in 2024.
It could happen. It could happen. Look, meanwhile, if you're Jim Harbaugh and you're the team, nose to the grindstone and get the job done, because they still got lots to play for. Lots to play for. Jim Costa has made his way in studio. What's up, man? How are you?
Doug, what's up?
Oh, just enjoying the new studio.
Yeah, this is my first time in here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I thought you did Lions. Was it ready to go?
They were
for
still
Lions?
working on it.
Were
I had
they?
to kick them out. People didn't hear this story, but I had to kick them out. They're saws and drills, and they're finishing it up.
Really?
Yeah, so I was working in here while it was still a contractor's paradise.
Yes. Well, they did a nice job.
It does.
It's
It
really
looks nice.
Yeah. How are you today?
Good.
Yeah.
I'm sure you got into some of the Harbaugh stuff.
We did. Kind of breaking here in the last half hour. I'm really intrigued as how they landed on 3 games.
Because it felt like 4 wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And now they went with 3.
So my guess is when you negotiate a settlement, you come to the table with what you think is appropriate. I think Michigan thought 3 games was appropriate.
Then they were going to, quote, meet in the middle at 4. Deals off the table. They go back to their line in the sand at 3.
Yep. And then it goes to a hearing, and we'll see what happens. Remember, these things, too, can go your way. You can win a hearing. Whether they will or they won't, we'll see. But if they lose, they could be if it goes into next year, the first game's Fresno, the second game's Texas. So it could because like if you want to take the cynical route and say they would have just suspended him for all the games that don't matter, they would have had a Rutgers too, right? And gone 4 games to try and protect against the Texas game next year.
Right. Time served argument, basically. How many can you bank this year?
Yep.
On the off chance, I guess might not even be off chance, but on the chance they add more on next season.
Yep.
So we're going to talk about that a little bit today. Lions preseason, Jack Campbell playing into the 3rd quarter, something or nothing. We'll have a little bit of fun with the preseason coming up in the next couple hours.
What about all the starters sitting out like the entire preseason?
Because you don't think they're going to play on Friday.
I don't know, but if they don't,
Dan Miller didn't seem to think, and again, he's just speculating. But he was saying on the broadcast he doesn't know that we will see the starters on Friday.
So, joint practices are the new thing. It's all the more reason for my idea of a practice network.
It just shows the practices on TV.
I want to just show practice.
People could laugh. There are junkies.
I know.
I think we're 2 of them.
Yep, pregame skates in the NHL and
Home
NBA shoot-arounds.
The little the batting practice before baseball games.
All you have to do is get every league and every coach and every team and every college to agree to it, and you're all set.
Oh, it's that simple.
And just broadcast everything live. All right, well, stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Welcome, one and all. We are off to quite a start, but more on that later. To my left is a man who's just really excited to be here. His name is Jim Costa. Rico on vacation, I think. I don't know, somehow was mystically in the show sheet. It's really something else.
He claimed that hurricane had an impact on his vacation.
Well, then maybe he should go read one of his children's novels, a.k.a. a comic book. Get out of here and go on vacation.
Catching strays on his time off.
Then don't be trying to put show topics on there. Get out. Get out. Now, you're going to explain to these people what the hell's going on in Ann Arbor. I can't make sense of it.
You think I have all the answers to this?
It's your cult.
Okay.
It's Emgo Costa.
Here it is.
Excuse me, I have to get a screwdriver and fix them.
You go ahead and do that. For people who may have heard, and for those who have not, Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines have, that too, self-imposed suspension, but only 3 games. The deal that fell through was 4 games. Fell through because the NCAA felt like 4 games wasn't enough. So what does Michigan do? They turn around and say only 3. Do they think that's going to be sufficient? Am I missing something with this?
Yeah, you're missing. Why would you self-impose in the first place? History has already shown you self-imposing doesn't really matter. Why would you self-impose when you put a deal before them that you would not agree to? The Committee on Infractions rejected your deal at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But you think 3 is doing something?
So what are we missing?
I don't know.
I know you don't like getting inside the head of the Michigan Brain Trust. Are they trying time served? It's the best I could come up with is they think, hey, we'll bank 3 this year and 3 gimmies. If they're going to hand us any more, we'll tack them on at the start of next year. It's time served. If they want to hand out 5 or 6, we beat them to the punch, take 3 off this year, take 3 off next year, and move on. That's the best I can come up with because I don't get it. They know 4 wasn't enough, yet they self-imposed 3.
It makes no sense. So I would love to know from the people. Now, again, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it make a noise? Missing East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green, it makes no difference. The suspensions never made a difference.
Why didn't they self-impose 4? Are they afraid of Rutgers? Like, just take 4 and stick to the current deal and say we felt good about it and dare them and say prove we did something wrong.
No,
Three feels like you're daring the NCAA to come at you, right?
And that's Michigan's arrogance. Let's face it. Look, we will never be told the truth on why the Committee on Infractions rejected the deal.
Well, David's got a screwdriver.
That's because David is a pro.
A handyman.
And if we don't get things done, they don't get done in this building. So the point I make is the only conclusion I could come to as to why the Committee on Infractions rejected the deal is that Harbaugh wouldn't admit he was guilty.
Sounds right to me.
Okay, so if that is my opinion, I'm not reporting news. To me, the NCAA is going to try to hammer you. I don't think they care about the self-reporting. I don't think it matters. And the committee will get to it when they get to it. None of this ever mattered. Michigan's going to have a great season regardless. Harbaugh still gets to coach during the week, just not on game day. Well, newsflash, Kenny could coach U of M to an undefeated offseason. They would just treat him like Brady Hoke. They'd unplug his headset, and he would stand there in sunglasses.
Clapping.
That's it. Little kids bop, and he's good. So, look, you make sense of it. It's your fan base. It's the school you grew up rooting for. You make sense.
I'm not a Michigan fan, but we do want Michigan fans to fill in the gaps for this. Because, Mike, I think I'm as confused as you are. 248-539-9797. Why 3 games? Why self-imposed to begin with? If you're going to dare the NCAA, then just dare them and coach every game this season, right?
Or dare them on their terms. You know, if you really want this to go away, look, again, I'm trying to use common sense for 2 entities that are outer space aliens. Both U of M's athletic department and the NCAA are outer space aliens. Michigan for what they perceive, what they do get away with, and really how it's run. We don't need to go into it. I will if you like. And the NCAA, which we know are a collection of largely feckless losers. But what I think is they wanted to get this done because they know they could be largely effed. Whether you agree with what the NCAA is doing or not, I don't really give a rat's ass. Coaches who lie to the NCAA, coaches who had recruits on campus during COVID, those coaches have lost their jobs. Now, I'm not telling you Harbaugh deserves to go for that. I think he deserves to go just for his general existence. But my point to you would be, you wanted to settle this. It's pretty clear. You leaked out the 4 games and the cheeseburger narrative and the whole bit. The NCAA does not seem to want to settle this. I think they want his hide. If you really want to know where I'm at with this. Now, whether they can execute that or not, I'm not sure. I said a couple weeks ago, I wonder if it's Harbaugh's last year regardless. You kick the can down the road. You tell him to kick rocks. He goes out, wins the Big Ten, goes to the playoff again, and tries for the 50th time to go to the NFL. That's what made sense at the time. But self-imposing the 3, not 4, I don't know. What are you afraid of the Rutgers game, the 4th game?
That's what I'm saying.
You should have at least been on even terms, called it 4 and been done. And if you really wanted to head them off at the pass, you say, yeah, I screwed up. I don't know what their problem is, but we're going to try to take care of this. My point is, if I were Michigan, which this makes me feel filthy, I never would self-impose, ever.
You'd be defiant.
Well, if
you'd
you're
be arrogant.
If you're going to go
you'd
this...
be on brand.
Yeah, if you're going to go this route.
If you're going to reduce the suspension, don't do anything.
What has the NCAA ever really done to you? Truthfully, what have they ever done to you? You get away with anything you want. Who's gonna tell you no locally? Well, Mozzie Smith got on an airplane. He was at the TSA in 3 hours from getting arrested. Donovan Edwards didn't sit a play, much less a series or a game. How about hiring a racist with no background check? How about your offensive coordinator's house getting raided? I mean, what's anybody going to do to you? Nothing. Hell, they managed to skate through a scandal where the football team doctor was sexually assaulting players for 30 years. Okay? So if I'm them...
You'd put your head in the sand.
No, I would just say, I tell you what, we'll see you at the OK Corral. If I've taken it this far where the coach wouldn't apologize, wouldn't own it, and brazenly misled them, if you've arrived at that point, just keep going. The hell's the difference? The roller coaster's already left the station.
It's just so inconsistent, I think, is why this is so puzzling. It's inconsistent. If you felt like you did nothing wrong, don't self-impose.
Or if you're going to self-impose.
Or then at least meet where you were. Don't scale it back. Mike, if they had come out and said, you know what, 4 was a good deal. We thought that was on the table. We were cool with the terms. We're sticking by it, and you're not going to suspend us for another game. 4 is fair. 4 is what we had agreed to. We're sticking to 4. Because I do think it's in their best interest to get this behind them. In 2024, you're welcoming in USC and UCLA and Oregon and Washington, and the Big Ten gets tougher. You want to put this behind you, especially this year where you have kind of a runway for the first half of your season where you're not afraid of anybody.
No, they won't play a ranked opponent until mid-November, unless MSU somehow rises up. So that's not hyperbole, it's truth.
So I think the better answer is not to defiantly dare them. It's to get out in front of it and say, yeah, you know what? We screwed up. Here's the 4 games we agreed to. We're going to hold true to our word. We'll own up to it. We'll put it behind us. Instead, they dialed it back, which is almost daring the NCAA, and I don't think it achieves what they wanted, which is trying to maintain a level of innocence.
When does self-reporting even work? Doesn't work.
Exactly. I was just about to say that, Mike.
Never
they can
works.
still plop 2 more games on you. Just don't take the penalty, okay? Just don't self-impose is my thing. As a Michigan fan, you already fought it, so just coach every game this year. Why do this? This is stupid to me. It really doesn't make any sense to me. I mean... Ward Manuel doesn't make any sense to me anymore as the AD of Michigan.
Well, he's a nothing. He's a nothing burger. I mean, let us. He's nothing but a character actor. I mean, first of all, did anyone ever check on his rental car service where the team captain took his car out for a nice romantic cruise? The guy didn't even speak to Jim Harbaugh for basically 7 months. Then he character acts and goes up on stage to character assassinate MSU's players when needed. All Ward Manuel is a useful toy. So it's not like Ward gets to call the shot. You think he's got power over Harbaugh after 2 Big Ten titles? After 2 playoff appearances? And after Harbaugh has basically held the university hostage the last several years? So I don't think this is something from him. I think it's just one of those goofy things where they try to control the narrative. Now nobody plays the victim more than Michigan. I mean, they can trash your locker room and put human waste all over your walls, and you still get fined. You don't believe me? Ask MSU. So the whole point in all of it is none of it adds up. You don't hear me yelling about it. I don't think Harbaugh should lose his job, so don't even take it there with me. Don't waste my time. But I never would have self-imposed had I gotten down the road like this. I also would have worked with the NCAA. I would have admitted guilt, and I would have come to resolution because Cookies is right. 4 games plus an apology? Hell, make it 5.
Sure.
Keep the change. I still get to coach during the week? Guys, remember, this is not the J-Mo suspension. He's not gone from the facility.
Right.
He's not. Harbaugh gets to coach, film, practice. He's there all
Set the
week.
tone, the game plan, all of it.
And on Saturdays, he goes golfing. I would have settled it, but I have a brain. Now I have no idea.
I don't think this accomplishes anything, the 3 games.
No, it doesn't. But then again, look, here's the reality. This is where I get irked with the cult, a.k.a. the fan base. If this were Ohio State, phone lines, full. If this were Mel Tucker and East Lansing, full. If this were Alabama, full. But when it's them, they don't have the gumption to pick up the phone and have a conversation about it because what they do is cult behavior. That's it. It's no different. The only difference between Harbaugh and certain other faux religions is like, I don't know, dressing up as an admiral and making your wife disappear. That's really the only difference. What?
I don't have
It's
anything to say.
Scientology 2.0. These people cannot bring themselves to talk about their own program. They'll go la, 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 don't care, cheeseburger. They'll do all of that. But you know what? They will not have an honest conversation about it. They can't. Because if you go against dear leader, what happens? Seriously. It took 5 years of getting brutalized by any ranked team they played and going 0-for against Ohio State for half the fan base to get to a point to say, you know what, I might be ready to move on from this guy. Meanwhile, they're all too ready to talk hot seat in East Lansing after 1 bad year.
Now, hold on.
I'm not holding on to that.
You and others were critical of Harbaugh, not 5 years in, probably about 3 years in, right?
After the loss down in Columbus where they gave up, I think it was 56 or 63.
It was a disaster.
I said after 3 years.
They came in favored in that game, I believe, in Columbus. I think it was 2018.
And Harbaugh called the play pass from his own end zone. They threw the pick 6.
And he looked like a zombie in the postgame after that game. So it wasn't like we waited till year 5 to be critical of Jim Harbaugh. We shouldn't have to wait till year 5 to be critical of Mel Tucker.
I was considered unreasonable after 3 years. See, that's the difference. By year 5, you had 50% of people somehow aligned. It never got to 60 or 70 or 80%. Ever. So, look, I love where your head is at. You're passionate about that. I know you want this to work, but I need you to understand your fan base. They're not going to support a topic like this because it's not tell me I'm pretty theater. That's what it is.
Welcome, Jim. Welcome to the fan base. Welcome.
Ridiculous. Hold on. Factually speaking, what was the first college football game you ever went to see? Michigan. 248-539-97.
It's the closest. I'm sorry to Eastern Michigan. It's the closest.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you grow up Amish? Does your family not have a car?
Oh, okay, here it is.
Oh, Jim's family.
We took the horse and buggy up the road.
Yeah, they varnished a table and took in Michigan and Eastern. 248-539-9797. We've talked about David Femininio. We've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, David has informed us a recent change in the law. You could recover financially from a slip and fall accident if you've been injured in that type of accident in the last 3 years. You may be able to recover financially, but you got to act quickly. What you need to do right now is call 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website anytime. GetDavid.GetPaid.com.
I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes in 4 seasons.
Okay, so we're off and running. And again, I don't know what to do with it. I've offered you my best guess. I would never self-impose. Why Michigan offered 3 games? Well, here's the thing. The reports are it's in play, that it's not official, which again is Michigan controlling the narrative. This is what they do. Why would you ever leak out that you're pondering this? See, if you're going to do it, you just do it complete with quotes from your coach. But if you're a Michigan fan, I'd be upset if they self-imposed. Because as Jim said it, why would it be 3, not 4? Plus, whatever you offer, if it's 3 plus Harbaugh admitting wrongdoing, doesn't that take the air out of the NCAA's balloon?
Because what you're doing with 3, you're daring them to come at you and add more to it. You knew 4 wasn't enough in their eyes. Whether you think it's right or wrong, the NCAA said, deal's off, 4 games isn't enough. Your response is to dig your heels in more, to be stubborn, deny, we didn't do it, it's only 3, we're going to Band-Aid this. Whether you agree or not, the NCAA is going to come back and tack on games. Do you want that lingering into 2024? Why not just make it to 4, offer up some contrition, move on? Story's over.
Well,
you're coaching the 5th or 6th game, and it's all behind you. It doesn't impact you in the bigger Big Ten in 2024. It doesn't impact you in your big rivalry games at the end of this season.
It doesn't impact you if Harbaugh's not here. That's my only argument to what you're saying.
But we've done this song and dance the last 2 off seasons, and the NFL collectively said, here, where's the new... We're not hiring him. And I know that's a popular narrative, is that kick the can down the road to next year, Harbaugh won't be here, but Michigan can't operate that way as a program.
Really? Why can't they?
Well, that's not in the best interest of the program.
Who has control over Jim Harbaugh right now?
And Harbaugh's going to be coaching here next year, right?
I don't know. Buddy, I hope he is, because I need to beat him one more time. My point to you is, who's got control over him? No one. His program is rogue. They do whatever they want. Oh, I know that flies in the face of the fantasy of leaders and best, but it's reality.
No, but you're probably right. That's most college football coaches. They wield more power than their ADs. Nick Saban holds more power than faceless nameless AD at Alabama. Kenny, you're Georgia Bulldogs. Is the AD telling Kirby Smart what's what after back-to-back national titles? No.
But that's my whole point. And here it's even more so, because at least the 2 gentlemen you brought up have won something. I hate to break it to you.
Well, back-to-back Big Ten titles ain't nothing.
Okay, 1-7 in bowl games is. Jim, I'm sorry. I apologize.
We could do the little tit for tat, but winning the Big Ten twice is not a joke.
Fine,
it's not
but
nothing.
It was the standard 7 years. Jim, come on. Just because the Russians failed to land on the moon today doesn't mean you have to. Come on now. David Tickettex. No, they did. They tried to land on the moon.
Today?
It failed. Yeah. First moon mission in 50 years.
You learned something new. David, what are they saying?
Watch. Michigan will be the first school to self-impose, and the NCAA will actually accept it to protect the brand. For Michigan to actually hold someone accountable, imagine what Jim really did. They don't really care about gun charges, and they care about this.
Well, that's my whole point, is it makes you wonder if it has now been very clearly explained to him by people he won't listen to. You know, you kind of effed up. And, oh, by the way, you've baited the NCAA into this.
Yep.
And the NCAA is a wounded animal. Everyone knows they're losers. We hate the NCAA.
Sure.
I hate them. Jim hates them. You hate them. Well, when you tell someone they're useless for long enough, or you tell someone they got no power, sometimes that person lashes out. The NCAA may make this their Alamo.
Do you want to lose scholarships?
Who?
Michigan. I'm not saying that's on the table, but by dragging this out, poking the bear, reducing the suspension, deny, the arrogance, the stubbornness, I'm not saying it should be on the table. But, Mike, what you're painting is the NCAA might want to get punitive here. Why would you poke the bear?
I just really believe the NCAA's kind of got a hard-on for you. And whether it's right, wrong, or otherwise, your coach pretty much asked for it. So now, well, here we are. So the whole thing's goofy. And I'm glad games start.
Yeah, I know.
But if they make this self-report happen, doesn't it have to come with Harbaugh admitting guilt? Otherwise, the NCAA doesn't get what they want. And it won't go away because they're deranged too. I'm asking.
That would be the one thing that would make the reduced games make sense. If they said, hey, instead of 4, we're going to 3, but you're going to get your admission.
You'll get your pound of flesh.
But knowing Jim Harbaugh as well as we think we know Jim Harbaugh, you think that stubborn guy is going to... No.
Absolutely not. I don't.
That's the one piece of info we don't have and would potentially tie this together, but it just would fly in the face of what we know about Harbaugh.
Let's go to Mark, 97.1. What's up, Mark?
Hello. I want to talk about the Harbaugh thing. I'm a Michigan fan. The way I look at it, the only reason he would self-impose and the only way it makes sense to me is he is planning to go to the NFL after this season, and this gives a chance for his coaches under him to get some in-game coaching experience to make a bid for a head coaching job.
The only problem with it, Mark, is if nobody hires him, he could want to coach in the NFL. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, right?
He would have left already.
He wanted the Minnesota job, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true. I mean, personally, as a Michigan fan, I probably am against the grain. I'm not a big fan of Harbaugh, but that's the only way that it makes sense in my head is maybe he has some guarantees or something, but I don't know. It's definitely interesting. I don't know why he would.
It's hard to make sense of any of it, Mark, and believe me, I don't claim to have the answer. I find all of it tiresome, but this is who the guy is. Chaos follows this dude everywhere. He's never been anywhere except here longer than 4 years for good reason. This is the only place that'll put up with his bottom line. It's the only place that'll put up with him. You can't do this in the NFL. You can't get away with this at Stanford. You can't get away with this at San Diego. The only place that would put up with nonsense and drama and chaos factor. Well, Michigan. Why? It's a cult. That's why. It's the only place. Think about it. NFL, I've always said this. You know what Jim's problem is with the NFL now? It's millionaires who work for billionaires. They're not going to put up with you. Period. You're not dealing with some, a nameplate. I'm the AD. No one cares. I'm the school president. Yeah, and guess what? A school president is not going to take on a $100 million a year football program where all the big donors care about that. Not going to do it. In the NFL, here's who you deal with. I own that stadium. I own your chair. I own you. And now you're fired because you've angered me. To me, the only place he could land now after begging for basically every job would be Vegas. Why? There's a long-standing relationship with the Davis family. And that franchise at large is half an idiot.
But that job's open in the last 2 years, and they didn't hire him.
Yeah,
how many jobs have opened in the last two off seasons, and he didn't get any of them?
I have said
despite
this,
marketing himself, lemonade stand on the side of the road.
Right, I've said it for how long? The best place he'll ever coach is Michigan. He has ultimate power. Why do you think I make comparisons? He's essentially a dictator. He can do whatever he wants. Years ago, I made the joke he could kill somebody, they'd bury the body for him. It's like calling DoorDash, come pick up this corpse. This is the only place that would do that for him. He should never leave Michigan. You know, just stay there.
Well, especially now you got back-to-back Big Ten titles.
No, and I don't
you
think
beat
the
Ohio
fan base,
State.
I don't think the fan base cares about a national title. As long as you're beating OSU on a semi-regular basis and winning the Big Ten on a semi-regular basis, you can be a bum in the big games, just like his hero Bo. They all worshipped a guy who never won a national title and couldn't find a bowl win with two hands and a flashlight. Well, Harbaugh's doing the same thing. This is the best place he'll ever be. Go ahead, David. What?
Bruce Feldman is confirming the story, but he adds the school is expected to make an announcement later today, an official announcement from them today.
Oh, I'm waiting with bated breath. I'm sure it'll be a well put together statement featuring nothing from Harbaugh. In the words of Bart Scott, can't wait. It's just a carousel.
We do need quotes from Harbaugh. He's got to speak on it.
I mean, that would...
And I know he hasn't been because it's all been tied up, but if you're going to self-impose, he's got to say something. We'll see. You're excited.
What is it with you knocking on the desk? What do you wait? What is it, a knock-knock joke? What the hell's going on?
I was just twiddling my thumbs.
Every opinion he has, he's like, well, I'd love to hear from Harbaugh. What do you got? What's going on over there?
I'm with you, Jim. I'd love to hear from Harbaugh as well.
Testing out this new studio. See what this desk is made of.
Hey, coming up next.
Ba-dum-bum.
We'll get football today.
Please.
Okay? Yeah, let's do some NFL, shall we? Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the... Nobody stocks more or sells more Trex decking than Northville. And in the last year, contractors and homeowners have bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason Northville moves that much product. They stock every color of Trex decking, railing, lighting, you name it, they got it. And it's all in stock all the time. It's in their warehouse. There's no lead time, no wait time, no special orders. So what do you need to do? It's rather simple. You call Northville Lumber, they'll find you a Trex certified pro to build that deck, or stop on by. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jameson Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jameson Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he doesn't pan out, it will be a colossal mistake, because he says the Lions would have had 32 and 34 because of the Stafford trade, and could have taken, Christian Watson with either pick, and they could have also taken Jalen Petrie, the safety, or Kenneth Walker III, any of those guys, instead of taking Jameson Williams. Not to mention Sign from Georgia, who was taken, or Seen, right?
Seen, yeah.
He was taken by Minnesota, and he got hurt. But yes, there were other people out there.
Well, I would also take it to say that even if they made the trade, the selection of Jameson Williams is, by his estimation, a failure, because you could have had Jordan Davis. You could have had a number of different players.
Yes.
I'm not willing to go there yet. Am I disappointed? Sure. But I'm going to put last year as a write-off.
$97.1
David, please break up this nonsense. Give us our taste. Give us football today.
Ooh, what a new open there by Roberto. That was very creative.
Is that work?
Very creative.
Little production value.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it still has to make up for him being the JMO of this show.
Oh, not showing up at all?
Unreliable.
Unreliable. Well, let's get to this real quick. Because
Jim did not like that.
No, I feel like as critical as we've been about J-Mo, that's where we go a little too far as when we compare him to Roberto. Then I feel a little bad.
Availability's a skill. Hey, guys, my tummy hurts. Get out.
let's talk about a guy that I believe is being unprofessional, and that is Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was found not guilty in the case that he was dealing with, that he had, and now he's choosing not to talk to the media at all. According to reports, he's not talking to Sports Illustrated, the Cincinnati Enquirer, Pro Football Network, or ESPN when they decide they wanted to ask him after he returned to camp about everything and what he's been dealing with, and he's not speaking to them. How unprofessional can you be, dude? Just talk.
I disagree.
Oh.
You know what? What good comes from you talking? They've already written the narrative about you. What's the point? And if you're Joe Mixon, I mean, there's so much to go on with the mistakes you've made and all the rest. He's better off just not saying a word. I get to a point where, you know what, David, here, reality. Charges were dismissed, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What's there to talk about? What, is he going to take 100 questions?
You could take one or two, set the record straight from your own perspective.
Take one, take a question from Jim Costa, and we move on. But David, I would be lying to you if I tried to be outraged about that. It's like I'm not outraged about Harbaugh. The whole thing is stupid.
But part of the job is press conferences.
You know what his job is?
He's not going to answer questions now?
His job is to be better than like 3 yards a carry in big games.
Okay.
That's very true.
He's a nobody
Maybe
in big games.
Maybe he should just focus on football right now.
Hey, up next, have you lost your job to Samaje Perine? 248.
So let me give you this tidbit that is coming out of the New York Post regarding the doc for the Florida football team.
Swamp Kings.
Former Denver Bronco quarterback Tim Tebow says Florida teammates used to chase him around with photos of naked women to test his virginity claim.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Lord. Is there a question in there, or are you just setting that down on the table?
Just want to give you a little piece of information before you watch the documentary of what you're going to expect from the documentary.
I can't wait, because that time period, how Urban ran that program, how roughshod they were, the juxtaposition between Virtue King Tim Tebow and serial killer Aaron Hernandez, all of it. It's fascinating. Yeah, and oh, by the way, one of the great teams of the last quarter century. So, yeah, I'm all in on it. I can't wait. August 22nd, correct? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Yes. So after months of contract disputes and saying I'm not going to play and I may sit out the season, well, Josh Jacobs reportedly will report to the team before week 1. What the heck were we doing here, Ben?
Well, last I checked, you don't get paid if you don't play.
That idiot.
Wait, why is he an idiot?
Because if you have a stance, be prepared to not get paid.
I think his stance was, I'm not going to get injured practicing. I'll show up when the games are on.
Right.
And I'll play my ass off and earn as much money as I can.
Look, there's a middle ground here that I wish the league, we make jokes about, David, what do we not do?
We don't pay running backs.
But there is a middle ground. You don't have to treat them like, toilet water. I think running backs need to understand you're never going to make $16, $18, $20 million a year. But when a guy leads the league in rushing and you don't pick up his fifth-year option, can we find something equitable here? Can you pay a guy $40 million over 4 years and guarantee 25 of it? If you don't think the league is colluding to change the running back value and go, we're zeroing out this position, I don't know what to tell you. Now, I'm not saying you should start a Zoom call and call the ambulance, but there is a middle ground. I'm not mad at guys who want to hold out. But unlike Saquon, Josh Jacobs, to my knowledge, never had a legitimate offer. Giants offered Saquon $13 a year, and he decided to call the ambulance. Well, F you.
So a few notes that I wanted to get to that we couldn't get to Friday or things that happened over the weekend. First thing, Sam Howell was named the starter in Washington. Yeah, what a surprise there. Jadeveon Clowney signed with the Ravens. They did need help with the pass rush. They brought in Jadeveon Clowney. And then this happened yesterday. Miles Jack retired.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a knee that's been getting worse since college. And the Eagles only brought him in, 1 year, $1 million. And he just was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm out.
Well, he was already contemplating retirement before they brought him in. And I think once you start thinking about that, you're done.
He got his bag, too. Didn't he sign for it 55 for a second contract with the Jags?
Yes, he did.
So he got paid. He got his money. He's got, I believe that's what knocked him down in the draft that year was he tore a meniscus, but didn't they discover a degenerative knee condition?
Yes.
It was something along those lines. He had a nice career for a kid who, tumbled on draft day.
Mm-hmm.
And do the Eagles really need him? I mean, come on.
No, they don't. They don't. I mean, we gave up on him, so he's done. Steelers, I'm saying. So I want to combine the next two little stories here. You can talk about both of them, none of them, whatever. They're I think they kind of work together here. So first, you had fights left and right last week in joint practices. So you had teams cancel joint practices this week. Titans, Patriots canceled, Saints, Texans, which leads me to the next thing regarding starters in the preseason. Mahomes did play over the weekend. There are a lot of teams not playing their starters because of the joint practices. Now, if you got teams canceling, whatever, safety, all of that, first thing, should they just end joint practices because you're going to end up with brawls like they had last week? Secondly, if you keep them, will you continue to see the starters not playing in these preseason games?
This is Jim's wheelhouse. Go ahead.
As useless as you thought preseason football was 5 or even 10 years ago, it's more useless today because of the joint practices. But, David, I wouldn't get rid of them. They actually give you control over your matchups against another team. Minimize the injury risk, maximize the looks you want to get. It waters down the preseason, but for the coaches and for the fans, you just want your team to be ready and minimize injury. So get used to this.
So nothing to the cancellation of 2 of them because of the brawls.
You want to cancel
it?
Hey, well, why don't you start canceling the games from all the trash bags brawling in the stands? I mean, these NFL fights are an embarrassment. It's a preseason game.
What are you getting in a fight over in the preseason?
My team's better than yours. Rawr.
Stick your chest out.
Tell me your life's going nowhere without telling me it's going nowhere. This was my whole point with Michigan State. People are trash bags. They've lost their minds. The NFL, you'll see stabbings this year. Jim, it's nuts. People are nuts.
People are nuts.
Preseason game where you can't name 5 players on the field. We're getting in fights.
They called Trey Lance a bust. Let's fight over it.
How dare you?
Come on.
And that is in football today.
Old Nation, every beer they make, it's of the highest quality. Now, yes, the M43s will put them on the map. The New England IPA, every award, it's very popular. In fact, it's the number 1 4-pack craft beer seller in America. But they've got a complete lineup. It's more than just the M43, the B43, low orbit. And yes, Shandy season is upon us. Still, it's going to be a little tougher to find right now because they'll sell out. But it's there for you. So no matter what, expand your horizons a little bit with Old Nation's complete lineup of high-quality beers. OldNationBrewing.com. That's OldNationBrewing.com, 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes in 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year, he caught 47 passes and 64 targets.
All right, Hatchet, real quick. We'll get to a quick call. We opened the show just again this breaking news with U of M and the possibility of self-reporting statement due today. I wouldn't self-report if I were them. I don't think there's value in it. History suggests that self-reporting doesn't move the needle much. Costa made a great point, which is if you're going to self-report, you can't undercut the deal that the Committee on Infractions already said no to. I think the problem lies in this. Every step of the way, you've done what you always do, which is attempt to control narrative. Cheeseburger. That was you. The proposed settlement that, hey, you may want to check if the other side's amenable to it. That was you leaking that. Now you're leaking this. I think the NCAA's got a little bloodlust. Are they idiots? Yes, they are. I don't like the NCAA. I don't think relatives of the NCAA like the NCAA. But they kind of got a bone for you because your coach has been begging to taunt them into a street fight. So it doesn't add up to any of us, and here we are. But again, you show me Michigan getting hammered by the NCAA, and I'll show you my surprised face based on Michigan gets away with anything they want. I mean, you could say whatever you want, but they're a rogue program. They're no different than the programs they make fun of down south.
This entire thing, you're right, no one's an NCAA fan. No one shows up to games with the NCAA hats.
I heart the NCAA. Rob Lowe.
Exactly.
Not even he would wear that hat.
Nobody has that. But they look at this and say Harbaugh hasn't been forthright. In their opinion, he hasn't been honest, and they're going to make an example of him. They didn't think 4 was enough. So what are you going to do to deal with it? My thought would be you can't undercut the deal. Go 4, show contrition. Hell, you could go 5 if you wanted. Show contrition, put this behind you. The first 5 games don't matter.
Do you get a Harbaugh statement?
Today?
I'm saying in Costa's world.
Yes, he should. Be an adult.
When do they release this thing? 6:02? Little news dump? That's always a classic.
Just in time for
I'm asking.
Rieger and Wojo.
No, I'm just, again, I would love to know what will get released today and how, I don't know, how is it a win? Why would you self-report unless there's more teeth to it?
If they trimmed a game and gave them their pound of flesh and they move on. Maybe it's as simple as that.
I don't know. Let me. I'll tell you what I want to do. David, before we go on the board, Cookies is going to give us a first pitch ball or strike bet or some other sickness. Let me give David the last word on this deal, and we'll move to the Lions. David, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
I agree and disagree with you at the same time. I agree with you on the fact that Michigan always wants to be sanctimonious, and they always want to have their cake and eat it too, and so they can sit there and say at the end of it, well, at least we tried to do it the right way. Where I disagree, and I don't really know if it's a disagreement or if I just have more of a question, how do we know that it wasn't the NCAA that leaked the stuff back before Big Ten Media Days?
So which
Because
one?
to me,
the settlement?
Where they first announced that it was the 4-game suspension.
Well, yeah, so I'll tell you how. Because when that story came out, that was one-sided as it gets. It doesn't behoove the NCAA to leak a decision when it hasn't gone in front of the Committee on Infractions. So why would the side who holds control of approval leak that out? That would coincide with Michigan, who had already on their side of things been pushing this cheeseburger narrative that was total nonsense. Then the NCAA, in their statement, says, not about a cheeseburger, in one of the most unbelievable statements we've ever seen, David. I think that's how we know.
But they released it the day before Big Ten Media Day, so Harbaugh can't respond.
Which one? The cheeseburger statement or hey, there's going to be a settlement?
The very first one, like the day before Big Ten Media Days, when it all blew up in everybody's face and it all came out of nowhere, and that the NCAA is suspending Harbaugh for 4 days. That was released.
But that's not what was released.
Harbaugh took the
but that's not what was released. David, what was released is there's a, quote, negotiated settlement. Then you look at how this exploded in the NCAA rejecting that deal. Why would the NCAA reject something that they tried to leak out? It wouldn't make any sense.
Because the media and the public backlash was against it.
Yeah, but the whole point I'm making is, David, we've never heard of a negotiated settlement. In the history of college football with the NCAA, there's no such thing as a negotiated settlement. I believe Michigan put that out because it made them look like, hey, we're doing it right. We're gonna have a negotiated agreement. So you know what? Our coach can't talk about it. It's all gonna work itself out, David. Cookies?
Makes sense to me. Like you said, they don't want to have to talk about it.
That's why I think we'll get a very well put together statement today and no actual human being reading it. We'll see. David, let's go on the board. Well, Cash the Ticket Season 2, it's out. You guys are killing it. NFL previews begin today, and I offered Jim a bet during one of these, and I think it's a good one. Aiden Hutchinson to have 10 or more sacks this season, -110. Jim, you acted like it was free money. I want to offer it to you.
He had 9.5 last year.
So what am I missing? -110 to get 10.
I'd make the bet. Feels like a solid one. You look at comparable pass rushers. If everybody wants to compare him to the Boses and the Watts, those guys took big steps in their second season. Aiden should be no different as a number 2 overall pick who had a strong rookie year. Minus 110. They're not trying to get you.
That's what scares me. I'd feel better if it was like minus 140.
Now, you handed out a juiced Lions bet.
Oh, I'm on Rob?
No, but people need to listen to the podcast for that. I liked the David Montgomery prop.
Go ahead. Give it to the people.
10 or more rushing touchdowns. You had plus 400.
Sounds right.
Last year, Jamal Williams had 17 rushing touchdowns. Even with regression, who's getting the ball inside the 5? It's not Jahmyr Gibbs. It's David Montgomery. 4-1, 10-plus touchdowns. If you're looking ahead to the NFL, and you and I are,
indeed,
that's
all
a fun one. Can I give you a week 0 thought?
On Monday.
You want me to wait till tomorrow?
Preferably.
Okay, then.
I mean, hey, David, he's got a hot pick on Jacksonville State catching 50.
Rich Rods.
Way. Week 0, huh? Wow.
Saturday, David.
4 days away. Woo! Can't wait.
Yeah, but there's only like one game worth watching. That's
Navy and Army.
Out in Dublin.
Even that is a 21-point line.
Hold on, it's in Dublin, so is that the middle of the morning for us?
No, it's going to be like 2:30.
Oh, okay. Ooh, I got scared. I don't want to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, okay. It's Travers Day. I'll see you Sunday. Let's go over to Kenny.
So I'm looking at the Tigers here. They took their first season series win against the Guardians since 2015. And they're playing pretty good ball right now. Yeah, I know. That's a wild stat. Absolutely
Jesus.
incredible. They're plus 106 against the Cubs right now. Faedo on the bump. They're playing good ball. I say ride them.
Why don't you just have Torque to hit a bomb?
Why what that would be.
I mean, I feel like if Rico were here, that's what he would do.
To hit a home run, plus 420.
Every Brave home run, Torque home run, plus 8 million.
Torque plus 420. That's not bad. If
He's
you
got
parlay that with
18
Tiger
since June 1st.
Yeah, congratulations on being a functioning MLB player. It's nice to
Tigers
have you.
win. Torkelson home run plus 689.
Or 0, because that's just too good to be true. David, what do you got for us?
I'm going to be a homer real quick because I've been talking with my friends all morning about this.
What?
I'm going plus 470 for my Steelers to win the AFC North.
David, you're lighting people's money on fire.
I'm lighting my own money on fire. No one's going to care about this but me.
Why don't you do this? A more responsible
They have
play.
plus 128 to make the playoffs.
That's what I was suggesting. If you truly believe your team's going to ascend, take the pressure off.
I knew you were going to go there.
Just make the playoffs. Jim and I talked about this today. We previewed 3 divisions that are all going to be hitting your phones in the next 24 hours. You don't have to have it all. Stop with the Scarface, the world is mine attitude and just take the pressure off. If you look, the Steelers have upside.
They
David,
do.
Winning the division.
Yeah, Cincinnati, I'm not scared of them. The Ravens are the only question mark.
Jim, you talk to
The
him.
Ravens are the only question mark. Not scared.
Hey, speaking of the Ravens, anybody want to bet them tonight in the preseason? Was it 24 in a row they've won?
Call the number.
Coming up next, the 9-leg parlay.
Don't overlook Super Bowl exactas. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. You good?
I'm great.
We're all good. Okay. All set. Let's get to the Lions next because Jim has some complaining to do. We'll talk. Zero right around the corner with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book right now. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there is no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use. Tons of betting options, including Conference Exactas. Conference Exactas. It's going to be raining balloons. 21 and up. No, I'm going to listen. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's my favorite bet of the preseason. It really is. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. Texas is back. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes in 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year, he caught 47 passes and 64 targets.
Three o'clock, settle in. Jim Costa in for Rico. Mike will make his way in here any minute. Hell, he said this is my topic anyway. I want to talk about the preseason. I got calls over the weekend, people upset they didn't play the starters. I don't know that you're going to see the Lions starters the rest of the preseason. I don't think they should play on Friday. I don't think Campbell's done a bad job at all. You have the joint practices. I don't need to see Jared Goff. I don't need to see David Montgomery. I don't need to see this starting offensive line because I think you saw what happens if one of those guys get hurt. This team has 0 offensive depth. So I think they made the right call, not running all those guys out there. But there was one exception. I'm going to raise an eyebrow. They sat all their starters and key rookies. Jack Campbell, not a key rookie? Playing into the third quarter of the preseason? Laporta's not. Branch isn't. Gibbs isn't. Am I missing something? Is Campbell not an important player? He was the big front 7 addition for a team that wants to stop the run. How many quotes are we getting from Dan Campbell? We're going to stop the run. It's an obsession. Jack Campbell was the big addition to the front 7. He's playing in the third quarter. Translation, he's not a critical piece for us. And Mike, that doesn't add up. Am I wrong? This guy's not a starter. How does that sit with you?
I don't know that that's the case.
He was repping with the 2s last week. They played him into the third quarter of the preseason.
Okay, timeout. So why can't it be the very same thing as JMO, that they wanted to, quote, douse him in reps? That if I were trying to get the future captain of my defense, the future green dot player, we call him, with the headset, the guy who calls my defense, then why wouldn't I want to get him more reps?
Why wouldn't you want to get Brian Branch and Sam Laporta more reps?
Because
Jahmyr
they
Gibbs
don't,
more reps.
because they don't play the same role. I just said this. You're busting my chops.
No, but
now.
the argument is he's a young player and he's a rookie, therefore he needs the reps. That didn't hold true with the other first-round pick or the second-round picks.
It's not the same.
It's about risk tolerance.
True or false, if Jack Campbell plays, he's going to be calling your defense.
This season?
I think there's very big
It's going to be
potential.
Alex Anzalone.
Okay, and by mid-season, I think you'll see Jack Campbell's better than Alex Anzalone.
I would sure hope so. But, Mike, I think he's getting it right, Dan Campbell is, sitting these guys in the preseason. The Campbell thing just doesn't make sense unless I'm wrong, unless he isn't
Which
as
one,
good as...
Dan or Jack? Pick a Campbell. I'm serious. I don't know what we're talking about
Jack.
here. Okay.
Why is Jack playing into the third quarter? He's getting it right with everybody but Jack Campbell. At least that was a takeaway I had over the weekend.
Why do you want me to make sense of preseason? I can't. We've lost cabin pressure. It's never made a ton of sense, but there used to be rules. In the first game, nobody plays. In the second game, they play a series. In the third game, they play a half. In the fourth game, you play all the guys who are going to be unemployed in a week. That was the preseason. That was my life.
Not anymore.
Now, I don't know what it is. Joint practice is here. I got Pat Mahomes starting, yet I don't have Jared Goff. I got Jack Campbell playing 3 quarters, yet the other rookies don't. What do you want me to say? I have no understanding of any of it. None. I am 42 years old. Of all the topics I've talked about in my life on this air, sports related, preseason and making sense of it in the year of David's Lord, 2023, I have no idea what I'm watching. I got nothing. I want to help you. I don't know what to do.
So you'd read nothing into him playing in the third quarter?
I tried to offer you what I kind of might be reading. You yelled at me. I don't know.
Yell is such a strong...
I don't know.
May have raised my voice a little bit. I don't know that I yelled at
I just
you, Michael.
feel like
I wouldn't
this
do
guy
that to
is
you.
going to be your Patrick Willis. This guy is going to be the supercomputer. He's going to be your Bobby Wagner. Maybe they want to expedite the process. Maybe there was a reason. Maybe he had a homework assignment he failed.
Well,
I don't know.
Campbell said it's because he played with the twos during the joint practices, therefore they wanted to get him extra reps. My point would be if he was playing with the twos during the week, they are planning on him being one of the twos. That doesn't mean it's red alert, but I just think fans need to understand this guy's not expected to start the year at the interior linebacker position. Doesn't mean he won't play, but that to me, let's read between the lines.
That would be very disappointing. Because Jahmyr Gibbs isn't going to get more carries than David Montgomery. And if Jack Campbell's not starting from day one, you took 2 luxury positions at 12 and 19, and neither guy's the starter.
And the appeal was they would be plug and play.
Oh, my expectation now, with running backs, I don't panic because, again, if Jahmyr Gibbs is targeted 80 times and is given, say, 150 carries.
200-plus touches.
Hey, we're good.
Yeah.
But at linebacker, I want him repping as the starter. I feel like that's the value of Jack Campbell is he was NFL ready. Iowa linebacker. It's a thing. I'd be bummed out if he didn't play a ton. I'd be bummed out if he didn't start. So I guess maybe it's bias. I didn't want to read into it that way. You might be right. Hell, you probably are. You have a way better understanding of the preseason. I treat the preseason like outer space. I don't understand anything that's going on right now.
Do you, in general, agree with how they've handled it?
What?
Sitting the starters, no Goff. He shouldn't play this week either, right?
I'm a little more old school.
Okay.
I would have played some.
You see the drop-off, though, right? Specifically offensive depth. They don't know who their third running back is, their fifth receiver is, the backup quarterback.
I don't know who my third receiver is.
I'm being generous. The point is they don't have a lot of offensive depth. So what I don't want to do is get injured because I'm Tommy Tough Guy playing my starters in the preseason.
That part I agree with. I'm just saying I hate the idea of my starters getting no reps. That does bother me because, Dan Campbell goes out there and says they're already game planning for Kansas City. Well, that's hard to do when your guys haven't really had live reps. Now, the new hotness is joint practices.
They count those as live reps.
Okay. Well, then if you're comfortable and your guys have an understanding and you believe your guys are dialed in, I guess I'm a blockhead. I have no career sacks in the NFL, but I look at it like you're not replacing live action when it's Thursday night in Arrowhead. So joint practices be damned. But that's why they get paid the big bucks. I just don't understand how Mahomes does play and Goff doesn't, or how Campbell's out there for 3 quarters, but yet this guy isn't. Jim, I honestly, any theory you offer, I'm game to listen. Okay. If you believe, hey, he's not a starter, and this is why I believe that, okay. I still believe on opening night, I'd like to think there's going to be 30 or 40 defensive snaps where Jack Campbell's on that field. I'd be very disappointed. But also,
I'm just bracing the fan base for that. That I think when the season begins against Kansas City, Campbell will not be a starting linebacker.
Hey, David, let me
It doesn't
ask
have to be an international incident, but I just want to brace the fan base for it based on what we saw this weekend.
David, when Jim fills in for Rico, should we brace for broad-based overreactions? Maybe this is something I'm learning about my buddy over here.
What are the other overreactions I've had?
Anytime you open your mouth. Have you ever heard your
going to character assassinate me for 3 hours still? We got plenty of show left.
Have you ever heard yourself on a Saturday? Oh my God, the Tigers will never recover from this loss. Jim, they're 10 games under 500. Let it go. Nobody cares.
I will say this about the preseason and the starters and Jack Campbell. I'll say this, and it may be weak, but if you trust Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, then you have to trust Brad Campbell and Dan Holmes.
In Dan Campbell, we trust, is what David says.
The names are Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, Jim. I didn't get that right,
What
Kenny.
about Danny Holmes and Brad Campbell?
And what I mean by that is,
Too many Campbells.
To Mike's point about we never know what we get in the preseason, I don't know what they're working on with Jack Campbell. I can't say. I don't know.
Like, why are the Giants playing Daniel Jones and Darren Waller?
Right.
Hey, your season's over. You lose either.
Right.
Yet, I can't get Jared Goff on the field.
But, right, exactly. But then the other end, you look at it and you say, well, Andy Reid's won a couple championships, and he's playing his starters. So then which is the right way? I don't know what the right way is. But, you have to trust
Guys,
Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell.
Here's the other thing. I can't take anything out of these games. The only thing I was going into preseason looking to not study, but just to value was J-Mo. With him gone, I don't care about anything. I don't care about any of it. I'm ready for Thursday night in Kansas City. I mean, I can give you what my inherent bias is about playing my quarterback a little, but beyond that, oh my God, have you seen Melifonwu? I'll see him Thursday night against the Chiefs. No, I'm saying I've never been that person. So I don't know that you're wrong. I guess what does the average fan even get out of this? Like, what are you, okay, are you, here, how about this? Are you willing to go as far now to go, hey, boy, I tell you, big takeaways from this weekend against the Jags. This team can't stop the run.
No.
Is that what we're doing?
No, and I haven't done that.
I didn't
overreaction.
I didn't accuse you of that.
You've made some salacious comments, and we're only an hour into the show.
This team cannot stop the run.
I'm throwing a flag.
I'm Jim Costa.
I'm throwing a flag.
We should turn Jim into one of those CBS Sports Minute things.
Another flag.
This Saturday against the Jaguars, it was supposed to be a party.
You know what? I'm just happy you listen to me on the weekends. It's a compliment. I'm going to take that as a
Jags had
compliment.
different ideas.
Appreciate that, Mike.
I'm JC.
You think the JC at the end, the heart out.
Damon Amendolara. David, what do the ticket texters have to say? Let's overreact together.
Okay, I'll read the ones here. Jim, you need to chill out. Campbell is probably just not as ready as the others or needs more reps. Calm down. Nonsense. It takes a lot longer to learn the green dot, someone says. It does make sense that Campbell is playing because they want to see what he can do in that role. The backups are garbage. What happened to all this so-called depth the Lions have? Heard all off-season. This was deep from Mike. Lighten up, Cookies. He has more responsibilities than the others. Okay.
I don't know if you are or are not, and I want to state that for the record. I'm not accusing James Anthony Costa of overreacting.
Sounds like you are.
I'm not. I promise. I don't understand anything about the preseason these days.
Okay.
I don't know what do you as a fan take out of it? I mean, our job is to come on the air and tell you what, this is part of my problem. We are in the most excruciating part of the year. When football's not even close, mentally I can work through it. But when we're this close to the forbidden fruit. I find it very difficult because this is the time you want to extrapolate data and you want to be able to this is what I saw. It's nonsense. All of it. Jack Campbell in the third quarter, I'm like, well, I mean.
All right, turn the mics off. We'll check back in 10 days.
Well, no, that's why it's excruciating. Because what I don't do is, look, a lot of radio hosts in this country, well, we'll see how it all plays out down the line. I'm JC. I don't do that. But it's hard to come on Pierre.
Mike, it was an obvious takeaway for me that you didn't play your starters, you didn't play key rookies, and there was one exception. Explain the exception. That's all I said.
Maybe he was put in timeout. Okay. I don't know. Did you use the same line of thinking with J-Mo week 1?
J-Mo didn't do much last season. Jack Campbell played football all of last season.
That's fair. Okay, then I'm out of ideas.
J-Mo's behind schedule.
Oh, no.
They're trying to get him back caught up to schedule.
He's a Hall of Famer, according to a quarter of his fan base.
Okay.
248-539.
Can we not do J-Mo today, please?
I don't want to.
Okay.
Well, we don't have to, because guess what? He's pulled a Roberto. He ain't at work. 248-539. What? What? He's hurt. He's not at work.
Stop.
Is that a groan in the background?
He's making fun of me now for changing names.
It's like the Costanza voicemail. You've reached J-Mo. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls next after another grotesque Costa overreaction. David Feminine, we told you when you...
Character assassination. So glad to be in today. Thanks, guys.
That's what you get for picking against Army on Cash the Ticket. When you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, David has informed us of a recent change in the law that allows victims of slip and fall accidents to recover financially, but you must act quickly.
What if you're a victim of your own co-host?
Exactly. Well, if it's been in the last 3 years, call David Femininio. You may be able to recover. If you've had grotesque radio overreactions, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or go to getdavid.getpaid.com.
Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jameson Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jameson Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he doesn't pan out, it will be a colossal mistake, because he says the Lions would have had 32 and 34 because of the Stafford trade, and could have taken, Christian Watson with either pick, and they could have also taken Jalen Petrie, the safety, or Kenneth Walker III, any of those guys, instead of taking Jameson Williams. Not to mention Sign from Georgia, who was taken, or Seen, right?
Seen, yeah.
He was taken by Minnesota, and he got hurt. But yes, there were other people out there.
Well, I would also take it to say that even if they made the trade, the selection of Jameson Williams is, by his estimation, a failure, because you could have had Jordan Davis. You could have had a number of different players.
Yes.
I'm not willing to go there yet. Am I disappointed? Sure. But I'm going to put last year as as a write-off.
That's Dan Campbell. It's kind of what I said. Cookies is trying to mine for gems here, and he might be right. But Jack Campbell playing into the third. Other guys don't play. He thinks now he's a backup. What if it's Campbell begging this kid to win the job? Take it. Take the job.
Well, he was their highest graded player in the first preseason game. Are you telling me he's going to earn the job playing in the third quarter against third stringers?
You want me to answer a question I can't answer.
Okay. Then just get to the people then.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, if you're not going to answer the question, maybe somebody else will.
Perfect. David, you like that? Okay, let's go to Rick, 97.1. Hi, Rick.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I like Campbell and his toughness and the fact that he played, but I just want to make 3 quick points. When I came down to watch Brady and Wes Welker back in the day, I got there early at Ford Field, and I was watching Welker work on and out, and Tom was getting rid of the ball quick preseason. Belichick played him almost the half. I took Welker as my fantasy wideout. He led the league in receptions. Okay, so Brady and Welker playing preseason when they had 4-game schedule instead of 3. Fast forward to Kansas City, who all they do is win, and Andy Reid at the helm, playing those guys a half. It's a shortened preseason. There's no way we will be as sharp as Kansas City game 1. No way. And the third thing is, with 17 games plus preseason plus playoffs, hell, I could break my leg and be back in, 6 weeks? I still got, 15 games left? So this precaution, at some point these guys got to play and get their timing down, their routes down, all of it.
It's a balancing act. I think the one position you protect above all is your quarterback. They're commodities. They're not just a player on the team. In certain cities, they could represent 15 to 20% of your salary cap. But yeah, Rick, I have no problem. This kid is a middle linebacker from Iowa. I mean, every moment of his NFL career is going to be a car accident. And if they feel like we can get quality reps, he can expedite the process to playing. What am I going to say? Rick, I guess for me, man, I'm like you. I'm old school about the preseason. Hey, week 1, they play a series. Week 2, they play, a half. And then week 3, they're on ice. Well, it's changed now. Different coaches are doing it different. I mean, Rick, these joint practices never used to be a thing. Now they are.
Kind of standard.
I just feel like if this gets Jack Campbell on the field Thursday night in Kansas City to open the season, I'm all aboard. But Jim took it a different way, that by being out there in the second half, you are devalued, and now you're not a starter. I don't know. You're looking for me. I'm not Miss Cleo. I can't
I'm
read
not
the mind
telling
of these
you
people.
that him playing is necessarily a problem, but you should understand what it means. I know it's dangerous to read into the preseason on any level, but if you're going to make the statement, we aren't playing starters and key rookies, but Campbell's playing, and not only playing, but playing a half and into the third quarter, that's them telling you he needs more reps. He's not with our starters. Maybe, Mike, if he needs reps, good that he's getting them, but just establish where he stands right now. It's not with the starting 11 on defense.
Costa's telling you Campbell's a bust.
Okay.
Let's go over to Jay, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good.
So, Costa, calm down, take a chill pill. Don't read too much into it, right? So, Jack Campbell was drafted. He's going to be a major part of this defense, and he's probably going to be one of the rookies that will bring leadership to that defense this year. And Dan Campbell is pretty much showing you that, and he's telling you that in so many words. Jack Campbell is coming out of college. I mean, he was an All-American. I mean, he's going to be a really important piece on this defense to where Dan Campbell wants to get him up to speed right away. There aren't going to be any, you're going to take this day off or we're going to rotate you in and out. He's going to come in day one and he's going to make a big impact. Don't read too much into it. When I seen him playing in the third quarter on Saturday, it kind of rose my eyebrow a bit too.
Right.
But it became a little bit more clear to me that he wants him to make an impact right away because he's a very important piece.
Oh, Jay, I agree with you there. I think he's critically important. In an NFC where all these teams want to run the ball primarily, Eagles run first, Niners run first. The Cowboys, Tony Pollard show, they're going to run a lot. Seattle, couple tailbacks, Charbonnet and Walker in week 2. They got to play Atlanta, Bijan in week 3. Oh, I agree. I think Campbell's incredibly important. Jack Campbell, incredibly important. Yep.
So don't get up in arms about it. You know, just look at it and say he wants to see the development. He wants to see how Jack Campbell leads another unit, you know, that's not going to be there. Like half those guys won't be there at the beginning of the season. You want to see how Jack Campbell forces a lot of other people on that defense to get better. Jack Campbell is going to be very important. He's going to play a big role. I would say he's going to play just as much as a bigger role as Aiden Hutchinson will this year. So, you know, just look at it as development, character development, and he's going to be just fine.
A little bit of breaking news here. It's kind of what I opened the show with, and it's the cover of ESPN.com. A source familiar with the case at Michigan tells Pete Thamel Michigan's decision to self-impose the 3-game suspension against Harbaugh is indicative of the severity of the eventual potential ruling against Harbaugh. It's a move that shows the school is trying to curry favor for good behavior, per a source told Thamel, and mitigate some of the eventual punishment. So here's the thing, and we're going to get back to the Lions, and we'll get back to U of M later. Jim, it's what we talked about. Yeah. I said the NCAA was not going to let this one go. The Committee on Infractions blew up the deal. The only way you self-report is if you go, wait a minute, what's behind door number 2 again? I think somebody at U of M finally at least got Harbaugh's undivided attention for like 7 seconds and went, Jim, reality, it's me calling. You lied to the NCAA. Coaches, hey, remember Jim Tressel? Fired. Hey, Urban Meyer, fired. Hey, Herm Edwards, fired. Jim, you hosted recruits. Oh, but it was about a pickle. No, it was not about a cheeseburger. Jim,
you got to give them something.
We're in real trouble here.
Yep.
So that's okay. According to Pete Thamel. So there's self-report. Now, I will be fascinated. Why would you self-report the 3 when the negotiated deal? Now, here's the other thing. Mm-hmm. Unless the negotiated deal that you lobbed out there was never real. Unless that was just, hey.
Politics.
Right. And what you did was actually upset the NCAA more. Hey, you don't have to like the NCAA. I don't like the NCAA. I sure as hell wouldn't want them snooping around my program. The point is, if your coach is dumb enough to lie about it, and then your school's dumb enough to propagate with their bought and paid for media a cheeseburger narrative, you basically bleeped in the NCAA's Cheerios. And they didn't take too kindly to that. They were expecting almond milk. You gave them, well, something different. So my point to you is, look, If you're doing this, it tells me Michigan actually has the fear of God, that they are going to get legitimate punishments.
Then why not go more than 3?
That is, as Jim likes to say on Cash the Ticket, hello, I don't know. You're asking all these questions.
Good questions, I might add.
Hey, up next, Jim asks, what's the meaning of life? 248. I don't know.
Why are we here?
24, respectful. Hungry Howie's celebrating 50 years of flavor, 50 years creating delicious pizza, and after 50 years of using real mozzarella cheese, not the robot Wisconsin nonsense cheese that Costa likes, real toppings that don't come from a can, dough made in-house fresh. They got it all. New items for football season en route. Right now, the Bee Sting Pizza, $12.99, hot honey drizzle, 2 toppings. You pick, away you go. Maybe it's a Monday night, you don't feel like cooking dinner. 20 minutes, it's on the table. Mix and match deal, $6.99. You pick the menu item, mix and match, $6.99 each, and you are good to go. It's Hungry Howie's. Restrictions may apply on some of the stuff, and of course, limited time only on the new menu items.
I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes. In 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year, he caught 47 passes and 64 targets.
Pat Caputo says that Lions drafting, here's the headline, the Lions drafting Jameson Williams, glaring mistake. Now, I don't know, I don't remember per se whether Pat was in favor of the trade up and selection of Jameson Williams or not.
Right.
But he is correct. If he
David,
doesn't
if you
pan
take a
out,
text,
it will
we'll get
be.
to the callers. We'll revisit this U of M thing at 4 o'clock because it's cover of ESPN now. You know it's got to be a big deal if those scumbags are reporting it. And Pete Thamel's report. I mean, it's kind of what I said to you. Maybe Michigan actually knows they're dead. Like, there's no reason to show weakness if you're innocent. So I'll read you the quote, what sources are reporting, as Michigan allegedly is going to self-impose a 3-game ban on Harbaugh. But to me, I think it's pretty illuminating because from the very beginning, even though I'm a piece of Sparty garbage, I've said to you it was never about a cheeseburger. You hosted recruits during a dead period amidst a worldwide pandemic because you were afraid of losing J.J. McCarthy. Then you lied about it and tried to play pretend like you were playing hide and go seek and just happened to find J.J. McCarthy behind a couch at your local establishment. It was never about a cheeseburger. Plus you had the analysts. Plus you had the workout issues. And you lied about it because you thought you were better. Well, it's like, if you really could get out of this, why would you self-impose? You wouldn't. And according to that report, people at Michigan understand the severity of what's coming down. So,
but then why undercut?
Because as I just said to you, Michigan has never had to admit wrongdoing in anything. Their bought and paid for media will always make it right for them. Plus the school, look, the school's gone rogue. Let's face it. Their athletic department has gone rogue. Whether it's Mel Pearson, whether it's Jawan's nonsense, whether it's all the problems with the football team, whether it was the Robert Anderson scandal, all of it. Harbaugh hiring a racist with no background check. Oh, hey, our offensive coordinator's house got raided. Dude, it's gone rogue. Hey, kid's got a gun charge? F it. TSA, put him on the plane. That happens anywhere else. Michigan fans are clutching their Golden Girl pearls and screaming to the hills. So the point I'm making is you're asking a school that doesn't have a lot of practice in owning up to mistakes to now be a good person. I mean, it's like a husband who does nothing but cheat, and you're asking him to be faithful. And he comes home and goes, well, it was only the strip club. Well, it's still not great. You had boobs in your face. That's not what we talked about. You can't act surprised.
The show out of context. Jim Harbaugh had boobs in his face.
No. I'm saying behaviorally, you can't expect them to do what's right.
Yeah, what we were talking about
They're used to telling you that's not the Bo I knew. They're used to telling you, basically, they went Donald Sterling during the Anderson thing. Oh, he's not his biological son.
You're saying it's someone who's not used to apologizing. Their mouth doesn't know how to move the muscles that way.
The play-by-play guy went out and character assassinated victims.
So then what changed? Because they at one point were like, oh, everybody does this. This is no big deal. We're not going to own it.
I'll tell you what changed.
What?
They got to look at their settlement deal blowing up in their face. They tried the first 7 pages of the Power PR manual, and it didn't work.
Okay.
And now I think they've had a bit of a come to Jesus where it's like, the NCAA hates our coach.
Then why 3? Do 5. Go more. Go above and beyond. I'm not saying what's right or wrong, but if that's the position that Michigan finds themselves in where they are now scared bleepless, you don't limp out with a 3-game self-imposed. You say, hey, 4 was on the table. They blew it up. They wanted more. Here's 5. Here's an admission. We want to put this past us. We realize you've got us.
Because you have to think about who the coach is. You think he's agreeing to that? So, and remember, no one's telling that dude what to do off 2 Big Ten titles and beating Ohio State twice. No one. Jim, I agree completely with you, but I also would like to.
3 just seems weird. Either do 0 or go above and beyond.
Fairness is our favorite F word on this show. I do want to see their statement. Okay. I want to see what is attached to this.
Sure.
But according to the ESPN report by Pete Thamel with sources, the school understands the severity of what's coming down, and they're trying to, quote, curry favor for good behavior.
So there has to be a statement with this if they're trying to curry favor, because the 3 doesn't feel like they get the severity that the NCAA thinks it is. There appears to be a disconnect. If you're going with 3, there has to be more. There has to be contrition, a statement, an admission, something.
It all could have been avoided had he just owned it from the start. This would be done. It would have been done months ago. Months. Nobody's dumb. Like, I always love the defense mechanism with some Michigan fans is, oh, well, the NCAA this and the NCAA that. Guys, the NCAA is like the IRS, okay? Well, the whole point is, no, you don't lie to them. They're an inconvenience, but you deal with them. You don't lie to them. Doesn't make any sense.
You don't compound the problem.
But this guy not only did it, he was allowed to do it. And the school tried to run cover for him. Cheeseburger. Where do you think that narrative came from?
Well, then, again, that's the whole poking the bear, because the NCAA statement, this is not over a cheeseburger, is in direct response to that.
And the NCAA is probably just about done being called losers. They see the sport changing. They turn the blind eye to NIL. They're tied. And you know what they've done? You know what? F it. Blaze of glory. They're going out and they're going to go, you know what? We might be a collection of losers, but we're taking Harbaugh. I'm not telling you, it's never about right and wrong.
Right.
It's
You're
about
just
real.
saying this could end up being kind of a vendetta for the NCAA.
That's what it feels like.
Sure.
But then what I would argue with you is Harbaugh made it that way. Look at his whole career trying to push the limits of the NCAA. So, I mean, hell, he's the same guy with the famous social media posting of like, what a web we weave when we look to deceive. I mean, he's done
That's
all
your Harbaugh
that.
impression?
He's just done all of that. No, but he's just done all of that weaselly stuff. Oh, it's hard to beat the cheaters. And it's like, bro, you're hosting 5-star recruits amidst the COVID dead period.
I think that's some of what this is this identity crisis where Michigan has always been able to play the, like, we don't have major violations. We're the school that does it right. Now that they're winning, the last thing they want to do is be included with everybody else. Because everybody, to an extent, tries to flirt with these rules and cut corners.
The sad reality is the fan base is more than happy to just let it all go and win games. I
don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, I'm never mad at Michigan fans who say, I don't care, I want to win games. Because then you've come down off of your stupid, it's always been fake, leaders and best thing. And you just admit you're like everybody else.
We're going to play in the same sandbox as everybody
else. Nobody cares
else.
that Georgia runs a dirty program. Georgia wins.
No offense, Kenny.
Because Georgia's not out there doing the Dabo Sweeney, holier than thou, let's pitch in on a prayer circle. Georgia knows what they are. And we're all good with it. The only school that plays pretend are these jackasses. Everybody else, we know what we are. Sorry.
You're good.
That was supposed to be 4:00, but you baited
You're
me right
fired
into
up. It's all right.
No, I get fired up because it's this cover story.
It's breaking. We're in the moment. You're good.
And you would get more people interested in talking about lawn mowing techniques. But this fan base, if this were any school, it would be B. Arthur, line 4, clutching of pearls, screaming. Jim, newsflash, you were in Grand Rapids and I was here. Mm-hmm. And when it went down with Numbnuts, Urban,
mm-hmm.
they wanted Urban dead because of something his assistant did.
And it was about the fact that what did he know and did he cover up and did he lie? And it was about honesty.
Right. Back when Ohio State was, heaven help us, tattoos. They wanted Tressel gone. But now, when it's in their own 4 walls, they can't so much as pass gas into a phone. That's cowardly. You got to talk about it. That's like me not wanting to talk about Michigan State when they suck. No, we talk about them more. Here, I don't care. Fine. David, tell you what, we'll get to the calls momentarily. 248-539-9797. But tell me, what do you make out of that Pete Thamel report on ESPN.com? If you're a Michigan fan, you don't like what I'm saying, argue it. Tell me what you take out of it. Because Jim's right. Why 3? What's that going to do? If I'm the NCAA, that's me catching your leg in a bear trap. Now I'm going to take a battle axe to your spine.
Okay, here's the best thought I have on it. How about we do it coming up next?
Sure. maybe 402 respectfully. Whether it's an IRS collection or audit or civil or criminal, Michigan Department of Treasury, you say? You need Maurice and Jerry. You need legitimate representation. Whether it's income tax or business payroll taxes, you need Abraham and Rose. Because much like the NCAA, you don't want to make your problems worse with the IRS. You need reps. You need somebody who's going to fight for you. You don't want to be talking to these people. Call Maurice and Jerry, will you please? Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
I don't think one Lion gets enough love. I think it's clear that the organization loves this guy. I think there's plenty to support that the organization loves this guy. And I think we gloss over his contributions. And I am ready to stop that and start an appreciation thread on this Carson Anderson message board for Khalif Raymond. This guy, he checks a lot of the boxes in a player that Detroit would love. Small school guy, had to kind of scrap and claw even to get looked at coming out of Holy Cross. I think he had to go like Boston College's pro day to get noticed, bounced around, played for 3 other teams, settles in Detroit, and he's caught, before he got to Detroit in 4 seasons, the guy caught 19 passes. In 4 seasons. His first year in Detroit, he catches 48 passes. Second year in Detroit, he catches 47 passes. Last year, he caught 47 passes and 64 targets.
You all right?
I'm great. Hey, Kenny, cue up Kirby Smart's speech on the Costa leadership. I think Costa needs to hear it.
Like during 2 minutes before you go back in there, and Mike is like this. F this, F that, the 7 guy, and we're back.
Good afternoon. Yeah, exactly.
Cattails. Yeah, I mean, it's just, Costa's like, geez, golly gee willikers. I'm surprised that more people aren't calling. I said, Jim, they expect me to rip them because their delusion leads them that somehow I don't rip MSU. What they don't expect is you, a season ticket holder, to say something.
Okay. Golly gee, will you guys call in 248-539-9797? Kill him with kindness. No, we were just talking, and my theory, because we're trying to make sense of this, why go 3 games? Why 3 when 4 was on the table? If you believe this is severe, if they think they've got you, here's my best angle. They're going to go 3 this year. They know more's coming, but they want to split it over 2 years. Hand us 3 this year. If you got to get the 6, they'll hand us 3 next year. We're going to split it. This season is a more important season. We think we're going to have a better team this season. We don't want a 5, 6. No, we'll do 3, the 3 gimmies, and then we'll move it to next year.
Dirty secret.
What?
No, I'm just getting ready for the idiocy that's going to call in. Harbaugh could have taken the 6-game suspension this year. It wouldn't make a difference because he really isn't doing that much on game day. Why don't we just call it what it is? You outsourced your defensive side of the ball that you have nothing to do with by calling your brother and getting an internship program with the Ravens. Whether it was Mike McDonald or Jesse Minter, A-plus coordinators. They handle it all. Offensively, what are we calling? 70 run plays. The only time Harbaugh gets involved, it's with some idiotic trick play like in the TCU game. So the reality is, pick their first 6 games of the season. Harbaugh would get to coach during the week, would get to recruit, would get to be in the facility. He golfs on Saturday, and then Sharon Moore, who's one of the up-and-coming rising stars in the game, and Jesse Minter handle your game day ops. He's kind of a figurehead at that level. He's not Garrett Riley. He's not numbnuts. Lincoln Riley. He's not calling the plays. He's not devising some high-level NFL scheme. So reality is he could have taken the 6 games. It wouldn't matter. Christ.
Do they actually think this is serious or not?
Well, here's, and I'll read.
Give me the Pete Thamel quote again.
Yeah, here it is. A source familiar with the case told Pete Thamel, Michigan's decision to self-impose the 3-game suspension against Harbaugh is indicative of the severity of the eventual potential ruling against Harbaugh. It's a move that shows the school is trying to essentially curry favor for good behavior, per a source, and mitigate some of the eventual punishment. Some of the eventual punishment.
The thing. They're trying to do time served.
But maybe it's not just about games. Maybe it's about things that are way more impactful. See, this is the whole point. Look, the NCAA, we know it. They're a joke. Save your breath. Let's deal in reality. What if the NCAA, despite their best efforts to not be total idiots,